Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it is Jack and Sean hosting the fan show for the Irish Hotspur this time. David did have, a bit of some family kind of matters to attend to that he certainly, needs some time for. So he was planning on coming tonight, just was a bit unexpected, and he does need to have some things to take care of. But everybody just wish David well. He's definitely taking care of the missus for this one. But Sean, you're going to be taking part of the hosting duties. How we keeping?
I'm good, mate. I'm good. Yeah, it's a new vibe, new role to be the one asking questions. So I'll see how I do, and hopefully I won't let you down.
Well, I think the Harris Army is certainly ready for your questions, my mate. But speaking of the Harris Army, let's let a few into the building before we get to the guest tonight. We have, I think, Dippy. That's what I'm going to call it. Dippy. He says he should firstly change his attitude problems. I think that has to do with the Tanguy situation. So definitely do agree with you. Do let me know, Dark Sun G, or maybe Goguma, or anyone else in the building. Maybe David as well from our California resident. If he can let me know who this is, I would love to greet him, give him the Harris Army warm welcome. Dan, come on, you Spurs, says, we'll tune in on my way home from football. Come on, you Harris Army. Big up, Dan. Big up yourself. And also, hopefully you're having, hopefully you had a good game. Hopefully it was 5 aside, 10 aside, whatever it may be. Let me know how it went, my man. Zoe, big up all. She says, big yourself up, Zoe. Absolute legend of the Harris Army. She is. Para Miguel Escobardo, saying it before even me. He's calling her the legend. Big up, Para Miguel. Dan N's in the building. Honestly, Dan N has some great comments, I must say, especially when it comes to transfers on the second channel. He says, big up, lads. Fair play to Arsenal getting shanked on live TV. Raise awareness of knife crimes. Oh, well, there you go. I guess there you go. Zoe DS saying, Paro, absolute legend as well. Akash, I think it's just saying no to Tanguy. Big yourself up. AK Gaming saying, come on, you Spurs. Chris is in the building, who you will be seeing later, says, yo, people, smash that like and get your super chats in. Really do appreciate that, Chris, my man. Brad Matthews, who you will also be seeing later, says, hello, everyone. Hope you're all fit and well. Big up, Brad. Darren Herring saying, evening, lads. I thought the first game against Chelsea was a pile of shite, but we surpassed ourselves against Morecambe. Yeah, I mean, but I would say the current form at the moment has not been convincing, Darren. It's not been convincing, but hopefully we turn it around, my man. Ben Kaufman, who you'll also be seeing later, saying, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We have a cracking show this morning. For I believe it's the evening, Ben Kaufman. But if you're talking about the coffee mornings, on Tommy Tantrum Gold, then you're absolutely right, because those are cracking shows as well, my man. But big yourself up. We got Akash saying Ndombele too good to get rid of. Once we find a partner next to him, he will be good. We sell him, then he becomes good. And what happens? We go, oh my God, just like Marcus Edwards, etc. I agree, Akash, but maybe we'll get into that a bit later. But just quickly, I think this is that whole thing that Spurs fans have is like, oh, if we sell him and it becomes good, then we kind of, kick ourselves for it. But it's very clear that he'll never come good for us. And that's just something we have to come to terms with. Maybe he'll play well, at a different club, but he's not going to play well here. And he also absolutely disrespected the fans as well. Akash, I must say, absolutely disrespected us last night. Mark Cousins saying, evening, gents. Come on, you Flat Cap Army. Come on, the Flat Cap Army. Big up, Mark Cousins. Kuva99 is joining us this evening. Hopefully he joins us for the fan show as well. But if you want to join in the back end, Kuva, feel free to do so, my man. It's always good to talk to you and catch up with you. Moondog is in the building. Good evening, Moondog. And it's good evening to you as well, brother. Good to see you. Ishan Khan is in the building saying, pick up Jack, who you will also be seeing later. Ishan Khan, just making sure I'm not missing any. Golden Cock saying, damn you, the Irish Hotspur. I'm supposed to be cleaning my fish tank, but who can resist Spurs talk in January? I mean, maybe just put us on speakerphone. That's all I'll say, Golden Cock, and then just, take care of the fish. Maybe you have to pay attention. Maybe you just pay attention that hard that you can't do two things at once. I see what you mean. Kane the long shot. Big up, Kane the long shot. Absolute legend. Way too kind to me as well. He is. Para Miguel Escobardo, of course, just, wishing absolute vibes to everybody, making sure I'm not missing anybody here. David Woodford saying, hi, guys. Big up, David. Hopefully you're keeping well. Nabin Lamich Kane, or I'm not sure, but, it looks like a beautiful name on paper, I must say. Just giving a big thumbs up. Pick yourself up. Wemberley's in the building saying, evening, guys. What must never be forgotten is that Ndombele was a classic Levy and Hitchin purchase. Nobody else interested, hence no bidding war, and most disastrously, no due diligence carried out. Wemberley, completely agree, my man. I mean, as much as I really rated Tanguy before this last few months, I did kind of have a soft spot for him. I've lost it, and I still would never defend the fee that we paid for him. I mean, the fee that we paid for him, the wages that he's been on, just ridiculous. And I think sometimes, as much as some people don't really like to, I think we do have to put a bit of blame on Steve Hitchin for that regard. Lewis or Louis in the building saying, evening, lads, big yourself up. Claude Murphy's in the building. Good to see you, Claude. Letice is in the house. Absolute legend. Absolute YouTube royalties in the house as well. But the Harris Army is all piling in here. So it's very, very, very good to see. But everybody, just before we bring on our first guest, we're going to bring on the Godfather, Philip Brady. Just want to say, everybody, smash that like button. Feel free as well, if you are new to maybe the fan show as well, to grab that membership and come on, because we will basically be here. At least I will be here as long as you guys, the Harris Army need me to be. And as well, if you also feel like maybe there's a certain, panelist, maybe Sean, maybe me, maybe, one of the guests that comes on, like Philip, Chris, Ben Kaufman, Brad Matthews, if you really feel like, you have a liking towards them and you want to kind of ask them a certain question, you want to kind of, dig through their brains, see what they have to say on maybe something that's bothering you or coming up in your head, feel free to throw it in a super chat. I'll try to bring up the comments as best I can. But everybody, super chats, they do really help the channel. Also as well, it's a great way to skip the queue and to be able to just, kind of ask the guests, maybe what's on your mind. But without further ado, everybody, let's bring on our first guest, the absolute Godfather himself. We do have Philip Brady in the house for this one. Philip, how we keeping? And maybe initially, what are your thoughts on, maybe yesterday's potential shit show?
I think you're on mute, Phil.
Maybe evening, Jack. Evening, Sean. Good luck on your first gig as the co-host.
Thanks, mate. Thank you.
Yeah, well, I'm feeling a lot better now than I was at 3:20 yesterday. You're welcome. 3:20 yesterday, I was getting very worried. And next thing I see the three lads lining up on the touchline, and I says, here we go. Things are starting to get a bit better, And then to spoil it all, Mr. Ndombele decides he doesn't like being taken off, and he does the walk of shame, which is what I call it, back to the touchline at about 3 yards an hour. And I mean, the crowd showed their disgust, basically. I mean, you're losing 1-0 at home to a third-tier team, and you're walking off the pitch as if you're on a Sunday stroll. It was just disgusting. I mean, I was absolutely appalled. Then Brian Hill sprints off, and then I think even Harry Kane had a go at Ndombele as he was going off the pitch.
He shoved him.
Move on there a bit, but it was terrible. I thought I would never see that from a Spurs player, to show the absolute disrespect to the club, the fans, the team, the situation the team found themselves in. He does not give a toss about anybody but himself. And I can't ever see him playing again for Spurs after that.
Yeah, Philip, I've had a bit of a soft spot for Tanguy, just because of the talent and what I thought he could reach. But do you feel like, with Tanguy, it's just, that is the do nots. That is the top of the do not list, is just to show very clearly he just doesn't give anything for the club. He really could not care less, what happens. We're 1-0 down and he is practically, strolling off of the pitch.
You walk off at that pace when you're 1-0 up in the 91st minute. Then we'd love him to do that. But not when we're 1-0 down with only 15, 16 minutes to go. It's just not on. I mean, it's, I don't know. I've cooled down now, but I was apoplectic yesterday when I saw him do that. Okay, calmed down a bit later when Harry Winks, I think is he going to take up a career as a rugby place kicker? that was some effort for Harry Winks to score. He'll say he meant it, but we'll give him the benefit of the doubt. And then, of course, after that, then there's only going to be one winner, But I mean, I have to say, I said it to David yesterday on the preview show. Teams like Morecambe coming to play at Spurs or any big team, it's their cup final. They are going to be so up for it. They're going to be so prepared that it's easy to catch lesser teams on the hop, just like Nottingham Forest did with Arsenal yesterday. And even though there's not as big a gap in league positions, I think Arsenal were so overconfident yesterday about winning that match, So we got caught on the hop a little bit, as I half suspected we might. But like fair dues, we should have played the strongest team at the start and then took them off rather than the other way around. Then it wouldn't have put us all through that mental agony for 70 minutes or 75 minutes,
We shouldn't have had to, though, should we,
Conte,
Phil?
And then Conte was trust,
Yeah, I feel like we shouldn't have had to. We shouldn't, against a team like Morecambe that are 19th
No. I mean, if you look at what
Sorry, I think there's a delay on the stream, isn't there, Jack?
Yeah.
Sorry, mate.
But go on, Phil. Yeah, I mean, we shouldn't have had to.
There's a delay somewhere on the line tonight. Yeah. No, I think. No, we shouldn't have. I mean, if you look at what Chelsea did, I know they're only playing a non-league team, but Chelsea were 5-0 up before you knew it. So we should have played this. We should have dispatched them with whatever 11 we put out on the pitch. But it would have been better for our psyche if that game was all over at half-time, then make the subs. But it didn't. Keeping them fresh for Chelsea, I can understand that. Which is another day's work. I think that's going to be based on the form that we're on. I'm not too confident about Wednesday. I hate to say that, but we're up against a team that's starting to hit form a little bit, and I don't think we're going to do it. And an early goal, who knows? We can but hope. I'm actually a bit more concerned about the unmentionables coming to town next Sunday.
Yeah,
the team that shall not be named, the white-shirted Warriors that got knocked out of the cup by Forest last night.
How would you set up against Chelsea, Phil, on the weekend?
More important. I think we can take with a pinch of salt. How would they set up? We've got to go. We've got to go the way with the wing backs. We've got to go. The 3-5, whatever it is. If you class the wing backs as part of the 5. I would actually play Sessegnon. Sessegnon had a reasonably good game yesterday. Sessegnon and Reguilon could do damage against Chelsea. And we're going to miss Son. That's going to be a huge miss. And whether we play Moura and Kane, and maybe put in Lo Celso slightly in behind. I don't know. I really don't know what way is going to pan out. But I'll tell you one thing: it's a big ask to win this match on Wednesday. And if Conte can pull this one off, he'll be starting to achieve the legend status at White Hart Lane or at Tottenham Stadium. So, I'm not overly confident. But again, I've gone into matches like this before and we've won them. So
Yeah, I guess we have nothing to lose then, Philip.
It's lagging, lads, and the internet seems to have gone very slow.
I think there's just a bit of a delay between us, Philip. Where
we have nothing to lose. Okay, we don't want to go out and get beat 3-0 at home. Yeah,
just keep going.
Yeah, I don't like. We've got to go for it. We've got to go for it from minute 1. Sorry.
I was just saying. Sorry, just keep going, Philip. Don't worry about the delay. Sorry.
Yeah, I did have a problem with the. Yeah, there was a problem with the internet here earlier. It may have reappeared. Look, we've got to go for it. We've got to get stuck in the first minute, get at them, unsettle them, score first. Who knows what happens? Early goal can do wonders. Get the crowd behind them. The worst thing that can happen is Chelsea go and score early. Then that's really going to be a killer of the atmosphere. If we get the first goal, you never know. Never know.
Yeah, and it is going to be at home as well, so it's a great point there, Philip. What are your thoughts maybe potentially on another player that was a bit of kind of a, you might say, not a great influence as well, potentially in the dressing room, Deli Alli? I mean, that was a great opportunity for him at striker, and he probably didn't hit the mark for me. I mean, what are your thoughts on Deli Alli's performance?
No, he how many last chances does the guy want? He had another one there yesterday, a chance to impress. He didn't really. Okay, he had a couple of flicks. One flick there, and I think it was in the second half. The goalie made a good save from it. But other than that, he didn't do a lot. I don't know. He's not as bad as Ndombele, but his attitude just seems to be a stroll around the pitch here. And, if I get a chance, I'll take it. I'm not really too arsed whether I do it or not. Like, for a fellow that should be playing for his future, he's not really showing much urgency. Let's face it, it wasn't Man United or Liverpool or Chelsea he was playing yesterday. It was a third-tier team who'd let in 49 goals in the league this season. And yet he didn't do anything else. Okay, he wasn't particularly bad, but he didn't do anything really that stood out. And there was no surprise when he was taken off.
Yeah, I agree. Hey, Phil, let me ask you this.
Comment here that I'm still on dial-up. I feel like I am at the moment.
Phil, let me ask you what you think about. And I heard you mention that you don't want to see him play in the shirt again, or you think he's played his last game. How would you like to see us get rid of him? Like, if you want him gone, what's the realistic way in which, given that most other clubs are going to have witnessed his attitude, they're going to know how much he's on, they're going to know the contract length and what Daniel Levy paid for him. What do you think is the realistic way to get him out of the club?
Good question.
We'll probably have to get him out on a loan initially, because for all the reasons you there, what club is going to pay anywhere near what the fee we paid for him? There's not a club out there, really. There's not. I think it's going to be maybe a loan deal initially, just to get him out of the dressing room, because I feel that's where he's doing a lot of his damage. Moaning and groaning probably, and affecting the other players. But no, I think a loan deal, because let's face it, somebody comes in with 5 or 6 million, Levy's not going to accept it. But we are going to take a huge financial hit on Ndombele whenever he does go. It's going to be probably the biggest loss we've ever taken on a player. And that's sad, but that's just the way it's going to be,
Yeah, absolute robbery it will be. But maybe another player that is also potentially, that might be out as well, this January window, Philip, is actually Steven Bergwijn. I mean, what are your thoughts? I mean, are you kind of happy to potentially see him go? Do you feel like he wasn't given an opportunity? What are your thoughts on Bergwijn?
I don't know. I mean, like Steven Bergwijn, okay, he probably hasn't lit the place up like we thought he would when he came. Like, he made such an explosive entrance when he scored that goal against Man City on his debut, He's probably had a couple of good moments since that, but nothing spectacular. I would keep him as a squad player. I wouldn't be getting rid of Bergwijn. I'd keep him. And that's no other reason than I think that the guy obviously has talent. He's a full Dutch international. You don't get into that team if you're a slouch. So I'd keep him. Yeah, he probably won't play that much, but keep him till the summer anyway.
Yeah. No, that decent approach. I haven't heard that one before when it comes to Bergwijn. Someone that might be coming in potentially to take his spot, though, and also might be playing a right wing back position, Philip, is ADAMA Traore. I mean, what are your thoughts on maybe this transfer that seems to be actually almost imminent at this rate?
Yeah. I mean, I'd rather it was Saint-Maximin of Newcastle that we were going for. It was a better end result. Wow, but I mean, like, obviously Conte, if you can believe we can't believe everything you hear. Conte obviously wants him at the club, or else we wouldn't be pursuing him. So if that's the case, I would give any player Conte wants at the club every opportunity to prove us wrong, that he can improve his end result. He's done it before with players. If he can do it with Traore, I mean, Traore has got one great thing: he scares the living death out of fullbacks running at them. And if he can just get his final pass to be better, he could end up being a great supplier of chances for Kane and Son. So listen. Let's face it. If whoever Conte wants to buy, I'll take him with open arms until he proves us wrong. That Traore is not the player for Spurs. We've got to give him a chance. There's too many people coming, don't want him, he's useless, he's crap. We don't know that. He's never played under Conte before. So I would give everyone a chance. And if Traore comes, are we going to take Doherty in the other direction? Is Doherty going to be part of the deal?
He might be, actually.
It's like Doherty obviously I think Wolves want him back, and I don't think any of us would be too concerned whether he left or not. He hasn't really pulled up any trees since he came here, which is disappointing because, the guy was a brilliant player for Wolves before he came to us,
No, he hasn't pulled up any trees or even probably planted a tree since he's been at Spurs, I must say, Doherty. But my thinking is with the ADAMA Traore, actually, Philip, is as much as maybe he doesn't have end product, as much as he might not be everybody's favorite signing, he's not my favorite signing, but I feel like he would actually strike more fear into the opposition than most of our substitutes at the moment. Most of the players on our bench, he would actually strike more fear and, potential kind of, alarm to than probably the rest of our substitutes. So maybe we shouldn't really turn up our nose at someone like ADAMA.
No. Well, I mean, if you look at what Lucas Moura can do to a lesser degree when he starts running at players, he causes all sorts of panic.
Yeah,
you know, especially I loved his goal yesterday. I mean, that as I said earlier on, that was Jimmy Greaves type, the way he scored that goal, running through, running around the goalkeeper, planting it in the net. I mean, he's the nearest thing we've got to a speedy winger. And if Traore can come in and do that on a much more regular basis, I mean, he's going to make gaps for the other guys to go into and get the chances. So let's hope. And my only fear is we can't use him in the cup. He's been cup tied. He played for Wolves yesterday. So that's one competition we won't be able to use him in.
Phil, it looks like I think the internet's caught up now, so I can ask you a bit of a detailed question, if you don't mind, Jack. But the question I have for you, Phil, if we have 70 million to spend on one player, there's rumours today, obviously, that Arsenal are desperate to sign Vlahovic and are willing to pay the kids £300,000 a week salary demands, which in my mind is insane. But if you had 70 million and only could buy one player with it, given the state of the squad, where we're weak, where we lack depth at the moment, would you rather sign Vlahovic, or would you rather sign someone like a De Ligt, or someone who could partner Romero in the centre-back position? It doesn't have to be De Ligt, but somebody who would be an absolute world beater in the defence. One position for January that would see us through for 4 or 5, like a superstar signing, Vlahovic or someone else. Who would you go for?
Yeah, it's a tricky one. Like, we're on such a knife edge at the moment if Harry Kane gets injured. You know, if Harry Kane does his ankle now, okay, knowing our luck, we won't sign the striker, and Harry Kane will break his ankle on the 1st of February. That will be the ultimate.
Yeah. And he usually does, right? He usually does get injured in January, doesn't he?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
It's the ultimate thing now. So initially, I think Vlahovic would be my first choice. I'd like to see someone like Botman coming in.
Yeah.
Or De Ligt. Botman or De Ligt would be easy. It'd be good. It'd be easy, very easy on the eye to have as a central pairing. Romero and De Ligt, or Romero and Botman. Yeah, but I think if I had to, purely on the law of averages, that Harry Kane is going to get injured, I think Vlahovic would be my choice.
You pay him the $300,000 a week, would you?
This is Daniel Levy we're talking about here now.
Yeah.
You know, you probably offer him £200 a week in McDonald's vouchers. We have to. I mean, Vlahovic is on record, or maybe somebody made it up, that he didn't want to go to Arsenal. But the problem with players today is if somebody offers you £300,000, you'd go to Accrington Stanley.
You would, yeah. Absolutely, yeah.
If I had a choice of £200,000 a week at Spurs or £300,000 a week at Arsenal, I'd pick Spurs. Well, obviously, I would pick Spurs. But Vlahovic might not. He might say, no, I'll go to Arsenal.
But do you think it's right, though? Do you think, like, I know that a lot of Tottenham fans who are in love with the idea of Vlahovic would say, like, whatever he wants, just get him in. But at some point, I know Daniel Levy's level is way down here and most of ours is somewhere higher. But at some point, you have to draw a line underneath. There has to be a wage structure. Like, if it's not $300,000, what happens if Vlahovic said he wants $500,000 a week? The guy's 21 years old. You know, at some point, do you think you have to draw a line and say you're being greedy and you're not worth that yet?
I think, and the problem with paying someone like Vlahovic $300,000 a week, and I'd say this could be a little bit of a problem with Ndombele as well. If you're paying Ndombele $200,000 a week, right, and Oliver Skip is on $50,000 a week, Oliver Skip is doing 4 times the job that Ndombele is doing. It's going to cause a little bit of, a bit of unrest in the dressing room.
100%.
If these guys talk, they know what they're earning, and it can cause that. Why is he earning more than me? He's not doing as good a job as I am. And that 100%. Causes unrest in the dressing room. So there has to be, like, unless there's a wage structure brought into football in the next 5 years, if the football TV money dries up, there are going to be clubs going to the wall because they will not be able to pay the wages they're contracted to pay.
Yeah,
it's ridiculous. It really is.
Happening at Everton.
$300,000 a week. Yeah. Jesus, I mean, that's 10 times more than a 21-year-old in an office job earns in a year.
Yeah. And he's not that. I mean, he scored 40, whatever it is. I mean, Jack, you'll probably fill me in here. 39, 40 goals in 2021, but I think 25% of them were penalties. So statistics can be a little bit. Is that right, Jack? I don't know. Or maybe Phil, you know. I know that he's scored a lot.
I'm not sure how much percentage-wise was penalties. At least one of the other players that we rumored with Kessié, I think the big, the big kind of disillusion is that, he's scored a lot of goals when I believe it was something like last season or something like 12 of his 14 goals were penalties or something. That was like the one where it was like, all right, guys, like, those were all penalties. In Vlahovic's case, I don't really exactly think that the amount of penalties he scored are a real like indictment or anything of like what he actually has done. But it's a good kind of, it's always, something you take with a grain of salt, actually, to a degree, when they are the penalty taker. Sometimes you have to account for that. That is a good point.
But there's no way Levy's going to pay any player 300 grand a week. No. I don't care if Lionel Messi was available; he wouldn't pay him.
Especially not after the Ndombele saga, right?
He's been caught out there, and I mean, he's naturally cautious, and that's going to make him even more cautious.
100%.
And that's where Paratici and Conte have come in. They're going to have to Vlahovic, talk the talk, give him the project, let him buy into the project, and say, okay, we want you, but we're not going to pay 300 grand a week, which is ridiculous. But we have got a much better outlook for the next few years than Arsenal have. It's up to you, lad. Hopefully. But the problem there is he goes and talks to his agent, and the agents, all they see in front of their eyes is pound signs.
Yeah.
So, this is the problem we're up against, It's an uphill struggle to get a player like Vlahovic, unfortunately.
It really is, yeah. Especially
Absolutely. Philip, it's good speaking with you. Maybe any final words, for, the Harris Army, any final words of wisdom, maybe optimism, negativity, wherever you want to go.
To David's other half now for the little bit of for the bereavement of our granny there. So it's like I had a friend of mine who was buried yesterday and I couldn't get to the funeral because of the COVID situation. So I know what's coming there. Let's hope that we've got a cheerful Harris Army at about 10 o'clock on Wednesday night. In fact, not cheerful, delirious if we win that game. And I'm just watching the Villa game here in the background. Villa have had 2 goals disallowed for VAR against United.
Wow.
Some things never change. Anyway,
that's true.
Good night, lads. I will talk to you soon. And come on, you Spurs.
Cheers, Phil.
Big up, Philip.
Come on,
Great pleasure to speak with you. Good to speak with you. And I would say, as always, when it comes to, a win, especially if we were to get a win against Chelsea, Sean, I'll tell you, there's no more delirious place than this channel. I'll tell you that. Moondog saying Ndombele's attitude is like his commitment. Crap. I mean, that couldn't be more simple and to the point, I would say, Moondog. I mean, seriously, someone who liked Ndombele for a long period of time, that was just, I don't know. That was the final straw for me. There's just you just can't disrespect the fans. You can't disrespect your fellow teammates as much as he did yesterday. And I completely agree, Moondog. He also comes in as well saying, get rid of the Deadwood players. I'm sick of keep having the same discussions about these players. It's deja vu. Yeah. And that's what I think David and I were coming, through with actually, Sean, was we were just realizing like the speech that Dave was giving about, we can't continue to blame the managers for, some of these performances. We have to realize there's a commonality in all of it. And that is the players that have stuck around for multiple seasons over multiple managers and have practically got multiple managers sacked to an extent as well. And we can't be having the same conversations about, it's the players, it's not the managers. It's just starting to make me go a bit crazy. I will say that, we continue to find ourselves in this predicament. And I think Moondog feels the same way.
Only thing I'd ask though, Jack, is, and this is a question to anyone who comes on, anyone in the comments, I'm all up. I'm massively up for getting rid of the Deadwood. I just find it really, I see it being very difficult to get rid of some of these players.
So much of it as well.
Like there's a couple of players that are probably easier to sell than others, but I just don't think it's going to be as easy as everyone would hope. Just to get rid of the worst players. Who wants to buy the worst players in a team that's struggling to beat Morecambe?
No.
The teams that can afford them don't want them, and the teams that would want them can't afford them. So it's not easy. It's going to be a tough couple of transfer windows for Tottenham, I fear.
You're absolutely right. Hence why Moondog at one point, I remember William Kelly said, it's not going to take a season, 2 seasons. It might take 3 seasons, if not more, to get rid of the majority of this Deadwood that, it's going to take a long time. And exactly to the point of what Sean said, because not a lot of teams probably want these sort of players. Nobody wants these kind of players at the moment. And so it's going to be a hard sell. I'll tell you that. It's going to be a hard job. But Moondog, really do appreciate the support, my man. But speaking of William Kelly, he says, is Ndombele Jason Dazelle in disguise? I do know he's a former Spurs player, but Sean, maybe you can enlighten me on him. Was he a striker? I think he,
No, he was a midfielder. Jason Dozy. We used to call him Dozy Dazelle because he was always half asleep. He didn't care. This was a mid-90s player. I think. I haven't seen his named for maybe 20 years, but I'm pretty sure he was about 93, 94 season, something around there, maybe early 90s. And he was, everyone used to call him Dozy because he was always half asleep. He was late to passes. He just wasn't paying attention. And his attitude was, anything worse than his energy was his attitude. So, big up, William Kelly. It's good to see you in the chat, mate. And I agree, mate. Yeah, Ndombele, Jason Dazelle, very similar. I think Ndombele has a lot more talent, a lot more gift than Jason Dazelle ever did. But
similar attitudes,
certainly attitudes and laziness. Yeah, rings true.
Yeah. Well, now I know William Kelly. I guess, there was, a Tanguy and Ndombele before Tanguy and Ndombele at one stage at this club. But William Kelly, good to see you, my man. Big yourself up as well. But I think we're going to keep cracking on, Sean. We're going to keep moving on. We're going to be moving on to another legend of the Harris Army, the Brad Matthews. And I think he's, looking very proper as well with the black cap for this one. Brad, I know it's not been the best of weeks, but especially considering the Spurs results for you. But maybe just to start you off, what are your thoughts on yesterday's game? That was almost a potential shit show yesterday.
Before I get to the Morecambe guy, first of all, I'd like to big shout out to some of the guys in the Irish Hotspur WhatsApp. Ben, Adam, and David. I have to mute the notifications off because obviously it'd be pinging every 10 seconds.
It does.
So every now and again, I'll have it on my work screen, working from home, and every now and again I'll have a look and see what's going on. And I clicked on today, and they said, "Oh, we haven't seen Brad for a while. Is he okay? And are you okay, Brad? Are you okay?" And I got a personal one from David. Are you okay, Brad? And I was just really touched by that. I really was. I actually got quite teary, but I was really touched by that everyone was sort of hadn't seen me for a while. And last week wasn't a good week, I'll admit it, but I was really, really touched that. So thank you so much for that. That meant a heck of a lot to me. It really did.
David's another godfather. He absolutely checks in on everybody. He has time for everybody.
It's just so nice. I really, really appreciate that. The Morecambe game. There's now some of you won't know Eric Morecambe, the British comedian. Some of the older people, Philip will definitely know him, and he used to have a catchphrase called, "What do you think it so far? Rubbish." And Norman Gillier is an old writer. He used to write. He's in his 70s now. And he actually, on his match report, put a picture of him and Eric Morecambe. And it's, "What do you think of the match? Rubbish," sort of thing. So, that was quite funny.
Yeah.
But, Jason Dazelle actually did score a winning goal against QPR when we came back from 2-0 behind. Teddy Sherman got injured that season. You're right, Sean. It was 93, 94, I think. And they put Dozy in a striker. He played a striker for a lot of that season. And he did get this goal in that game.
The fact that you remember the one goal that he scored,
exactly.
That tells you everything you need to know.
he was one of these up and coming wonder kids that we got from Ipswich, and he never really did cut it. And the funny thing was, I think the game friendly against Ipswich last season, I think his son was playing in that, apparently. So
really?
Wow. So like father, like son, I don't know, but
the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Let's not be going looking for that guy. I know Daniel Levy's budgets are down here, but we've done with Dazelles at Tottenham. No more Dazelles at Tottenham. Thank you.
But get back to the Morecambe game. Yeah, the team. When I saw the team, I thought, that's quite a strong lineup. Yeah, that team should easily get past Morecambe. Really should, and we don't have to. And Kane's on the bench. Too. Great. I saw the Cameron's on the bench. So if in the unlikely event that we need to bring him on, we can bring him on. Brilliant. But I looked at the lineup. I thought, Brian Hill, he's quite good. Deli Alli's got a chance to prove himself as a striker. And Ndombele's got a chance to prove himself. Lo Celso's back from injury. Harry Winks is in the team. I thought, this is a team that we should be able to get past Morecambe quite comfortably. And in the first seconds, I think we had a chance. And I thought, that's how it's going to go. But then, they score from a corner, a set piece, a guy totally unmarked. I mean, either one of us three could have scored that goal. And you're thinking, hang on a minute, what's going on here? And they got booed off at half time. And I actually said to my mate next to me who's watching the game, I said, I'm not going to get worried until the 80th minute.
Yeah.
And how far did we get? We got to the 70th minute when they brought on the cavalry. And then And then, he just knew that Ndombele, when he was walking off, the crowd, that it was really weird. The boos started off slowly and got louder and louder and louder. And
frustrating, right? They were frustrated. The fans were like, what are you doing, man? Get off the pitch.
Exactly. And I don't like booing players, but I can understand why people did. I really can. And the thing was that Brian Hill almost caught him up.
He did.
Almost caught him up. You look at that and thought, Brian Hill, well done. He puts in and he knows what to do for the cause and that. But and then we got the free kick, which Winksy scored. And as I said off screen, he said he was aiming for the top corner, because if you aim for the top corner, if you get it properly, it could go in, or it's gonna hit someone on the way in there. So I think he did mean that. And as I said before, the freak goal he scored in the Europa League, he actually said, "Oh, I didn't mean that." So I think he went, saying that he meant it. I think he's actually on there, and he actually was probably our best player yesterday.
I think he learned his lesson from saying he didn't mean it.
Maybe.
Just take credit for it. But just quickly, Brad, William Kelly saying Dagel was our record signing at the time. That is right. Maybe similar to Tanguy and Ndombele. I guess they're way too similar to each other, which is actually quite interesting.
William's right there. Yeah,
absolutely right, William. Yeah, I forgot to mention that. Yeah.
They have a lot in common, Tanguy and him. They really do. And then quickly, just want to say to Andrew Bailey, he's just saying, evening, lads, been in and out of the hospital with my mental health the last 2 weeks, but hoping the show will lift my spirits. I hope the show lifts your spirits. I just hope that the chat and the Harris Army can lift your spirits, Andrew. Yeah. I just want to say there's always a home for you here. There's always, a safe space for you here. It's a wonderful community. It's a wonderful kind of family. Indeed. I would say this sort of this channel, as well as this chat, as well as everybody in the chat, they're absolute, just wonderful human beings. So hopefully they can lift your spirits. Hopefully the show lifts your spirits. But just want to say, Andrew, just stay in there, stick in there, stay strong, my man, and hopefully you can find maybe a bit of solace, I would say, with maybe this chat and this discussion tonight. But just want to say, Andrew, pick yourself up, my man. Yeah, and never be afraid to say that you need help. That's a big thing that we must always remember. But hope you feel better, Andrew, and I hope this show will lift your spirits. So certainly Spurs aren't at the moment, but hopefully this show will. 1-0 up, and then your worries tend to go. But the irony was that Winks had another shot which just over the bar. And he got cocky, didn't he, towards the end? He could be like the hero, unlikely hero. And then the other thing was, Skip done this absolutely wonderful tackle on one of their players. Yeah, I saw it. Yeah, it's from the side. It wasn't from behind. It's from the side. His foot was on the ground. He got the ball cleanly, and the referee gave a free kick. I think the referee was giving a free kick because I forget who the other player was. Just before he made the slide, the other player tried to pull him back. And then he shrugged him off, and then Skip slid in. I think because he was trying to play advantage from the initial foul. So I saw that as well, and I was thinking, is that for a Skip's talent? And then I saw it in the replay, and it was probably for the other guy doing the pullback. So. Fair enough. But the irony was that from that free kick, we scored. Because whatever they did, they ended up with their defender, and obviously he made a mistake, and Lucas Moura got the ball. And I think someone described it as Jimmy Greaves style. I think it's Philip, wasn't he? He just took the ball and rounded the keeper and put it in. Amazing, that was, then 2-1. You think, well, okay, that's game over. But Brad, would you have liked to have seen some of the younger boys? I know you mentioned you were happy-ish with the starting up. You thought it was strong enough for us to dominate. Were you disappointed not to see some of the youth get at least more opportunity? Yeah, I think in a cup game, especially when you look at what Cambridge did at Newcastle the day before, I think, and we're talking Morecambe, we're not talking Boreham Wood, or Marine. We're talking Morecambe, so they are a proper team. Well, no disrespect to Marine or Boreham Wood, but I'll take your point. I think if you play a strong team and put the youngsters in as well, I don't think you can put a lot in, because I think we tried that in Moura and it just didn't work. Because I think there are players there. I mean, I like Harvey White. I've liked what I've seen of Niall John. Obviously, McCanday is another one that's doing well. I think they need to go out on loan so they can get game time. But I think in these sort of games you have to be
relatively strong. Yeah. I mean, even if you have it on the bench and then you go and you get 2 or 3 goals up, then you bring them on, sort of thing. I mean, that's and you could have the situation, and I relate this to when I used to play C-team football. Now, C-team football is basically pub style, right? Absolute pub style. And my mates were in the first team. And what they used to do was, in a cup game, they never used to play the reserves because they would be cup tied. So they used to take players from the C team to play in these games. We drew Division 9 opposition. And so I was in
good level, were they?
Yeah, we were Division 1. We were Division 1. We drew Division 9. Right. And I was on the bench. And the coach said to me, "Don't worry, Brad. We'll get 4 or 5 up and then we'll bring you on." Oh, brilliant, great. Anyway, we didn't realise that they put a bunch of ringers in their team.
Right, yeah.
And at half time, it was 0-0. And the problem was all of our players were getting out injured. So I actually got brought on in the second half to play the game.
Good experience, though, right?
Yeah, it was serious. I mean, I did my best.
Yeah.
But it just shows you that sometimes with all good intentions, it can go wrong. And luckily, my mate scored a goal with 2 minutes to go and we won the game. Yeah. There were fights on the sidelines and things out here.
The problem is, though, like, so yesterday was, or Sunday was yesterday was the only time that we're probably going to have a chance to see these youngsters now, right? Because in the next round we've got Brighton, and we're playing at home against Brighton, so that's a very tricky tie. Presuming we get through that, you're then into the kind of getting towards the later stages. You're probably going to get more and more stronger teams. So now that we're out of the cup, or now the other cup's almost finished anyway, whatever happens, are we going to see Dylan Mulcandy? Are we going to see any Dane Scarlett? Are we going to see any of those guys again this season now? And if not, should we just put them out on loan?
I think that's a good point. I think now that the loan, you have to look at loans because you're right. Brighton's going to be difficult, and then you're into the 5th round. So it's proper, and people they can go on. People go on about, we need to win a trophy. We need to win a trophy, and we can't do that and put all your youngsters into the game at the same time. You've got to have one or the other. And I, at the start of the season, made the stupid prediction that we could get through the group stages of the Conference Cup with our youth team, and how wrong that was. I think it's difficult, and I think now you've got to look at loan periods, and some of the players like Makande have deserved it. They've done well, and get them to play sort of football and and get their match fit. I think you're right. The time now has gone for these players, and Brighton. We're at home, so I think Brighton is a game that we can win. But you just
first team though, right? It's going to require the first team, isn't it?
Yeah. And the thing is, once you get past January, I think you're looking at a game. Now we're out of the Conference League. I think you're looking at a game every week, so you're not going to get your 2 games a week. Yeah. So the cup rounds tend to be on 3 weekends until you get to the quarterfinal where they can clash. So you're going to have that situation where you should be able to play a strong team in the cup competitions, and I want to win something like anybody else does. I thought we'd have a good chance at the League Cup, but last Wednesday has sort of put that very much in doubt. Yeah. I want to see us win something. As much as I'd like to see these young players coming through, I think we've got to be careful with that.
Maybe it's not the best time as well to bring through the young players, technically, because it's Antonio Conte who's really for the here and now. He's not as much of a project manager. Yeah, I'd like to hope that he wants to take Spurs as a project, because we are a project that needs to be worked with. But, it's hard to say, when it comes to him, whether he actually will, kind of take on the youth and, kind of develop them.
Alistair Gold actually made a good point last week where he's talking about Conte's interviews, where Conte was sort of saying, we need to have patience. So that sort of suggests to me that he might actually be here for the long term, but we've got to help him with some transfers. We've got to do that, else he will walk. So we'll see where we are at the end of January. I'm not panicking just yet, but we are 10 days in with only one potential signing at the moment. We all know that's ADAMA Traore, which I'm not entirely convinced, but if Conte wants him, then I think the saying at the moment is if Conte wants him, I want him. So so
We're probably just one tube stop away from maybe Panic Station. So
yeah,
that's what I'll tell you. Just quickly, Dell Support 14 with the super chat in here, and he says, "Great stream, lads. Just wondering if you've heard anything about Clement Longley coming to Tottenham either in January or in the summer." I think there was a rumor at one stage, Dell Support, but it really seems to have kind of faded to a degree. Wouldn't be a bad signing at all. He's a left-footed center back, who's kind of fallen off of kind of the pedestal at Barcelona. I'd certainly take him. Great ball-playing center back, but it is kind of questionable, like how much you'd have to pay for him, to take him away from Barcelona. It's also kind of questionable about whether like he really is fit for it. He's kind of in that Samuel Titi kind of situation where he just hasn't really stepped up to the plate, you might say, over there, and maybe it might be a bit of a risk, but I certainly would take him. I might do a review on him on the second channel at one stage, but I do feel like those rumors have faded. But maybe we're still interested. Who knows, Dell Support? But really do appreciate it. But maybe I'll transition this to you, Brad. Maybe kind of as a question. Do you feel like maybe a center back for January is maybe more important than maybe previously thought?
Well, first of all, I don't know much about Clement Longley. But I think if you're saying he's one of these young up-and-coming players, then we have bought a lot of young and
I think he's around like 25
players, and I think we've got to a stage now at Tottenham where we want to start winning things and starting. This project has been going on for years. It's for the future type thing. So. I heard the question from Sean about if I had 70 million, who would I spend it on? I think at the moment, as I think Philip quite rightly said, we're one Kane injury away from having no strike force. Son is out at the moment for 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks, who knows? So if Kane gets his annual injury, then we've got no one. We've got Dane Scarlett, and bless him, he's a good potential player, but he's only 17, 18. So
do you think Lucas Moura could? Over the last few weeks, he looks like he's really stepped up and he's taken the bull by the horn, so to speak. I'm not suggesting he could play the lone man up front role, but do you think he can step in and fill in a 3-5-2 formation with Sonny out? Do you think Moura can step in and play the man alongside Harry Kane?
Well, yeah, in recent games, or since Conte's been there, Lucas Moura's been scoring goals and assisting, so he's obviously improved that side of his game, which was always the problem. Yeah. So yeah, I think if you have two up front. That used to be the thing, when I was growing up watching football. Big striker, little striker,
yeah.
And that used to work well. Yeah, you had, that was back in the day when you had partnerships.
Yeah,
striking partnerships. So I think in that system, I don't see him as a lone striker, but in that system, you can certainly play him there. Yeah, I think it might work. I think with Vlahovic, from what I've read or what I've heard, he's suited for the Premiership because he's quite robust. And I think that gives the opportunity for Kane to play in different roles as well. So you can play Kane and Vlahovic up front and have Kane drop back slightly, that sort of thing. And I think someone pointed out, it was one of the other streams I was watching, saying that he said to Gary Neville in that famous interview that he sort of sees himself as a number 10 in years to come, like Wayne Rooney did at Man United. So if you get Vlahovic in, you could possibly do that. Whether Spurs, I don't think Spurs will be buying Vlahovic in this window. Whether in fact he even wants to come to Tottenham, but I think
if he did, would you pay him the 300 grand a week at his current level?
Not if that is 100 grand a week more than Tom Werner. Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. Or, let's believe that's what Kane's on and Lloris and that. But yeah, that is. Yeah, what does that say to the other players? It's
so extraordinary.
It's all nice, but we're not. And I've been critical of Daniel Levy and Enoch, but we're not billionaires like your Man Cities, like your Chelseas. We're not that rich. We're not poor, but we're not that rich. And what really annoys me, this guy is 21. Now I don't know about you. I would do pretty well on 50 grand a year. And yet he's demanding 300 grand a week. It's like, well, you get to a stage where
Could have to do with the
Merciless
agents
money,
potentially, Brad. Maybe the agents are a bit extortionate, and they maybe want,
get their
some
percentage,
huge
don't they?
chunk of it. Maybe like 250 goes to him and 50 of that goes to his agents,
It's like
and
10% in it or something like that. Yeah.
I'm
You know,
with
I mean,
you though.
I-
Like 300 grand a week for someone his
Yeah.
age is just ridiculous.
I was who I worked for. I actually was in part of a doing a payment for 65 million, and I sort of said, well, yeah, I'll take my 1% commission out of that, please.
Thank you very much. Yeah, lovely, jubbly.
But yeah, I mean, you get to a stage if you earn so much money a week, you get to a stage where you're going to be rich. Doesn't matter how much money you have earned, you're just going to be rich, whatever. So if you're on 50 grand a week, I worked it out. 50 grand a week would give you my whole life's salary in 1 year.
Yeah,
roughly. So these players are I'm on 200 grand a week. I want 300 grand a week to secure my future. Well, I'm sorry, if you can't secure your future on 200 grand a week, well then you've obviously got some very bad advisors, or you're pretty crap.
I think also though, I think it's just generally like when you're, it's like everything in life, the consumerism lifestyle that we all participate in. When you earn 1 million, you're looking up, and you're looking at the guys that earn 10 million, and you want to touch their level. When you earn, there's only a few people in the world that can't look up and see sky above them, Elon Musk or whoever else, right? Everyone, like, you kind of reset whatever you think is normal as you go up the ladder. So I hear your point, but there's people who are just greedy and they always want more. It's just the lifestyle. It's just the way the world works, isn't it?
I know the fact if you earn more money, you're gonna basically try and buy more. So you buy more expensive things. So like, if I was on 75 grand a year, which I'm not even half of that. Yeah, I'm not on that. But I'd probably try and buy a proper Gibson Les Paul rather than a copy. So it's it's that sort of situation.
Yeah.
But even then, you get to a stage where, well, how much more do you want? You buy a nice house, car, and stuff to go in it. That's it. And
it doesn't make you happy. I tell you what, the people I've been around people with, not that I'm in the bucket with them, but I've met people in my world that have just got more money than you could ever possibly imagine, and they are miserable. It doesn't make you happy. I promise you, the money doesn't make you happy. It just resets whatever you think is normal. And to these guys,
we're seeing that in the case of Tanguy and Ndombele with his attitude. Clearly doesn't help him, but
that's not helping.
Brad,
him,
I think, Brad, is there any maybe final words you have for the Harris Army? Any sort of final thoughts? Maybe,
well,
apart
from click like, subscribe, send super chats in, stay watching. There's some great people. I'm Angry Kaufman is on soon. And when I saw him write that, I actually misread it as Andy Kaufman. I'm thinking, Andy Kaufman, from Taxi. I thought he was dead. Yeah, but so that's going to be entertaining. I just hope that we go for it on Wednesday against Chelsea.
Yeah,
absolutely go for it.
Proper cup tie.
I'm not sure what sort of lineup. You got to play your strongest lineup. Who do you play for Son with? I don't know. I'd be inclined to go for someone like Ryan Hill, maybe. Does Lo Celso get a game if you want to be more attacking in the midfield? I don't know, but I just hope we go for it. And I was at White Hart Lane when I think we were 2-1 down from the first leg, and we beat Chelsea 5. I think it's 5-1. It might have been 5-0. We scored in the first few minutes of that game, and that meant a whole difference because suddenly you're in the game, and that's what I hope we do.
Yeah,
I hope we really go for
early.
it. And if we get the early goal, who knows? But
totally with you.
And you're right, Jack. We'll be delirious at 10 o'clock on Wednesday.
I'm looking forward to it, Brad. I'll
probably be drunk actually in the bar under the South Stand. So yeah.
Well, hopefully
enjoy
there's
it,
enough
mate.
time
Enjoy
for me
it.
to maybe hit the watering hole as well, Brad. But it's always a pleasure to speak with you, Brad.
Cheers, guys.
Great thoughts as per usual. Absolute goat, absolute godfather as well of the Harris Army. Good to speak with you, Brad. And I guess we'll be catching you very soon, maybe in that deliriousness come Wednesday.
Maybe a little drunken. What's that called? Yeah.
Love it. Absolutely love
Brad.
it. Well, Brad,
Take
good to
care,
speak to you with my man.
Cheers,
and also great call as always. Big up. And we are going to move quickly because I know he's a little bit pressed for time. We are going to keep going, everybody. We're going to keep pounding through this. We do have Brian Dagel joining us for this. Brian, how we keeping, my man?
Love you, Sean. First of all, Jack, this is the first time I've actually seen you face to face and not spoken over the phone. So happy New Year to you and your family, bro.
Fair play.
Much love. What's there to say? Sean, have we signed anyone yet?
I guess there's nothing to say then, there's nothing to say.
Have we made that surprisingly? We might be interested in ADAMA. No, we are interested in ADAMA. Yeah, we might make a bid. Yeah, I'm sure we'll make a bid. Yeah, we're confident we'll make a bid. Yeah, we're going to make a bid this week, Pop. We've not got past that yet.
No, we're still at that. Still at some part of that stage.
We're possibly thinking about maybe there's something like we should start thinking about maybe being worried. Like there's something like that goes in South Park or something.
I'll tell you one thing.
Absolutely love it.
After learning his name, thanks to Jack, where I actually see other people struggling saying Dusan Vlahovic's name now, and I'm like, I remember those days. If he signs for the filth, Lord have mercy on anyone that gets in my way, because I will go bat shit crazy.
Depends on the price, though, Brian. If we're not even going to sign him, I'll tell you that, as well.
So listen. Sorry, Jack. Jack, what was you just about to say, brother?
I know. I was just saying, what's the point of even learning his name when we're not even going to sign him by the looks of it as well,
Well, no, again, do you know what I mean? His wage demands are apparently 300,000, which are astronomical. I get that. Again, like I was trying to explain with the Kieran Trippier transfer, I wasn't pissed off that Newcastle got Trippier. I was pissed off with all the fans saying, "Oh, it's very hard to get players out of Champions League teams or league-winning teams to come to Tottenham, but they'll go to Newcastle." And then you go, "Oh, but Newcastle got the money. Newcastle got the money." You're like, "Well, it's amazing when you play a player what he wants, and they'll when you play." So what will piss me off is, I've said it as well. Dusan Vlahovic, one of the things I've loved about him is he said he was going to stay at Fiorentina and try and get him into Europe. And he also said, whilst he's still there, he ain't going to down tools. He's going to give everything he's got. And the way he's conducted himself is to be commended. On a mental side of things, and the way he's football and the way he's acting as a young man is very, very impressive. But the thing is, he may say that he wants to stay at Fiorentina and get them into Europe. But if Arsenal go down and go, do you know what, here's 80 million or not, whatever they ask for, Fiorentina will go, okay, we accept. Dusan, go talk to them.
Yeah.
Now, Dusan could turn them down. Dusan could turn them down and say, no, I stand by what I said. But it doesn't matter technically what he's saying right now, because if you put the money in and Fiorentina offer it, accept it, then that's showing intent.
Yep.
And apparently, so you know what I mean? I'm not saying Dusan Vlahovic will go to Arsenal, but if they register a bid and Arsenal get it accepted, why? Because he said he won't come, and we got it's a nonsense.
Let me ask this, Brian. Right. So in a world where he does go right to Arsenal, and I know that's going to be like dynamite, like powder keg dynamite stuff to you and to me as well. Like I'd be devastated if he goes to Arsenal. But what is the level of wage demands that Arsenal would have to pay where you would go, that's too much? Tottenham shouldn't have paid that.
Listen, 300 grand is way too much right now. If he came on just below Kane, or it has to be below Kane because Kane's justified his wage. As a 20, Jack, you know him better than me. How old is he now?
21 for Dusan.
Okay, 21. So that's an astronomical demand. It really is. Now the thing is, if he comes in, let's just say he signed for Spurs. Let's just say he did. It was 300 grand. Harry Kane and Hugo Lloris immediately got up to 300 grand. Because I'd imagine they both have it in the contract. Yeah. Son, I don't know, because he's on less than on Ndombele. So he's not one of...
It's madness.
Well, I mean, especially after yesterday. But Harry Kane and Lloris most definitely will be on a contract that says you go up to... so 300 grand. Don't get me wrong, 300 grand is a nonsense. Does Dusan Vlahovic have the potential at Tottenham to earn that throughout his career? 1 billion%. But to come and demand, and again, the point I'm getting at is if that bid is accepted. If that bid is accepted, obviously, if Arsenal get him and he pays 300 grand a week, yes, I'm going to be pissed off. But the wage demands are ridiculous. But once again, it's another move where we could have gone for, tried to negotiate, tried to do something. But once again, it just goes to show that business can be done in January.
Yeah.
Players can be gettable, even if the player says, I mean, Harry read that, people remember, tells that funny story with Benjani at Portsmouth when they got a transfer deadline day bid for Man City, and they're like, you go. And he's like, I don't want to go. And he's like, no, you go.
Yeah.
Get on that plane. So if a bid comes in, if Fiorentina, if someone picks up the phone, I can't stand talking about the field. So let's just say another
Whoever.
team,
Man City, yeah.
said, "This is the bid that we will accept for Dusan." I am, Ryan. I am. I'm trying. Listen, I've got a message to spread, and I'll go around everywhere saying it. And I love Ryan. You're everywhere I go, mate. So
Everywhere
yes.
I go.
Ryan's everywhere I go, so he should know as well. So that's the thing. If another bid comes in and it's 300 grand, a bid for Dusan, once again, we're left. We're left, Brad. I can't wait to see you Wednesday, brother. We're left sitting on our asses again, going, "Oh, wait a minute, but players don't want to come. Players don't do this."
It certainly proves it certainly makes the point that anyone who says business can't be done in January is wrong. If Daniel Levy says January is an impossible month to do business, it's not. It just requires money. Money talks. Right?
Danny Kiriakou. Danny Kiriakou. Yeah, it just gets that way, Sean. It's getting beyond the nonsense now.
But I still think that you shouldn't have to overpay for players when they're 300 grand a week.
That part. Listen, if we have a bid accepted for Dusan and he says I want 300 grand a week,
no, thank you.
I will totally understand if the club turn it down.
Yeah,
because the only reason I say that, if Harry Kane's stuck on 200, there's no way a 21-year-old comes in immediately at 300,000.
Mm-hmm.
That just does not make any sense whatsoever and should not be allowed to happen. Mm-hmm. I completely get that. But it's the fact that these people are lining up bids for them.
Yep. Yeah.
Villa are doing their bid.
I take your point. I agree with you on that. It definitely makes a nonsense of the argument that January windows can't make things happen.
Exactly. This is the thing. And we just keep going on. You've got to remember, when I had that debate with Ben, which got a lot of reaction, whether it was negative, positive, people are now that were on Ben's side are now starting to... I'm getting messages now because obviously that was 7 days in and it was the first week. And now it's 10 days and it's the first third. And there was a tweet someone sent me and I've been pissing myself laughing and it just summed us up. But it said, as Aston Villa are ready to unveil Coutinho and Digne, Spurs reveal brand new mural of Ledley King.
Yeah. I saw.
And it's
really cool. Really cool thing as well.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That's the most... It's not even done by Tottenham. That's the most exciting thing going on in Tottenham. But Ledley King is now on a wall. That's the new thing at Tottenham.
No statues. Because it's also away from the property, as you noticed as well.
You can't.
Grounds, which is,
so face the property, bro.
It doesn't detract from the property value. It doesn't detract from the property value.
It's a great point, Jack. It's a great point.
But a bit about the FA Cup that we just saw yesterday. Brian, Deli Alli we saw being rolled at striker, and I know you and I kind of share a very similar opinion.
I love him. Really. Love him, Jack.
But a lot of people have often said about Deli Alli, he's not played in the right position. Plenty have even gone so far to say as maybe he should play as a backup striker. That's what he actually could do well as. I mean, what did you make maybe of his performance yesterday?
Abysmal. Look, all he did was a flick from a Harry Winks corner.
Yeah,
that's all he did. That's all he did. Listen, I've said it before with him, and I'll add Tanguy into what I'm about to say. When Deli was captain against Mura and Vitesse, or when Tanguy has played in these teams, those two players single-handedly, when the game isn't going our way, should be able to go, do you know what? I'm Tanguy and Ndombele.
Correct.
I'm Deli Alli. This game ain't going how I want it.
Just turn it on.
No, it's not even the case of just turn it on. They should have the ability to go, right, this ain't going how it should do. Now, the ball's not coming to me. I want to go grab the ball. When we had, and I will always go back, what's up, my brother? I will always go back to it. When we had a Paul Gascoigne, and I'll go back to a very, very famous goal that I always play. If people go back and watch the 4-2 defeat against Oxford, 4-2 win against Oxford in the FA Cup, I think it was the 4th round, and Paul Gascoigne had just left my synagogue because it was his agent's son's bar mitzvah, so he was actually at my synagogue that day. But anyway, there was a goal where you hear John Motson commentate, where there was just boring passing going back to front, and Gazza went to the halfway line, got the ball, and just ran through the whole team. Ran through the whole team in like 2 seconds, a couple of passes here and there, and the commentator was like, the crowd were quite bored because the attack wasn't going anywhere, but now Gascoigne's got the ball, it is going somewhere. And by the time he finished that sentence, it was a goal. Now, I'm not putting Ndombele and Deli anywhere near my guru, my legend, my Hall of Famer. It's got to the point where these players grabbed the game by the scruff of the neck and said, right, the game's not coming to me. I'm going to go to the game. I'm world class, or I'm of a level. Now, Tanguy and Ndombele and Deli Alli are most definitely above the level of Morecambe Football Club, with no disrespect.
Yeah, 100%.
They are above the level of Vitesse, Amura, and FC Rennes, Mozatic, and they do nothing. Nothing. Deli Alli, Deli Alli, at least he had the sense to walk off the sideline and not do what Ndombele did.
Was Tanguy's thing for you, was that the most disrespectful thing you've probably seen maybe a player do to the fans, maybe in some time, as well as his own teammates? I mean, let alone the fans disrespecting, but
I think Hossam Ghali did it, obviously, but he threw the shirt at Martin Yole, and that was at Stamford Bridge. Obviously, you got what Judas did, but that was off the pitch. Wasn't exactly on it. I think on the pitch, yeah, it's got to the level of disrespect, and the fact that you had to have Harry Kane give you a nudge. And apparently, from what I've heard, I don't know if you've mentioned it on the show before, apparently I've seen on a few tweets, I can't remember from who or where, but apparently at half-time, a lot of the team ripped into Tanguy going, what the hell was that performance? Like at half-time, saying, listen, what are you doing? And obviously he came out and performed even worse in the second half. Like, obviously, I don't know if that's true. I don't know if anyone else in the chat has seen that, but I saw it. It was earlier this morning, so I can't remember where it was. But there is a fundamental problem with the mentality at this club. The fact that they can't get the job done.
Sorry, mate. Were you at the game? Were you at the game?
No, I was in the studio with Ben.
Could you hear? If you maybe you couldn't say maybe similar sort of thing when you had the noise turned down. But I'm wondering if you maybe heard anything about when Deli Alli walked after being subbed, when he walked around.
Yep.
When it looked on TV like he was getting a round of applause, but I couldn't hear the game. I didn't have any noise, so I didn't know whether he was getting abuse or whether what the reception was. If you heard it, let us know. If anyone else in the comments who was actually
what I can tell you is when we were in the studio, Ben and I didn't have the commentary on. We were just doing the build. But what I have seen on Twitter is I've seen people with all around the ground showing different angles of everything. Now Tanguy blatantly gets booed. Blatantly get booed. As Deli Alli's walking around the south stand, he's clapping and fans are clapping him. So that he was get booed. Do you know what? I think that was just getting it because he's there. He went off the. Listen, if I was there, I wouldn't have been clapping him. I won't sing his name anymore. I won't clap him.
I wouldn't have clapped him. I thought he was useless.
But it's been. You know what? It's the natural. At least he did the decent thing and got off at the closest. Yeah, the whole Premier League or English, the FA made that rule that wherever the nearest touchline is now, you walk off, speed time up to stop this time wasting. That was for the opposition. But when it's your own teammate doing it to you,
I know.
It's true.
She got shoved by the captain or by Harry Kane. Yeah,
it beggars belief. And then, like you said, you had Howard Wolowitz doing a Usain Bolt to catch him up.
Howard Wolowitz
to get off it. Mate, people call it the Beatles. He's Howard Wolowitz. Anyone watching The Big Bang Theory, he is Howard goddamn Wolowitz.
Surprised he doesn't wear a turtleneck as he's doing his the game.
He should do the under.
And have the belt buckle as well. The belt buckle. But yeah, listen, it just goes to show, again, it's a mentality issue with these players. Again, it shows Conte that there's only certain players he can trust. Now, we've heard that with Jose. We had it with Poch. We had it with for a brief time with Nuno, but that was, Nuno, you can't even throw him into the bracket of the other managers we've just said. You've had it with AV. This has been a fundamental problem that has gone in with Tottenham Hotspur whilst this parasite has been there. I was talking on a show just now when people were saying Liverpool were 1-0 down against Shrewsbury and Liverpool had a luck. I was like, yes, but Liverpool play their youngsters, but they are surrounded by winners. Yeah. They are surrounded by people with such a strong mentality that they will not accept it. Look what they did with Leicester in the Carabao Cup last round. Yeah. When they were 3-1 down or 3-0 up, 3-0 down. Winners. And they brought it back to penalties. You reckon Tottenham are doing that with that squad?
No. But Brian, let me quickly ask you about players that are more. We all know how I think everyone feels about the certain players that we need to get out. How we get them out is another issue. But what about some of the players that are on the? Like, I think most people are on the fence on, like someone like Joe Rodon, Tanganga. What would, if you could have your way in January, given what you think is going to happen with? I know how you feel about Daniel Levy. I know you think that it's going to be a zero in
no, I actually think there'll be one. I think there'll be no. I think right. So maybe, yeah. I'll come back to Tanganga and what you just said in a minute. But what I think and what I want are two different things. Yeah. I think we'll get one player in, and it's going to be Traore, but we're going to drown this out until the end of the window when we've got Chelsea, Arsenal, Leicester, and he would be vital. Because the one thing, when I don't think he's the player we need, but one thing, like Ben said, I completely agree with, is one thing he will do as opposed to Everton. When he's running down that wing, he is going to attract players towards him, which is going to free other players near him. So that's one thing ADAMA does. Yeah. Okay. So you got that. So I think he'll get one, and I hope one or two, maybe pre-contract. I don't know who, but hopefully that. What I think we need is 2 or 3 and 1 pre-contract. Okay. But that's me living a pipe dream. So I think the one we'll get done is Traore, but it will drag out for as long as possible.
I agree with you on that. I agree with you. Yeah, 100%.
But then when it comes to Tanganga, Tanganga needs a loan. Tanganga needs to go out on loan as soon as possible. And the reason I say that, I keep saying it, what we seem to do with Tanganga is we haven't identified his position. And whenever there's a hole in defence, we just go, let's put Tanganga there. It's kind of like when you're on Google Maps and you get that Street View guy and you just pop him in the middle of the map. That's what we do. That's what we do with Tanganga. I'm just going to call him Street View from now because that's what you do. David Harris loves his nicknames and stuff, so maybe we can start calling Street View for Tanganga because that's what we do. Oh, the left wing back, Ben Davies is having a rest. Let's just plop him in there. Oh, wait a minute, Sanchez, let's just plop him in there.
It's unfair on him, isn't it? It's unfair on him as a player because he doesn't know what he's doing. You know, he doesn't know what to learn, how to play in various positions. Look, so he's always going to put in a 5 out of 10.
Players that come along like this, like a James Milner. But James Milner started as a midfielder and he was young and fit and played there. And throughout his career, he's learned, and through his pure fitness and brilliant attitude, he's learned to play other positions. You can't say to a youngster, right, I want you to learn all these positions. Off you go. What we need to do with him, I feel, is like we did with Sessegnon. Say, right, you go out on loan, but we see you either as the right centre-back of a 4 or a right centre-back of a 3, and you are only going to a team that will play you in this position.
Right.
Yeah. And only. Not to send him out on loan where you just play him wherever. This is where we want you to play, and we will send you out on loan on the condition this is where you play.
And do you do that now, or do you do that in June when you've got time to buy a centre back?
You do that now, and I think
right now. Look at his 2 performances. Look at his 2 performances. The good thing is we got Romero coming back. You got Davinson Sanchez. Now I've been speaking highly about Sanchez. Yes, aesthetically pleasing, but you can't knock in a back 3. He's a hell of a lot better than he is in a back 4. There's no 2 ways about it. Now listen, he's like Bambi on ice on sometimes, but he gets the job done. Do we need an upgrade on him? Yeah, but we most certainly do. Is he good enough to get us through to the summer and then analyse this properly? Yeah.
I think he is. Yeah. I'm with you. I think he is.
Rodon is, you know what? I don't even know where we go with here because 4 managers haven't. What's Alone going to do? He comes back and the manager still goes, yeah. It seems to be an attitude.
He's also Sanchez's age as well. You know, I mean, some people I'd like to say that he's younger. I think he's like 8 months or something like younger than like Sanchez. Yeah. Like it's not like he's exactly getting old. It's just past the development period. I think for him, like it's not like he's going to really, learn too much. I personally think Rodon, he's a great player. He has a better attitude than most of our players, but I just don't think he has.
On the pitch, yes, Jack, but apparently off the pitch, no, he doesn't.
Interesting. That's actually
apparently he's one of the party boys. He's mouthed off. Apparently he went to Mourinho as well and said, "How are you playing Dyer and Sanchez last season?" When literally, he's got some balls on him, but apparently he's a bit of a party man as well. But again, this is all speculation and behind the scenes. But it would kind of tie into effect why 4 managers have been like, "Well, no,
interesting,
no."
That could be it. That could be
it could be. Like I said, I mean. As I've said, listen, the way I look at it as well, Sean, is I said it today. I think 4 players I've always said, as much as I love Højbjerg, as much as I love him, and he's come into some fair criticism recently, any player that we can get an upgrade on, you do it. I don't care if it's my favourite player. I don't care if it's the 4 players that I think in our squad that are untouchable and you can't beat are Kane, Son, Romero, Lloris. That is the 4 that I don't think you can improve on. Like, you can improve, obviously, but
I like Moura. I don't want Moura. I think Moura's a superstar right now.
Ask everyone I've been going on. I was saying that before the season started, I think Luka Moura will be our player of the season. Yeah. I think he has been a breath of fresh air, and he seems to be one of those guys that seem to play better when he's not rested. Once he has a rest, it seems to take him a couple more games.
Yeah, he's a form
to get back where he is. But when he comes on and keeps playing, he seems to get this body going.
He's in the rhythm of the game.
Exactly. But yeah, we're gonna have to wait and see. I mean, just before I need to go, just talking about tomorrow and obviously the filth on Sunday is isn't it convenient that this parasite is away for it as well? Oh, I know what. Where the game we could lose these games, it will turn toxic. I know what. Our son up in the Bahamas.
He's been away for a long time now, Brian. He's been away now. This will be the 6th game that he's missed. Like, something must. If he's just on holiday, then I'm with you, man. I'm with you.
Mate, I hope it's the next 600 games. Listen, I honestly listen. The Chelsea game. One thing I will guarantee you is I will be there, as well as 62,000 others. I think 57 odd of them will be Spurs fans, and against Arsenal, and we will do our job. We will do our job and spur them on as much as we can, and literally non-stop support them. We just hope that they can give us the respect to put in a performance. Definitely not like the first leg. I'm just very, very concerned that should these be 2 bad results, that stadium's going to turn very quickly. But this time, when it turns, it certainly won't be people saying Conte out.
Nope.
It's going to be Levy in versus Levy out. Yeah. Or a lot more people will be Levy in, out. Yeah.
I'm going to clip that. I'm going to clip that little thing that you just said. Mate, it's going to be my entrance music. Levy in.
Mate, don't do that, mate, because honestly, do not do that. We will have strong words, mate. When I say it will be a total knockout on the first, I mean physically if you do that. But yeah, you know I love you, Sean. And I'm joking.
I know.
But yeah, it could. This is the thing. I think obviously if the ground turns toxic again, it's certainly not going Conte's way. There'll be no hatred or no animosity. So it's going to go either full swing. Okay, enough's enough, Levy, or we're going to have a big problem. And I really don't want that. I really, really, like I said,
I'll be with you, mate. I'll be with you. If Conte leaves, because, like I said to you before, Conte leaves because of, because of him pissing. If Conte is because of broken promises and and Daniel Levy does his usual thing, I'll be with you, mate. I'm all about flexibility in my opinions, and my opinion is will shift accordingly.
One of us is going to be flexing for it, but Brian, I think you have a meeting to get to. We also have to get on to some other people as well.
No worries.
I just want to say, do you want to give your channel maybe that you'll be meeting for, a plug, and maybe where can people find more of you?
Oh, mate, but people can literally just unlift a stone and I'm under there. Just underlift a rock. Just under literally, if something's going on right now, I'm probably there. Because I'm literally whoring myself out like an absolute beast right now. My pimp is very happy with me. That's all I will say. But what I will say, and I said on obviously you can find me on Tottenham Tour, but my final thing will be that I said to Chris on Let's Talk Tottenham just now that if Conte walks in February, and I don't think he will, I said I will be definitely gunning for Levy because I will probably have to tell my wife I'm not coming home till he's gone, and it's going to cost me my marriage. So we'll have to wait and see what happens. I'll be like, Jack's coming over in March. Yeah, I might be staying till March because I've got another soldier coming. Ilana, we might have to move to England for a bit. So yeah, no, I'm only joking. Listen, I'm going to be here for a considerable amount of time still, but he won't walk in February, but I will go. I'll let everyone get on. I just want to say Happy New Year to all the Harris Army. I know we're 10 days in, but I haven't had a chance to speak to everyone. big up everyone. I've got enough respect for everyone, whether you're with me or without me or against me. And yeah, Jack will speak soon. Sean, I'll speak to you very soon. Love to the Harris Army. And as always, Levy out.
Beautiful, Brian.
I'll let you have it this time, mate. I'll let you have it.
Well done. What a departure. Well done, my man. But we have a few super chats I think to get to quickly. Tim Falco, he's put in a super chat here. Not sure what it is, but it might be this one that he's put in a comment down here. He's put in Levy in, Levy in. I mean, Tim, you're welcome to your opinion, my man. You certainly are. I think he's just going for kind of a bit of banter there, but big yourself up, Tim. Also, I will say, class name. I will say Tim Falco. I mean,
I love that name.
Off the tongue. Actually, sounds like an action figure sort of kind of name, to be honest. But big yourself up, Tim. Hopefully, you're keeping well. Really do appreciate the support, and I do like the banter as well, my man. Do really appreciate it. Faz Radfar also saying, never thought Brian would ever say leave you. Everybody's caught him for it. Poor guy. Everybody's caught him for it. But big up Faz as well. And Tim Falco, really big yourself up as well. Do appreciate it, my man. But we are going to keep moving on, everybody. We got plenty of people calling in tonight, and so we are going to keep going through them as quickly as possible. But everybody gets their 15 minutes. Everybody gets plenty of time to be able to give their thoughts. So we are going to keep rolling through them. We are probably going to be on for a good long show tonight. And so we do have Ben Kaufman, and I think it's going to be Angry Kaufman tonight, actually. So, let me know where that's coming from, Ben. Where's the anger?
That ship has sailed, unfortunately. That ship has sailed. I've calmed down after we've had a number of chats.
Oh, we missed it.
Yeah, we missed it. It got a bit feisty. But yeah, last night talking about Tongi and Deli wanted me to bang my head against the wall watching them to perform again and again. I mean, it's just proven us right. It's made me want ADAMA Traore at the club because that's how bad our squad players are. That's how bad because at least if ADAMA Traore comes into club, he's not going to put in a performance like that. And if he's going to try and work hard for the team. So players like Deli, Doherty, I mean, there's Ndombele doesn't even need to be mentioned anymore. It's almost like the Voldemort syndrome. He should not be named. We've got a bunch of players that should not be at the club, and it's sickening. It's sickening for the people that watch Tottenham, the people that tune in, the people that wake up at 4 a.m. like Gagumas and Dark Sanji to watch this football club, for them to put performances like that and act like children. It's disgusting.
Absolutely. And, maybe what are your thoughts? Maybe we just start on, kind of the topic of the evening, Ben. I mean, Tongi and Ndombele is, the way he walked off, we were 1-0 down. I think of what it was, like 65th minute or whatever it was when he was coming off as well. I mean, is that just one of the most disrespectful things you've seen, not only to the fans, but also to his teammates in some time?
It's just, if you're the Morecambe players must think he's a god because he's because he's wasting time for them. I mean, it's you don't do that to your colleagues or your teammates. You don't do that to them. If your back's against the wall, you either pull your finger out and you try and do something about it, or you find someone who's going to do a better job for you in your foxhole. But you can see the entirety of the team, they're done with him. Every single one of them know he's a rat. And it's now plainly obvious that the leader of the team has to physically push him off the pitch just to get him off. I mean, it's a goner for him. I would take a Freddo for him in January. I think people won't even offer a Freddo for him. I might have to take one celebration from.
Funny enough, I mean, even just getting him gone, I think it's impossible to get him gone, kind of just wipe your hands clean. Like Sean has alluded to, you kind of have to go for some sort of loan with option to buy. You got to go for some sort of swap deal. But just getting him off the books in some sort of way, if we actually pull that off, will be in a way like a signing of its own, because you are actually earning back some sense of, wage bill. You do have maybe someone that you could go for, because all the money that he is taking up right now in terms of wages and whatnot is quite substantial. So if we are able to somehow miraculously get him off of our books, that in itself would be actually, to a degree, I guess, a small victory, I must say.
I mean, we do have it in our power that he wants to go as well. So if the club want him to go and he wants to go, I think we can find a solution of how to get him out of the club. It's just finding a club that will take him and his pathetic ass. I mean,
who do you think that would be?
I think an Italian team. I think an Italian team like a Roma or a Juventus maybe, because Jose Mourinho actually liked him, so maybe Mourinho would give him another shot. Mourinho was almost got a tune out of him. Almost, it was like before he got sacked, but he was the only player in the team that run for him. So maybe an Italian team would take him, but so if we can find a team to get rid of him, we just need to take it with both hands, take as little money, subsidise as many of the wages as possible, and just get him off, get him in the shop window, and hopefully his new club will like him, because and if we can't get him out of the club, we need to isolate him. Don't even let him train at Hotspur Way. Make him train outside and let him change outside as well. He cannot get in that building.
Yeah. Changing the car park, Tangy.
Yep, changing the car park. That is how he should be treated, for the way he's treated the people of this football club. Every single person that's involved with the football club that is pulling through this, and he does that to us. So make him train in the car park, make him change in the car park.
Yeah.
I love it. Absolutely love
Enfield
it.
Road
Speaking of
even.
another player, Deli Alli, we saw actually feature at striker for this one, Ben. I mean, what are your thoughts on maybe Deli Alli's also performance?
It's another crap performance. Another terrible performance. You can't stick up for him any longer. We found that we've put him in every single position besides left back on the bench. He needs to go. It's hurting his career. It's hurting the club. He needs to find somewhere else that might be able to find him home, because it's almost damaging to his reputation as the player he was when he came in, and he burst onto the scene as an aggressive young player who had the world ahead of him. But women, money, and cars have got to his head, and it's a real shame. As another a player that should have been brilliant is now in the isolation category, because clearly he's toxic.
I think even someone in the Harris Army group chat, I believe at one stage as well, Ben, caught him actually at the pub, a few days before the game. I guess that was his preparation, for playing as a striker in that new role, which I think just says everything about the guy. He's about to play in an FA Cup match. He's about to be given, this opportunity to maybe potentially shine in that role that a lot of fans want him to play. And yet that's what he's doing in preparation. Just says so much about the player for me.
I mean, if I was on 10% of the wages Deli Alli was on, I'm already more professional than he is at that rate. Imagine you're on that sort of money, you can't even be professional and keep fit, can't alcohol out your system. It's shocking. I mean, again, girls, money, alcohol, it's got to his head. Crayon head. There isn't anything right with Deli Alli at the moment. I can't name a single thing in his career, his personal life that's going for him. It's a disgrace to the player he was, and he's really. If past self is looking at him, if there's a way of doing that, past self should go back in time again and just stop it.
I've even heard his Fortnite ranking also dropped as well. So yeah, you're absolutely right. Everything's not going well for him at the moment. But maybe thoughts on
is that true?
His KD has gone down. But thoughts on maybe potentially, you did mention him before. Adama Traore, maybe not everybody's favorite signing, but I mean, what are your thoughts on him? Are you kind of just disappointed, or are you maybe a bit optimistic about it?
I mean, he's not a footballer. I mean, Conte wants footballers in this team. But if he gets into that team, I think for sure he'll put effort in. And that's what we need at the moment. If he comes in as a squad player, but shows at least a bit of effort, I think we'll be happy if we take a punt on him, as long as he shows effort. I mean, as you guys were alluding to, if he can start playing, he is the best player in his position in the world at what he does, which is frightening the hell out of opposition. He is a terror. I mean, he's destroyed us a few times just with his sheer power and speed. If he can get that and focus that into the right back position, there's a player there. He's just got to work on his technical ability. But
Ben, let me ask you this though: do you worry that we all know that regardless of whether or not he can figure out a cross or a shot, ultimately offensively in a right wing back, when he's got the entire pitch to run into, offensively he's going to offer a lot of problems to a lot of teams. Do you worry whether our back three, our centre backs, are strong enough defensively to have a right wing back that doesn't have any real experience playing a defensive role? The one thing you say about an Emerson is, he might offer very little going forward, but he does offer a lot defensively.
Yeah,
if
two sides of the coin
comes
there.
in, so do you think our defense is strong enough to cope with such an offensive right wing back?
I mean, if he can use his speed to recover like Kyle Walker used to do, because Kyle Walker wasn't brilliant defensively for a few years.
Great point.
Kyle Walker would always make a mistake in a game that would concede a free kick that led to a goal. It's just whether he can use that speed, which is an absolute, it's a godsend for many players, that speed, what it can do. It's
a great point, Ben, that is.
It's occupying players. It's occupying players. And if he can occupy 3 players, it takes 3 players off a Harry Kane, a Sonny, a Lucas Moura, a Winksy. I mean, it's just if he can occupy some space that gets him some room to make a chance. I mean, he can be brilliant at that.
And his pace could. I know he might not know what to do if he does get back in time, but his pace, like you say, Kyle Walker, fantastic point. Kyle Walker's greatest asset defensively wasn't necessarily his ability to tackle, but it was his ability to get back and cover when he was caught out of position. And I think Traore, who knows whether he can defend or tackle, but it's a great point, mate. Kyle Walker's a great comparison. Yeah,
and to a degree, I think even for Emerson as well is a great comparison as well. Just like kind of 2 players, ADAMA and Emerson, who have all the physical attributes, all the kind of athleticism that you would want in a right wing back, but kind of like Kyle Walker at one stage, just weren't exactly the finished product that we needed, in that sort of position. And, hopefully one of them comes good. I will say, actually, if you do have one that's extremely good defensively, but then really poor going forward like Emerson, and then you have one that's probably not very good defensively, but good going forward like maybe ADAMA, it is actually, to a degree, not a bad scenario to be in, where just one offers one thing, the other offers another thing, and they have their deficiencies and weakness. So of course, we would all want that perfect right wing back, but this is Tottenham Hotspur. Not everything's so easy, I guess. For us, we have to make it difficult on ourselves. But maybe Steven Bergwijn is another kind of topic of someone that actually might be leaving the club. Ben, what are your thoughts on maybe Steven Bergwijn? Is he, someone that you'd be happy to see go, or is he someone that you're kind of sad to see go? What are your thoughts on him?
It's another player I put in the party boys category, unfortunately. I was talking to Sean earlier on his show. He came into the club. He looked like a really family-orientated person. He brought his entire family. They were looking at the house. Like, there's a good family unit around him. They're going to push him through this and get him into the game and make sure he's okay and he's not spending his money on stupid things. As soon as they go back to the Netherlands, fast cars, women, going out, partying, this, that, Louis Vuitton, this, Hugo Boss, that, this. It's another player where money has got to his head. And it's shown. I mean, there is a player there. Against West Ham, he was excellent. So I was hoping that, maybe this will be the start of his renaissance under Conte, because he played well in that game. But if Conte doesn't like him, I mean, it's another, just get him gone. Get him gone, get the money in, and see if we can reinvest it. Because again, we're going to start playing a 3-5-2 because that's what suits the squad at the moment. So we need a centre midfielder to play that position.
What's the right money for him, Ben? I think apparently, according to certain reports today, Tottenham have already turned down a £15 million bid for him from Ajax because they're holding out for one from Newcastle. Newcastle are supposedly willing to pay the £22-24 million price tag. Do you is this Daniel Levy hearing a rumour about a potential bid and then turning down, a bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush? Should he have taken the 15 million from Ajax and let him go? Or do you think Conte is saying, no, don't let him go? I actually think there's value. What do you make of that whole, Newcastle potential bid, Ajax actual bid rejected? What do you make of that?
I mean, we have to use Newcastle's potential bid to drive Ajax's price up, because we've got to play both teams, because they're going to go into a bidding war. If Newcastle really want him, they'll pay the 30 million that we want for him, because he's a £30 million player.
I think 30 million, yeah? Okay.
30 million is probably the offer money we want. But if we can get 25, I think we should be happy with that. It's a 5 million loss, but it's saving on wages, which is your usual point. If we can get his wages off the book, it'll work out at about 30 million or so.
Money saved is better than money lost, yeah.
Yeah.
Good question, actually. Good question. Do you have another maybe, good question, actually, there, Sean? I think that was a great question, actually.
Thanks, mate.
Another one for Ben.
Yeah. I mean, it's a real shame because we thought it was going to be a player. But as I was saying to Sean earlier on his show, any player that doesn't score goals that has his own goal celebration is a bit worrying. What goals does he celebrate in FIFA?
Oh, this thing, yeah?
Yeah.
I actually did make that
That's
joke.
it, yeah,
I think
that's
a
the
long,
one, isn't it?
long
Yeah.
time ago. I did make that joke. That's actually kind of pissing me off about him. I was like, you think he scored 5 total goals, yet he has a goal celebration. Like, it's just like, let's just focus maybe more on putting them in the back of the net, maybe before we come up. It seemed like it took a long time for Sonny to come up with a goal celebration, and Sonny scored countless goals for us, right? And it took him a long time to come up with one. Yet Steven Bergwijn has come with his own right away. He's spot on there for them, actually.
Yeah.
Kind of ridiculous.
What is the minimum amount of goals a season that a player should be scoring before he has the right to kind of christen and brand his own? So like Gareth Bale did this, and what is the minimum? Is it 10 goals a season? It's 20 goals.
It's got to be at least 20. Not even Harry Kane has his own goal celebration, and he's scoring 40 per year.
That's his. He does the fist bump. That's all it is for him. Yeah, the jump and the fist bump. I don't think it's actually a certain amount of goals a season. I think you just have to hit a certain, tally, and then you can, do the goal celebration. But honestly, Ben, fantastic answer there. Maybe quickly, what are your thoughts maybe on potentially, Doherty, Lo Celso? Do you feel like they still maybe have a spot in the squad, or do you feel like they need to go as well?
Get them gone. Giovanni Lo Celso has shown nothing as a player. We need to get him out and get another box-to-box midfielder in, because he's clearly not good in that role. He's always injured. And again, it's another one of the not respecting the club. During the whole COVID thing and lockdowns, when we told him not to go to Argentina because it's a red zone country, he went anyway. He didn't respect the club. He didn't respect. How can he get any go back from here? I can see Romero is understandable because he was young into the club. Maybe that relationship has been built up, but someone that's been there for 2 years, like a Giovanni Lo Celso, it should respect the wishes of the club. I think every player should respect the people that are paying your wages.
Yeah.
But Giovanni needs to go. Doherty it was a punt. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to revive his form from Wolves, which is basically a free role. But so we need to get rid of the players that are just not performing and just see if we can reinvest into the squad and find players that will play for the team. Even if they're not as good, as long as they try. Trying is a lot better than doing nothing.
Easier said than done.
Yeah.
It's hard. Yeah. It's going to be hard to get rid of some of these shit. The level of the shit that we have is deep shit. It's dark, the
pile is quite large. The pile is quite large. I'll tell you
Luckily,
that.
with Doherty and Lo Celso, people like them. Like Betis would have him back. Doherty could go back to Wolves quite easily.
Yeah,
it's. I think
Deli Alli could be sold as well. I think Deli Alli's not unsellable. I worry about Ndombele.
That's the only one that's difficult.
I really worry about him. Yeah, I think we could be stuck with him for a long time, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's a sad case. But Ben, fantastic call-in. Maybe any places where people can find more of you, and maybe any final words maybe for the Harris Army as well.
Just to echo the words of Philip Brady. Big up to Mr. Harris for hopefully his missus is doing okay. It's a terrible time, and to lose a grandma, to lose someone so close to you is always a shocking thing. The Harris Army is always behind him, and we're always there to talk him through it. You can find me on Tottenham Tantrum Gold at 11:30 in the morning, every morning, with Mr. Dermot. Hopefully he's doing well as well. Everyone wish Dermot well because he's going for a bit of a rough spell at the moment. He's not feeling too well. So everyone go over there and make sure and give a big up to Dermot because he needs it at the moment. And you can find me at the coffee company, which is in my name, for all your coffee needs. You can find me and we can drink some coffee, talk about some coffee.
Love it.
Nice one, mate.
Absolutely love it, Ben. Well, class call-in as always, Ben. I mean, you've killed it from the moment that you've ever called in for your first time. Smashed it every time. 10 out of 10 yet again. Good to see you, Ben, and we'll be seeing you very, very soon, hopefully. And also probably be seeing you on Tottenham Tantrum Gold as per usual as well. So plenty to see you, Ben. Head on over there to Tottenham Tantrum Gold, everybody. That's where you can find more of Ben. Also, you can always find him over here as well. Absolutely smashed it as per usual, Ben. Good speaking with you.
Cheers,
Thank
Benny.
You, sir. Thank you, Shawnee. See you tomorrow, hopefully.
Yeah, you will do, mate. Take care, buddy. See ya.
Cheerio.
Catch you, Ben. Well done, my man. Everybody, that was Ben Kaufman. We were going to get an angry Kaufman, but it seemed like, a bit too much time had passed. So unfortunately, maybe next time we'll get the angry Kaufman. Maybe we'll get a nice Kaufman. Potentially, a coffeeed angry Kaufman. I mean, there you go, everybody. But we are going to keep moving on because we do still have plenty of people to get through. We're going to bring on Chris for this one. Chris, looking forward to it, my man. Chris, how we keeping, brother?
Good evening. It's been a few weeks, isn't it? Evening, Sean. How you doing? Welcome.
Well, mate. How are you, buddy? Thanks, mate. How are you?
All good. It's been a few weeks since the last been on, isn't it, Jack? Been a little while now.
Yeah, maybe a lot of pent up, kind of analysis. I guess we got to get through here, Chris.
No, let's start with the Morecambe game with Tanguy fat ass.
Yeah, give it to me,
That
Chris.
guy does not belong in a Tottenham shirt, man. After the picture I saw of him running into chicken, that says it all.
Tell us about this chicken shop thing that you were telling us before on the screen, mate. Tell us about this.
Sean, it's on the WhatsApp page, mate. It's on the WhatsApp page. I've already posted it.
Okay. For everyone in the chat who's not on the WhatsApp, explain what happened.
Basically, somebody's done a screenshot of Tanguy fat ass running off to chicken after being substituted, and that's what I think it was. When he was walking slow enough, he might have thought, "Oh, I'll get a snack on the way home." No, he's pathetic. Sean, all jokes aside, he's pathetic, man.
He is, mate. He's an arsehole. What do we do with him, mate? Chris, everyone agrees we need him out of the club. What do we do with this toxic, horrible thing who's on too much money? Is it 100 million quid write-off? What do we do, mate? Chris, if you're in charge, how do you get rid of this arsehole from the club?
Personally, I'll stick him in the canteen with Doris, making teas all day for the players. But that's what I'll do with him personally. But seriously, what can we do with him? We're stuck with him where he is on a 3-year contract and he's getting 200 grand a week to sit on the bench.
3.5 years, yeah. 3.5 years he's got left, yeah.
We can't put him with the under-23s because it's toxic. I would do exactly what Ben said. Just let him train alone. Just have nobody around him. Let him train on his own. No one near him. Just do what they did to Danny Rose. Just expel him from the team.
Yeah.
But Danny Rose was a benefit to the under-23s, wasn't he? Or the under-19s, whichever level he went to coach. After he left to go to Watford, he was saying he'd love to come back and continue coaching that team again.
Yeah.
I can't imagine Tanguy and Ndombele would offer any
kind
of value.
Sean, what I'm saying now, not do what he did to Danny Rose, but put him in the same level they did with Danny Rose to say, right, you ain't going to get in the first team. Just go to the train with the under-19s. Go train with the under-23s because you're not welcome in the first team.
Yeah.
That's what should be done with him.
Yeah.
That performance against Morecambe. He's our highest player in the team.
In that team at the start, yeah, 100%. Yeah.
He's on 200 grand a week bench warming.
Yeah, it's an outrage, mate. It's the biggest. It's probably the biggest.
The highest paid bench warmer in the entire Europe's top 5 leagues. You probably would actually go as hard to say.
There's not many other names of players that have been more of a flop than him. I don't think so.
Everybody said Vincent Janssen was a flop. Everybody said Soldado was a flop. But this guy's 10 times worse than all of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's actually a great point. Actually, he's probably much worse than the Soldado situation. Actually,
the Janssens and all those players that we've had, the Raziaks and all those players from the past were flops. This guy is 100 times worse than all of them.
And none of them cost what he's cost. All of those put together wouldn't cost. Wouldn't touch
exactly.
The sides. Yeah. Yeah.
Then you've got Le Shit Show, another player. Do you know what? I watched it yesterday and I was like, enough. This guy's got to go as well.
Yeah, you're done with him, are you?
Done. He spends more time injured than playing, and when he actually plays, he has an atrocious game. I haven't seen him play well once. I haven't. Him, Deli, Ndombele, those 3 players for me, they need to be sold. They need to be gone. They need to be gone. Enough.
What do you feel like, with Lo Celso, kind of Chris, I feel like there have been so many times this season where I've actually questioned why he, plays the ball on the floor, or when he goes for a finish, he hits it on the floor. He doesn't ever try to lift the ball. Like even, when you think about that match against Morecambe, he actually had a great chance inside the box where all he had to do was just bend it into the top corner to, actually kind of like that Gareth Bale finish from last season. And yet he tried to hit it on the floor through like 3 players' legs for whatever he was going for. I mean, I'm actually convinced, and I think Sean is as well, I don't actually think that the guy can actually hit the ball, above like chest
I don't think he's capable. I don't think he's capable. I really don't think he's capable of bringing the ball off the ground.
Yeah.
But do you think, Chris? Do you think there'll be? I think we all agree it's going to be difficult to find any club that would want Ndombele, especially on a permanent basis. Maybe you can find someone who wants to take him for free on a loan if we take care of 75% of the salary. How difficult do you think it will be to, if you want Lo Celso? I'm not convinced to get rid of Lo Celso myself. I don't think I don't think he's run. I haven't run out of patience with him like I have the others, but it sounds like you have. Where would you get rid of
injuries? He's spent Sean. He spent more time on the injury table than he has actually played for us. He's another version of Signo.
Yeah, but you could say the same about Sessegnon. You could say the same about a few players, right?
But Sessegnon, right? At least yesterday he showed a little what he can actually do.
Yeah, I thought he was great.
And what he did against Liverpool as well.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, injuries have caught up with him. But Lo Celso, even if he's come back from injury, he's still the same.
Yeah.
Still the same.
I hear you, man.
He can't put a ball across in the air. It takes the corner, hits the first man. Takes the free kick, hits the first man. What player have we got there? Come on, man.
Let me ask you this. Do you think some of the negative, and this, I'm just speculating here, I'm thinking out loud. Do you think some of the negative opinions about Lo Celso are because he takes the set pieces so badly? Like in every game, he has 5 or 6 corners and they're all awful. He has free kicks and they're all awful. If he wasn't to do that and you were just to observe him during the game when he's playing around the final third, do you think he'd have the negative feedback? Because I don't think he's as bad during the game as his set pieces are.
Look, you know? Some of the things he can do on the pitch are good. Some of his passes can be exquisite passes where he will actually make the pass and it'll make it look good. But it's his final ball. Every time it's his final ball. It's like he gets lost on the pitch.
Yeah.
I think it was against Leeds last season. Run straight off the pitch. He had the ball to cross it and he just run straight off the pitch.
Yeah, and the Man United thing as well. Sorry,
the Man United as well. Same exactly, Sean. Yeah. But Lo Celso ain't as bad as Ndombele or Deli Alli. Deli Alli, for me, nah, he needs to go. He's another one. Needs to be shown the door. He's had his time. It's not 2016 no more.
Would you sell him to a Premier League club?
Good question.
Deli, quite possibly. Quite possibly. It might spark him back to life, but I doubt it because he's too busy with Fortnite and Boo.
But I can't see him wanting to go to Italy. I can't see him being the type of person that's going to bother to learn a different language. So I feel like if he wants to leave, he would have to. He'd be willing to go somewhere in the Premier League. And I just worry whether or not he goes and does reignites his career for a fraction of the money that he's really potentially worth at some point in the future. You know what I mean? Like I just worry a little. But I'm also happy to get rid of him because I think he's just wanted to hear your thoughts on it.
But Sean, you're right there. I agree with that. But it'll be a case of that Emmanuel Adebayor situation when we signed him from Manchester City on loan. Mm-hmm. He done brilliantly when we signed him. As soon as he signed that contract, he went downhill down quicker than a lead balloon.
Yeah, he was the contract king, wasn't he? He'd always play just when it was time to get a new contract. Suddenly, this genius comes out of the bag again. Yeah.
And this is what I feel what would happen with Deli Alli. We'll send him out on loan, Deli on loan for the season to, say, for example, Newcastle or Villa or Southampton or Leicester, whoever, right? He will do spectacular there.
Yeah.
Then they'll sign. Then he'll do the old Adebayor trick, just go down like a lead balloon.
It's a really interesting idea, mate. I like that. I think you're right. I think you're right. He'd go over there, do a great job, get the contract, and then carry on with his lifestyle.
I've got the 150 grand a week contract now. I could just sit back again.
I think Sean's right as well, though, Chris, where he doesn't strike me as a guy that would make that sacrifice to potentially, go to a new country, have to learn a new language, a new system. Also, think as well, the Fortnite servers probably aren't as good, anywhere else in Europe as well. So it just seems like it's all not really built for him. But, maybe speaking of, Bergwijn, I mean, what are your thoughts on maybe Bergwijn, potentially, going out the door? Are you kind of happy to see the back of him, or you feel like he wasn't given enough of a chance?
Do you know, at the start of it, when he came in, he burst onto the scene. He was actually doing well. Then he got that injury against Burnley, and he was never the same again since. It's like his confidence just got sucked out of him. But I don't know if we should sell him or not. I reckon just give him till the end of the season and see what happens with him. Let's see what he can do. Because I can see today from reports that we rejected an £18 million bid from Ajax for him anyway. It was flatly rejected by Levy and that, saying no, we want more. But I don't see the point selling him, not just yet.
Yeah.
But if they bring Traore in, then we'll have no problem. No choice but to sell him.
Maybe so, to pay for, I guess, most of that Traore. To a degree, actually, you must say, like, the Bergwijn fee would pay for the Traore fee, which I would say is not the worst bit of business. Not the worst, because at the end of the day, Bergwijn has had, to a degree, similar end product to what ADAMA Traore has had. So you do kind of think it is a like for like, in terms of
it's a like for like. But Jack, we don't need that position filled. We still need another centre back. We still need a backup striker. We still need a backup striker, and I'll tell you why. It's coming up to Harry Kane injury season, where he gets injured during the winter. Because every season you'll see January, February, the guaranteed Harry Kane 6-week injury, guaranteed.
Yeah.
And this is where we're lacking. For 4 years now, we haven't had a backup striker.
Yeah.
No,
I hear you, man. I agree with you 100%.
So these are the positions we should be looking at.
What's the priority though? If you have to, I asked, was it Philip I asked, or was it Dave or Brad? Sorry, was it Philip or Brad? I asked if you had. Actually, I think both of them answered. If you had 70 million and you had to pick one, what do you think's more vital that we get support for? Do we get a central defender in, or do we get the striker? Because both. The striker. You think the striker's more important? Okay, yeah.
But saying that, with that 70 million, you could actually buy both players.
Do you think? Do we want to go down this path of getting like 2 okay players? Just to cover positions.
But you got to look at the bigger picture, right? Now, you've got players coming towards the end of their contracts anyway, towards the summer. So their fees are going to be a lot lower than what they are at the start of the transfer window. Because clubs ain't going to want to lose their players on free transfers. So they'll take whatever they can.
15 million now, get it done. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, yeah, but Sean, the problem is, as I said, it's Harry Kane injury season, part of the season where guaranteed the winter time, the injuries will creep up on Harry Kane's ankles.
Yep.
But this is where we do need a backup for him. So the right wing back is not really a priority because you've still got Emerson there who can actually do the job. Okay, his crossing's a bit dire, but at least he can do the job.
Yeah. I think you're right. Actually, I think the strike. I think I'm terrified of if Romero comes back and his injuries flares up, or if God forbid Eric Dyer goes down, or if there's a breath of COVID that goes through the team again, we're fucked. Like we are in a whole world of problems at the set. But the same goes up front as well. I don't we are so bereft of depth across.
Well,
the
we've
team.
got Sonny's out 5-6 weeks now.
Well, hopefully only 3 or 4, but up to 6. Yeah.
They say the last report I saw it was 5 to 6 weeks he was out.
Yeah.
With this hamstring injury that he's suffering now, but see. This is one player we've lost already. Hill still needs more time in the Premiership to adjust. He still needs that time. You've got Bergwijn, who barely gets a sniff at a game.
Yeah.
We're running out of options. Now, if Harry Kane was to get injured, what do we do? This is why I say we need a striker. Prioritise a striker, not a right wing back.
The only argument I'd make to counter is I feel like if Harry Kane did go down injured and while Sonny's out, I feel like the quality of Bergwijn and Mora is probably to replace Kane or whatever. I know they're going to be makeshift set strikers for the time being, but I'd be less worried about them playing striker than I would if Romero and Dyer went down injured to play Tanganga and Rodon in the back.
Yeah,
I feel more confident with our somewhat backups at the front than I would at the back. That's the only thing I'd say. But I agree with you. We're screwed either way if any of that happens. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Either way we look at it, we're screwed. Because if Kane gets injured, we're screwed. Romero comes back, gets his same injury again, we're screwed. Dyer's out. Probably, I think it was because of COVID. That's why he was out.
Mm-hmm.
So at the moment, our squad's pretty thin on the ground.
So thin.
And then you've got
always been thin in every position.
Thinner than my hair, mate. Thinner than my hairline,
In every position.
Sean, why do you think I keep the hat on, Sean?
Same. I sleep in it.
I just have to just go like that and stay back down.
Yeah, it's
You
just
know
for
what I mean?
raising the cap. It's just for raising the cap, Chris. That's
Yeah,
all it is. But
that's all
just
it is.
quickly, Faz Radfart just saying, I'd love to hear Sean's laugh after we beat Chelsea. Sean will be here for hopefully that delirious, kind of celebration. Hopefully he'll be laughing a storm for it, Faz.
If we beat Chelsea,
I'll
if we beat Chelsea, it'll be a bloody miracle. And do you know what? I'm keeping everything for cross. I ain't holding much hope, if I'm honest. I'm more concerned about the scum on Sunday.
I agree. Chris.
After
I don't want to have the double against them.
After that shit show they put on the Emirates, yeah, Jackie, you remember my rant when I kicked off about that at the Emirates. I don't want to see a repeat performance of that performance they did at the Emirates. Never again. If they do that on Sunday, it will be Mega Rant Part 2.
Well, Chris, I think if I remember that rant correctly, I mean, it wasn't even just a rant. It was like, just physical pain that it just felt like, as well. Like it actually caused us pain, that sort of performance.
They destroyed all every single support. You're supposed to must have felt it's the exact pain. And the players just walk around like, we don't care.
Yeah,
I don't want to see that.
In the back.
See, I'd rather see us, if we lose to Chelsea on Wednesday, big deal. Okay, we get over it. But the scum on Sunday is the most important game. We need to win that game. We need to put our name back on that badge.
Yeah, completely agree, Chris. But Faz Radfart, just want to say, hopefully you'll be hearing that delirious laugh on Wednesday. But big yourself up, my man. Big yourself up. Chris, though, I completely agree. Like, I'm actually quite nervous about the Sunday game. I'll admit, a little while ago wasn't, so much. But just considering our current form, and everything, and just feels like, I don't know. They just better show up, Chris. They better show up.
That's why if we put a weakened team out against Chelsea, I'm not too bothered. Because after that first leg, that disaster class they put on again, right? Yeah. We accepted that, yeah. But if they do the same against Chelsea on Wednesday, no big deal for me. I don't really care. If we lose the game, we lose it. We've already gone 2-0 down into them. Let's not make it any worse. Let's go for Sunday. Let's go for that North London derby. That's more important.
I agree. Yeah, I really do agree. And maybe it's certain sacrifices that we have to make. But Sean, do you have any final questions maybe for Chris?
Come on, Sean, give me your worst.
Okay, well, I've got one question for you. If we are 1-0 up against Chelsea in the Cup on Wednesday, and we've got the Arsenal game on Sunday, right?
Mm-hmm.
Should there be any tactical decisions? If we I don't know what would happen if it goes 2-2. If we win 2-0 in the game, does it go to extra time, Jack or Chris? I don't know if you know the answer to that. Would it go to extra time?
I think it goes straight to penalties.
Okay, but would you make any tactical decisions that are protecting players if we're trying to stay in the game on Wednesday? Would you want Conte, because you're saying that you're prioritizing Sunday against Arsenal? Would you want Conte to make any kind of tactical decisions that obviously harms our chances against Chelsea if it means that it protects some of the players for Sunday?
If it's all gone tits up on the first half, right, against Chelsea, and it's gone disastrously wrong, right, and we're losing 1-0 or whatever, or 2-0, whatever it is, I would say just take the first team players off, let the reserves take over, and whatever happens, happens. But should it be the other way around and we're 2-0 up, then we'd be looking a bit like, we need to keep this solid. We might have a chance if we take this to penalties.
See, I think Chelsea's more important. I know it's a tough game, but what are we playing football for unless it's to try and win trophies, right? So for me, I feel like we have to go for it, and it takes the. I know that Arsenal, but it is only 3 points. I know it's Arsenal, and it means more than any other game, but it is only 3 points. At the end of the day, you could lose to Arsenal, but in both games of the season and still win the league. It's in the grand scheme of things. If we're trying to finish top 4, we don't have to be Arsenal for that to happen. It would be great, but I feel like to me, Chelsea is more important if we can. Yeah. I don't know how you feel about that.
Yeah, but Chelsea at the same time, right? If we had managed to scrape even lose 2-1 against them, we had scored a goal at Stamford Bridge, I'd say we have more than half a chance to take it out the lane. Unless we do what we did when we won it back in 2008 or 2001 when we beat them 5-2 at White Hart Lane. We give them a good fun thumping.
Yeah.
Unless we do that again.
Don't see it happening,
Just,
though, yeah.
I don't see it happening.
Yeah, they're very tough. I get you. I hear you, mate. I do hear you. I just think that if Tottenham fans turn up on Wednesday and saw us put out even half-baked team at any point in I think that the atmosphere would turn pretty toxic. To feel like we're giving up on a tie, I feel like would be pretty defeated.
Do you know what? I don't think we're all giving up on the tie. Look, don't get me wrong. I would love to see us win that game, and I can piss all the Chelsea supporters off and give them some stick. But realistically, do I really think we'll beat them? I'm not so sure. Not with the team we've got at the moment.
I hear you. I hear you.
I ain't got the confidence in the team to do it. Because when we've got players like Deli, Tanga, and all these lazy players in the squad, what chance have we actually got, realistically speaking?
Yeah, well, I don't think you're going to see Tangy. Well, fuck, if you see Tangy playing on Wednesday, I'll be very, very, very surprised if he puts on the shirt.
Then you still got the lads of Deli still to come on if there's an opportunity for him. But you've got no Son, so who are we going to play there? We're going to play Gil. We're going to play Lo Celso. Or is it
I think Brian. I'd like to see. I think Brian Hill's done enough to warrant a start. To be honest, I think he's been pretty. I think
he's a shining light in a pile of shit. I'll tell you that so far. Like,
basically.
But it remains to be seen, Chris. You know, it's going to be it's definitely going to be a tough night. But I think it's going to be. I think we still got to go for it, mate. Otherwise, what's the point of playing football?
For sure, don't worry. I'll be on just to hear your scream if we do win this tie. Don't worry. I'll be online just for it.
I look forward to it, buddy. I'll see you then.
All right. Love it. Absolutely love it. Chris, class call as always, my man. Well done as per usual. Absolute go to the Harris Army.
Right. David Harris, I wish all your misses the best and everything. My deepest condolences for your grandmother, for her grandmother as well. Hope everything goes well for him.
Cheers, Chris.
And come on, you Spurs on Wednesday for a miracle.
Come on,
going for the miracle. Absolutely love it, Chris. Class as always, my man. Good to see you, Chris. Absolute class. He's always smashing it, Chris is. But everybody, if you can follow maybe in the footsteps here of Tim Falco here. He's thrown in an absolute big one. Tim Falco, really do appreciate it, my
Monster.
man. Really do, actually. It's a huge one. He says, rather support this channel than buy an overpriced Spurs shirt. Great job, boys. Tim, just want to say, I really do appreciate it, my man. It's actually too kind of you, considering the price of the super chat. Way too kind, but also as well, just appreciate the love, appreciate the good vibes that you're sending, appreciate the recognition of, sometimes, the hard work that goes into it. Just really do appreciate you, my man. Also, like I will say, Tim, have a class name. I will say Tim Falco. I mean, you sound like a superhero. Sounds like a superhero kind of name, my man. But just want to say, bottom of my heart, and as well as David, as well as Sean's, just want to say, really do appreciate it. Really do appreciate the recognition and appreciate the support. And also, I will say,
it's a monster, Tim. Well done, mate. Thank you so much.
If you have a bit of spare money around, I would say don't spend it on the Spurs Club Shop. Maybe go to eBay or whatever, you can find a bit of those retro kits, because that's what I will be doing, my man. I'll probably be taking a look more at the retro kits nowadays to, maybe take a peek at, because I will say, I think that's where maybe the better money could be spent, because you're probably actually at the end of the day, buying it from a fellow Spurs fan when you do think about it, actually getting a retro kit. So that's what I would do, my man. Personally, don't get it from Levy's Club Shop. Don't help out Levy any further, my man. But Tim, just want to say, really do appreciate it. You've been absolute class in the chat as well, Tim. You've been saying some very funny things in the chat. Do really appreciate you, coming in and just, being joined by the Harris Army and just spreading absolute vibes, my man. So just want to say, big yourself up, brother. Really do appreciate it. But we are going to keep moving on, everybody. We're going to go on to Ellie now. Ellie Hoiberg, as she's now called. I think she said she no longer wants to be called Ellie Ndombele. She can't be associated with Ndombele any longer. But Ellie, it's good to see you. How we keeping?
True, man. Oh my God, he's damaged my reputation. Oh my God, what has he done to me? Come on, now I have to go with Højbjerg because he's my favourite anyway. So there you go.
I would, Ellie, would you have put yourself in Tanguy's boots, which actually are quite slow-moving boots, considering, it took him a while to get off the pitch. I mean, coming as a Spurs lady yourself, who's actually played for the club.
Yeah.
Do you feel like that was one of the most disrespectful things you've seen a player do in some time?
It's disgusting what he did. And also, what Chris said, he flew quickly to that chicken shop, though. He probably went to the chicken shop where I went to. for the Leeds
Good one.
game, because there's like a Jamaican chicken shop there which does jerk chicken. That's where he probably went. I would
sounds delicious.
imagine. It is lovely. It is lovely there. I don't blame him for going there, but I mean, he should be.
Yeah.
He should be eating
It was really
salads,
nice
shouldn't he?
chicken.
He should be eating salads, shouldn't he, Sean?
Yeah,
He should
yeah.
be earning it, Ellie. He should be earning it, I will say, because you only get yourself that deliciousness when you played a good game. You know, it's kind of the age-old
know.
lesson. Yeah.
I
Funny,
know.
funny.
He's the right one, isn't he? Bloody hell. What is wrong with him? He's getting 200k a week plus.
Tell you what, Ellie, I don't want to come across like I don't want to say it too overtly, but there is a little bit of a history of players in the UK that have come from the French league that happen to come from African descent, that have gone through that path, that have it's a weird thing. I remember Yaya Toure, who's now a coach at Tottenham. But when he was at Man City, he was getting paid 180 grand a week. Back when 180 grand a week made you one of the highest paid players in the world, and he was furious. He went on like a personal sabbatical for a couple of weeks because they didn't buy him a birthday cake. And I was like, what? Like, mate, you could buy all the birthday cake in the world. You could buy all the cake in the world if that's what you want. Get on with your game, man. There's some of these people that they're just unhappy. You know, they're just money's not enough. You know,
most people don't earn that in their lifetime, yet alone a week.
Yeah,
and they can't even be bothered to turn up for a match. And he's storming down the pitch, sulking because he's getting booed. He got rightly booed because he played crap. He played absolute crap. I didn't go to the game because I just recovering from COVID, but you know.
Really?
Yeah, I had a bad spell of COVID, but I'm over it now, so that's one good thing.
That's awesome.
I mean, when I pulled on the shirt, I played for the badge. I'm like Højbjerg. I wasn't the greatest footballer, but I was a very good footballer. Like Højbjerg is a very good footballer. He gets all the stick. And then there's players like Ndombele and Deli. I see Deli, right? He was warming up for the Man United game, and all the fans are clapping him. And I'm thinking, why are they clapping him? He hasn't done nothing for us for 3 years. You know, and I know fans have their favourites, but come on, if you're not performing, surely you should be not clapping for that type of player. You know, you clap for players like Højbjerg, like Skip, like even like Winksy. He's come back and he's shown the right attitude now. You know, and he's doing the right things. We know he had the talent, the boy, but he just wasn't performing. He was just passing sideways and backwards. That's why he got that easy. What was it? Easy pass they were calling him, Jack?
Yeah.
But now he's scoring from like that goal he scored against Morecambe. Even though he didn't mean it, I don't think he did mean it. It was still like something that he's never tried before, apart from that long one that he did, which was a fluke. But, you know, he's doing some really good passes as well, you know, and I think Conte's got a lot to do with that.
I think so, too. It's actually quite funny that we've seen all of a sudden, you know, like the Harry Winks that supposedly was in there. I mean, I've never seen it, you know, on a consistent basis, Ellie, but apparently we're seeing kind of the best of Harry Winks right now, which I will say I'm quite impressed by.
And I remember you saying, Jack, that you wanted to identify with a player that's a similar age to you when I did my Spurs story, because I was talking about Hoddle and Ardiles, and they were in my sort of age group. And you were saying that you want to identify with a player. Maybe Winks will be that player for you, you know, because he's a similar age to you, isn't he? So I hope he does come, because he's showing signs of being a very, very good player now, you know, and I think he can step up. He just needs to be given more of a chance, because he keeps on getting into the team, then getting dropped, then getting into the team and getting dropped again, you know, so he's getting mixed messages from Conte, isn't he?
Yeah, he is getting mixed messages. I completely agree. What are your thoughts on maybe Deli Alli playing as, you know, striker, you know, the other day? You know, I don't feel like he cut it as potentially, you know, being that backup striker for Harry Kane.
No, he can't. He can be a number 10, He can if he can get back to what he was 3 years ago, but I don't think he's got it in him. He hasn't got that drive. You can see when he comes onto the pitch, he's more concerned with how his hair's looking, than putting in a performance, And his attitude on the pitch, he's not. He does try, but he hasn't got that mentality and the attitude to actually perform like he did before. Like 3 seasons ago,
Yeah.
And he's not scoring. When was the last time he scored? I can't remember the last time he scored. Can you?
To believe
It's
it,
very
I mean, he should have scored against Liverpool when you think about it. But
Yeah,
I
he
scored-
believe
scored
it was
one
that
in the,
penalty. Might have been that penalty that he scored, for Watford or whatever it was.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
But he's not scoring, so why would we play him as a striker? Mora's been scoring. If anybody's going to take the role of striker, it would be Mora.
I think he'll fit in well. We were talking earlier with one of the guests about the little and large. I think that was Brad Matthews as well. The old school system of little and large strikers. The only problem, obviously, Mora can play the little, but I don't know if Harry Kane can play the large. He's not.
No.
He's good in the air and he's very strong and he's very clever and intelligent with how he holds up the ball. But if it's not the same as like the Emil Heskey, Michael Owen partnership where.
No.
Emil Heskey's job was just to flick the ball on. I don't think Harry Kane, can take the kind of large role in the little and large thing quite the same. But I think Lucas Moura is playing so fantastically well at the moment, and I don't think it matters where you put him. I think his attitude is so good that he'll adapt and he'll do his best. And I look to him more often than anybody else now to make something happen, especially when teams are sitting back. How do you think the best way, Ellie, to break down? Sorry to change tack a little bit, but I've been meaning to ask a few people this and I've forgotten. So I'll ask you, how do you, because I think that one of the biggest problems for Tottenham at the moment is, Jack's gone.
My camera just went out, but I can still hear you guys.
Oh,
Sorry.
okay. I think that one of the biggest problems that Tottenham have at the moment is trying to break down teams that sit back, right? Like Southampton seem to have written the book on how to play against Tottenham. And I don't think Adama Traore is going to solve that problem. So I'm wondering what you think. What is the solution? How do we break teams back? How do we break teams down that are going to constantly just sit back and absorb us, like Morecambe did, like Southampton did, like Watford have done? What do you think the best way to solve that problem is?
I think you hit it on the nail when you said Gill should be given a chance, because if you see when he came on against Chelsea, he actually roasted their back four. For quite a number of attacks that he did, he was getting forward, he was creating panic amongst them. And when he did that run where he beat 3 players and then he crossed it, it was fabulous. I think him and Mora, they've got the attributes to open up defences anyway. So we need another one. So Mora on the right, Hill on the left.
Of the three at the top, so you'd have Kane in the middle, and
then Harry Kane. I think he should be like a number 10 rather than a number 9.
A little bit further back. Yeah, interesting.
I like.
Oh,
Nope.
Lost you, Ellie.
We'll see if she comes back. But honestly, Sean, I will say it is a great question. Maybe personally, if I were to. Potentially, I like that question you've been asking about, where would you actually spend that 70 million? I'm still kind of on midfielder personally. For me, I still feel
you go midfielder. Oh, wow. Okay.
I still would go central midfielder. I feel like having it as, Ellie, it sounds like she might be back.
Ellie, you back with us? You had her back for a moment. You had me, then you lost.
Felt like we had her back for a moment there. Ellie, I'm just going to keep for a few more seconds here, but if you do come back, Ellie, just pop back in here. But I think we're going to have to keep moving on. Unfortunately, we're just going to have to keep the show moving, but I'm just going to wait a few more seconds, Ellie. But we got a new version of Ellie coming in, so it looks like we do actually have her back. Ellie, stay where you are. Just, back where you were with Sean's question.
I was saying like Hill on the left, Mora. More to the middle rather than to the right, and then Adama coming down the right. Because I think Adama would be fantastic at that right wing back position.
Yeah.
Because we haven't got anybody who can take the ball up, confidently to beat players on that side. They always check in and pass it to either Mora or Højbjerg, right?
Mm-hmm.
You see, we need somebody who can take on players, beat them, get down the line and cross. So what I reckon they'll work on Traore to get his passing and his final ball to the level that we need. Because we've got no one who's doing it. They're always hitting that first man. Yeah. And it's so annoying. It's very annoying. It's like everybody's waiting for the ball to come in and it's not delivered properly.
So let me ask this, Ellie, just so I understand the strategy you're talking about. So in a formation where you'd have ADAMA on the right, let's say Reguilon on the left and 3 centre-backs. Yeah. And then you're saying you'd like to have Hill on the left and Mora on the right. You'd like to have Kane, but it would be like a 3-5-2, but with Kane dropping a little bit deeper. So you'd actually like to have Hill and Mora as almost like wing forwards.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And I think that'll work perfect because Hill's got a pass on him.
He's got a good pass on him, yeah.
And you think you'll have Reguilon just behind him as well, supporting him.
Yep.
And then what Conte likes is having Davis, Dyer, and you'll have ADAMA as a right wing back, won't you? So you'd have to have somebody behind ADAMA as well, either Emerson Royal, because Emerson can get up, but I think it would be too much. Maybe have Tanganga there.
You'd have Romero.
Romero
would be. Hopefully, Romero is going to be back soon.
Romero,
hopefully,
back. Yeah. And then who we're going to play as right back?
Well, at the moment, it would be Emerson Royale, I guess. Yeah. But then if we sign ADAMA, it would be him that takes the spot. If you're playing against a team where you want to go out and out attack, but against certain teams, you'd need to have a bit more of a reserved, I guess, conservative approach that maybe ADAMA comes off the bench and you put Emerson Royale in, I guess. Yeah, it's nice to have the option, though.
Cover that right position anyway. And he's very athletic, so he can cover a lot of the ground.
Yeah.
And Dyer's been solid this season, even though I don't like the player. He has been solid, so I can't criticise him because he has been performing. I mean,
you know what, Ellie? It's not only has he been performing, but when his absence against Chelsea, his absence was like deafening. It was so felt, wasn't it? And it's weird. How can you believe like a year ago we'd be saying we can't lose Eric Dyer, but it was really felt when he wasn't there.
Yeah, you're right there. I agree with you. So we do need Dyer because he's experienced as well, and he's been playing very, very well this season. So you can't criticise him. His Moon Boots nickname is gone now.
I think it's now
Killer Boots. His new nickname.
No.
If anything, he seems to take too long on the ball now.
It's legendary.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, thanks so much, Ellie. I appreciate it.
Ellie, what's kind of funny actually about Eric Dyer as well is actually his attitude is actually what a lot of people in the, a lot of managers seem to respect, his mentality, his attitude. You even saw as well, there's that kind of screenshot someone took of him absolutely glaring down Tanguy, for doing what he did and walking off. So he does kind of have, as much as sometimes he has kind of hurt us, Eric Dyer, he does have maybe the right attitude that we're looking for.
Yeah, he does. And I'm glad he's playing against Chelsea on Wednesday because I think did he have COVID or something?
I think he has COVID, but he was on the bench, which I think is a good sign that, he has recovered.
He'll be back. He will definitely be back for Wednesday. And if we get an early goal in that game, it's going to be very, very interesting.
Would you take 0-0 right now? Sorry, Ellie. Sorry. So what was the question? Would you take 0-0 at half time or?
I'd like to be 1 or 2-0 up actually.
Yeah.
Because 1-0 up because it will create really a good second half, won't it? And if we get that second goal, because Chelsea, they are beatable. We've beaten them at White Hart Lane quite a few times. All right, they've beaten us as well, but we've beaten them quite comprehensively.
Totally different game at White Hart Lane. Yeah.
Well, let's try Chris Wood. Yeah.
I'm just a big Chris Wood fan. That's all it is. I'm just a big Chris Wood fan.
Yeah, he's all right. Because we missed out on Ings. He's gone to Aston Villa. I was watching the Man United game earlier, and they were very lucky to win again. You know,
Really?
so
Yeah.
because Aston Villa were putting them under a lot of pressure.
Mhm.
Anyway, getting back to Spurs, I think 1-0 at half time. I'd like
That'd be
it
so
to be,
good, wouldn't it?
to be
I'd be
so
up for that.
poised and it'd be
Yeah.
exciting second half.
Yeah,
You know, and I think we can beat them. You know, we can do it. We just got to make sure that we press them more and we don't let them have because we at their ground we let them play.
We
We
did.
weren't pressing them at all.
So deep, weren't we? We sat so deep
Yeah.
from the word go.
Yeah.
It was awful.
Yeah,
Awful.
and they just punished us.
Yeah.
I mean, we scored both goals, didn't we? So we're already 2-0 up.
one more goal and we'd have got the match ball to take home.
I know. Look, if we do the same what we do against Ajax, and we go out with the right attitude,
Exactly, Ellie. That's
you
it.
know, we can do it. We can
do it.
I hope
We can
so.
do it. It's going to be tough,
Yeah.
but we can do
It's
it.
going to be tough, and I hope we get Arsenal in the final rather than Liverpool.
That'd be so good, wouldn't it? It'd be so
It'd be
good.
fantastic. I'd love. I'd be cheering on Arsenal to win that game because I'd love to beat them in a final.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
that would be the ultimate, wouldn't it?
That'll be a game for the ages for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. So
Speaking of the scum, Ellie, maybe last question.
yeah,
Like, how important is this upcoming match, Sunday,
Mm.
considering, the last time, we came up
Yeah.
against them, it was one of the most embarrassing kind of,
know.
heart-wrenching sort of, kind of defeats that we've had.
yeah, we've got to get our pride back, haven't we? And got to make our supporters proud of our club again. And this is a 6-pointer, really, because we're 2 games behind them. I think we're 3 points behind them or 2. I can't remember. Do you know? Because I've had COVID, I haven't kept up with the league table, but I know we're not far behind them, and we've got 2 games in hand, haven't we?
Yeah,
So
that's
if we
right.
win this one, I think we go above them or do we go?
No, I think if we beat them, we'll still stay 2 games behind, but I think we'll then be 1 point behind them.
1
because
point,
obviously,
we'll be 4 points behind them then.
you know what? Let me just get it up quickly. Just give me 2
I got it
seconds.
right now. I'll
Yeah,
take a look
because-
at it.
Yeah.
Right now, we're
should be
2 points
keeping up with
behind. Right now, we're 2 points behind, and the
Yeah,
next
that's what I
upcoming
thought,
Premier
2
League match,
points,
we would
yeah.
actually go a point ahead
We'll
with
go
an
a point
extra,
ahead
with
then.
2 games in hand still.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's vital that we win this game.
It's
you
vital
know.
that we don't lose. Would you take a draw against them right now,
I'll
Ellie?
take a draw, but obviously to win would be better, obviously. So
Yeah.
I would take a draw, but I would like to win because they beat us comprehensively. I want
smashed
to
us, didn't they?
win, and I want to win in style as
Yes,
well.
Ellie.
I don't, you know what I mean? You want to win in style, like when we
Smash
beat them.
them.
Yeah, because we've had some great results at White Hart Lane against them.
Yeah.
And the last game we played them, they actually played better than us, but we got the 2-0 win.
That's
'Cause I
right.
think Sonny and
That's
Kane
right.
scored, didn't they?
Yeah, early, yeah.
And the year before, we beat them 2-1 at our ground.
Yeah.
So let's see. We haven't got a Rabona from maybe Lo Celso will do a Rabona.
Moonboot.
this time.
Maybe Moonboot.
If he
He
gets
would
a
be the
game.
next one. He would be the next one. That's a great
Because
shout
I've
out.
heard a lot of fans criticising Lo Celso, but he has got skill, the player, but he's a bit like Ndombele. He's a bit lazy sometimes. He doesn't get in the action.
Yeah.
He should take because he's got the skill and he's got the fitness as well now. Because I mean, he's not injured at the moment, so you should be thinking that he has got the drive and the fitness to get forward, get us a goal as well, because he can score. I mean, he hasn't scored
think
that
a lot
many
of-
goals, but he can score because he's got
Yeah.
a good shot on him as well.
I think a lot of fans will give him an easier time if they just observe him playing the game rather than taking set pieces. Like I think his set pieces kind of cloud because his set pieces are so bad. I don't know why he takes them. If he stops taking them, then the only things people can focus on in what he does during open play.
Yeah.
And I don't think he's that bad in open play, but his set pieces are
very
just
good in open
atrocious.
play. He's got skill, the player, but he's just you're right. Just take him off the set pieces like we took Dyer off the free kicks.
Yeah.
Ellie, I actually think Eric Dyer is our best free kick taker. Maybe it's a tough shout, but I think he's the only guy that can get it over the wall.
Winks and Sonny.
Wow.
Yeah, Kane's not very good at set pieces, is he?
No one can get it over the wall. No one can get it over the wall. Eric Dyer is the only one that can get it over the wall. And speaking of which, actually, the one goal that we have scored from a free kick, was from Eric Dyer, hitting the bar.
Yeah.
And then,
Maybe
I
we should
think it was
get
Region
Ericsson
who
back.
tapped it in.
We get Ericsson back on the free kicks only. Just bring him on. Every time we get a free kick, just bring him on.
Yeah, absolutely. Well,
Yeah.
Ellie, it was a pleasure to speak with you as
Brilliant.
always. Brilliant
Lads,
call as always as well.
Lovely being on again.
Yeah,
Cheers,
it's good
Ellie.
to have you. I'm glad that you've recovered,
care.
from COVID. Very, very sorry that happened. But it's good to see you and fighting spirit again. It's good to see your smiling face as well. Always a pleasure, Ellie.
Big up to David Harrison. Hope your missus gets better and her grandmother and is it his grandmother or her grandmother?
I think it's Emily's, his missus's grandmother, yeah.
God bless to him.
I think they were really close as well. So
yeah.
It's very tough.
Okay. Big up, David. You look after yourself.
Appreciate that, Ellie.
Stay strong.
I'll let him know.
See you,
Very
lads.
nice of you.
Cheers, Ellie.
Good
Come
to
on,
see you,
Spurs.
Ellie.
Come on, you Spurs.
Hopefully we'll see you next Monday, Ellie. Looking forward to catching up with you a bit more. And as always, Ellie, complete pleasure. And
Thanks, Thanks, Sean.
Brilliant.
Cheers, Ellie. Love to speak to you personally. Cheers.
Bye-bye.
Well done, Ellie.
Bye.
Good to have you. Bye.
Bye.
As always, class act from Ellie. She's honestly just, I will say the time sometimes really does fly with her when she's speaking. She does have a lot of great opinions that I actually haven't heard for some time because we, been kind of missing Ellie. So class job as always from her. Tim Falco with another big one. Really do appreciate it, Tim. You're absolutely on fire tonight. Saying agree, definite defensive mid Kessié to compete for Højbjerg and give him a rest when he needs it. Right wing back ADAMA, Bolt, Traore to free up our other attacking players and play Kane as a 10 would improve our pressing at the top of the pitch. That's actually kind of an interesting shout. I think I would first talk about with the Kessié thing. I'm completely in agreement with you, Tim, because I feel like sometimes I know basically we need improvement everywhere and we need world-class sort of improvement everywhere all over the pitch. I just feel like where we really are missing solid players and solid competition is in the central midfield sort of positions. And the one player which we really do seem to lack is that ball kind of carrying midfielder, that Moussa Dembele kind of like figure that can, just dribble it past a few players, kind of, open things up to a degree what Tanguy Ndombele was supposed to come in and do. I feel like that's what we need. We need a replacement for that because you always need some sort of player like that who doesn't need to just, kind of sideways pass around a defense, someone that can just take on a man and kind of open things up that way. To a degree, also kind of a press breaker, you might say as well, and so Kessié, I think, could be that player. I think there are plenty of other players in world football that could be that player. And that's why personally, if it were me, Tim, if I were to spend the big bucks, it would actually still be in a central midfield sort of position. I could see an argument for every other spot. Maybe people want to make an argument. I understand, maybe where they're coming from. But for me personally, Tim, kind of with you, I want someone like a Kessié or a Brozovic, or personally for me, a Guimaraes. But the right wing back, ADAMA Bolt to free up, some space. Maybe this is something that, we haven't considered yet. Sean, do you feel like what ADAMA could do is that he could draw away a lot of attention? Like I think Brad Matthews even said, he would kind of, to a degree, a lot of people would start focusing on ADAMA with all that space that he could get, especially because Sean, at one stage, we're thinking Emerson, he has all that space to work with and he does nothing with it. Maybe if ADAMA were in those sort of spaces, we might see something different. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I just, with Emerson, it was always a case of the frustrations that I've always said to you, Jack, is that it's okay when he's running onto the ball. He was okay crossing the ball, but when there was a defender taking on a man, and increasingly teams are just sitting back, and so he doesn't know what to do. Whereas I think Adama's first instinct is to know exactly what to do, and that's just to hit and run. Like, he dribble past it and move on, right? So I think that, first of all, I think he's definitely going to draw attention, and that's going to leave spots open in the midfield. And the one thing that Tottenham don't get is a lot of space. So, or at least in the centre. So if Adama can pull out two players, then someone can fill into that gap. So I totally take Tim's point. I think Falco's going to be. I think Adama's going to be a wonderful weapon. I think he's going to be a great option, a great tool. He doesn't have to play every game. I just think he's going to offer something different. And I think teams that now know how to set up against Tottenham, if we can get him in and get him in quick, those teams are now going to have to go, we don't know how to play against a Tottenham with Adama in it. So there's They're going to have to
Good point.
reassess and figure something else out, because a lot of teams now are following the Southampton model of just sitting back and it's working for them. We're struggling, right? So
I agree.
but they haven't figured out a Tottenham with Adama in it. What I would say about Adama, though, is that sometimes I do worry that some of the reasons why his crosses or his distribution is poor is, I don't like at Wolves. I don't know how many times the Wolves players can keep up with him. You know, when he runs so far, like if the entire team, if the entire game is down in the Wolves box or around the Wolves box, and he gets the ball and runs, part of the reason why he doesn't have successful assists is because he's not dribbling with the ball, he's kicking the ball and then sprinting, right? Yeah. And if he's going down into gap, there's no one can keep up with him. Usain Bolt would struggle to keep up with him. So sometimes when he looks across the ball, there's just nobody there. And I worry whether or not, I don't think Harry Kane will be able to keep up. Which is why he
overhits them or underhits them. You know, I completely agree. Good point.
It's not necessarily as easy to just play the logical pass. But I think what will work really well with us is if you have Sonny on the left. Sonny's probably the second, or Sonny's definitely in the top 5 or 6 fastest players in the league. If Adama's number 1, Mura's not that, Lucas isn't that far behind. I think if he breaks with the ball, we're going to have people that can keep up. So I think it's going to be an option, kind of like in NFL, like a special teams play. You know, it's going to offer something different, and I'm excited by it. I'm if it's 20 million or 22 million, don't, for God's sake, Daniel Levy, find a reason to not pay this one. Just let us have it. I think it'll be fun. I think it will be exciting. I think that we'll always have a chance with Adama on the bench or Adama in the team. We'll always have an option. And I think it will be, like I say, interesting to see how teams can, teams will have to figure us out again, which will be interesting.
Another good point, maybe a great point, Sean, and another maybe optimistic kind of thing I would say about Adama Traore is, if the rumors are true that we are selling Steven Bergwijn and the price that we're kind of willing to accept is around that 20 million mark, like for like sort of kind of replacement there, because to a degree, a lot of fans have, and you didn't hear it on this channel, but a lot of fans were saying, you know, Steven Bergwijn's actually better as a right wing back. You know, maybe we should give him a chance as a right wing back. Like, we're saying the same thing about Adama. And I actually feel like Adama has a much better chance, albeit not a great chance, but a much better chance at being a decent right wing back than Steven Bergwijn ever had a chance of being a good right wing back. So it does kind of make sense that, you know, if you were to swap them out, I would actually take the risk of, especially if you're paying the same price, I would rather have Adama Traore than Steven Bergwijn. I know there's more potential with Steven Bergwijn, but it just doesn't feel like he's going to reach that potential with Spurs. Feels like it has to be elsewhere. And he also doesn't have any end product with Spurs. So might as well just get another guy with no end product, you know, with Adama Traore. So I don't know, maybe that's being too optimistic, but
I agree with you 100%.
We were at one point talking about him at right wing back, you know, for Steven Bergwijn. So Adama Traore, to a degree, would be similar, I guess, to what the situation was.
I think an improvement, personally. The Bergwijn that we've seen versus the Adama we've seen at Wolves, I think teams would fear Adama more than Bergwijn. And if it's the same, if it's like for like price, like for like positions, like for like skills to a degree, I'd rather Adama over Bergwijn at this stage, personally. And if it's the same price, then why not? Let's do it. Make it happen, Daniel.
Love it. Make it happen, Daniel. Big up Tim Falco, though. Really do appreciate all the support, my man. Throwing in the big ones and great, you know, comments as well right there. And also really thank you as well for, you know, just appreciating the show, my man. Crocodoc's in here saying, hey, chaps, we signed anyone yet? No. Okay, then same time next week. I will say, though, Crocodocs, if you want to come on, you know, this is the therapy channel. This is, you know, where you can get your bit of your Spurs therapy. So like always, you know, same time next week over here, always 9 p.m. UK time, and you can get your, you know, get your 20 minutes, your 15 minutes of Spurs therapy. But in terms of, you know, signing players, I mean, I don't know. It's just taking way too long. I agree. And it's also a bit worrisome that maybe we didn't have any sort of like, you know, kind of deals maybe done ahead of time, like maybe other clubs have. But I am going to keep the faith for, I say, the next 2 weeks. I am going to keep the faith. If it doesn't happen within 2 weeks and we're down to like, you know, the 25th of January and nothing has happened, then I think we will find ourselves, you know, kind of, you know, probably being kind of stumped and fooled again by Daniel Levy. But time will tell, Crocodocs. But I agree with you. That's exactly what Brian Dagel would have said. My man, Crocodocs, pick yourself up. But Sean, it does kind of feel maybe in 2 weeks, just for Crocodoc's sake? Would you feel like in 2 weeks, if we hadn't signed anybody, a bit worrisome?
It's not only worrisome for Tottenham fans, it's worrisome for my debate with Brian Dagel.
There you go.
I'm panicking a little bit. I don't like it. But listen, we'll see what happens.
There you go.
Something needs to happen. Yeah.
Crocodoc, something needs to happen in the next 2 weeks. And if when that debate does come with Mr. Dagel, Crocodocs, if Sean doesn't have any transfers to back up his argument, we'll see how he can navigate out of it. Looking forward to it. Really do appreciate it, though, Crocodocs. We are going to move on. Yeah.
Jack, just quick. I'm so sorry. Let's go for a wee, if that's all right, mate. Just 2 seconds.
No problem. Thank you very much, Sean, for sticking with us. Sean's putting in an absolute shift, everybody, for this show tonight, filling in for David. But we are going to move on. William Kelly, if your camera is there, I'm about to bring you on, my man. There you are, Mr. Kelly. How we keeping? Good to see you again.
I'm good. How are you, Jack?
Doing all right. Just kind of, given kind of a bit of analysis on the Morecambe game, kind of talking about the incomings and outgoings, at Spurs, just another week, being a Spurs fan.
What's new, huh?
What's new? Nothing really at this stage. But where do you want to start, William? Where do you want to start?
I actually didn't get to. I didn't get to see the match, to be honest with you, because I wasn't on the television.
Well, the big news is that Tanguy basically 1-0 down. We were, I think it was 65th minute. We're 1-0 down to a League One side, and Tanguy and Ndombele practically did the slowest stroll you've ever seen in your life.
I've seen the YouTube clips. It doesn't surprise me with him, it really doesn't. He's no interest at this club. He never has had an interest. His agent probably told him, go to Spurs, you're going to get 200 grand a week. Why not, I think the only thing now left for Tottenham where he's concerned is, and you can see by the reaction of, Harry Kane, what he's, I'd love to know what he said to him. I'm sure it wasn't.
Dyer, I think, said something to him as well.
Yeah, exactly. So I think he's gone in that dressing room. So I think the best thing for Tottenham to do regarding him is, and the unfortunate thing is, he's got a contract, and he's got a very long contract. And as Sean alludes to, it's over 30-something million that we owe this guy. How are you doing, Sean?
I'm good, mate. How are you?
Oh, not too bad, Levy's child.
Stop it! We got to get rid of this. Got to cut this out.
But the thing is, the thing with Tanguy and Ndombele, I think he's a bad influence now in that dressing room. And I think the best thing for Tottenham to do is you can't cancel that contract. It's too big. But what you can do is, I think you go to his agent and you say, look, you need to start finding, why isn't this agent pushing more to get rid of him, to get him out the door? This is the question I want to ask, What's he doing to sell him over to some other club? Like, we're going to take a massive loss on this guy, and that's fine. Let's just do it. But who's going to take him? Because I know sure as fucking hell I wouldn't take him.
Well, maybe, the agents have said two different things, actually, William Kelly. At one stage, they were saying, Tanguy still wants to, fight for his spot in the squad. And then I think simultaneously the next day the same day, there were reports that, Tanguy is, potentially looking at moves outside the club. So it seems like the agents can't even make their mind up about where they want Tanguy to be.
Yeah, I think we're hearing this all the time, Jack, though, for the last couple of years, haven't we? You know what I mean? It's up and down. I think the guy should be checked for mental health reasons, to be quite honest with you, because I think he's got that. Yeah, I think he's got that personality where he can be up and you can see him smiling and joking, and then suddenly he can just have that awful drop. Yeah, and if that's the case, I really feel sorry for him. You know what I mean?
Yeah, being in the spotlight with bipolar or whatever you might have. Yeah, I think he's a psychologist or something. 100%.
He actually alluded in an interview. I think he said in the documentary, he actually spoke about how he really does hate the fame and the limelight, because I think he was saying that to Sissoko and Aurier. in that little kind of, talk.
I think you're right, actually, Jack.
He said something about he said something about he really gets nervous when there's a lot of attention on him. He said even at parties, he was saying something like he's that guy that kind of just doesn't socialize well, doesn't really know how to get along with people in big kind of situations. He says he gets really quiet and really like kind of down low. And so maybe, to be fair, like he just isn't really suited for this sort of limelight and this sort of attention, to be fair to him.
Oh, that's all right. I'll take his contract, man.
I guess you could contribute the
I'll
same.
speak to the press. I'll speak to the press every day. I don't give a shit.
I love it. Oh, I love it.
No, look, if that's the case, then yeah, the best thing for that guy is to get away from football then.
Yeah.
Honestly, it is.
For a big club. I think he just can't be at a big club then, because that's where he needs to be back at an Olympique Lyon kind of size club where you're not in the press every single day. You're not
That's it. Yeah. Well, yeah, but he should. Like his agents and that should have known that you're coming to Tottenham. You're coming to a top team in London where the press is going to eat you up if you don't perform. Yeah. So it's a case of he knew this too. William, or maybe he's that young that he didn't know this and he didn't understand this whole situation,
Fair, yeah.
Who do you blame for, like, if Tanguy Ndombele goes down as Tottenham's biggest ever shit show signing, and it looks like he will, and there's a long list of candidates, but I think he gets the gold medal. Who do we blame for that? Do we blame the scouts? Do we blame Hitchin? Do we blame Pochettino for pushing for it as vehemently as he did? Do we blame Daniel Levy? Who is?
Oh, Sean, the list could go on, and you could blame everyone. But what's the point? Well, where's the end show to that? You know what I mean? Like it doesn't. There's no point. We can sit here and we can blame everything on everyone else. But you're not going to get to the next level if you keep doing that all the time.
Well, what lessons can we? Let me rephrase the question then. What lessons can we learn from the shit show that is the Tanguy Ndombele saga?
Huge lessons, but the problem is, and I've said this before to Jack, and as Roy Keane always alludes to, if the mentality is not there, then it's not there, and you can't change that.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So if you're a scout, you've got to. How do you get into another club and find out and identify? You can't. The only way you can identify that is in the first couple of games that player plays for your team. Like, for instance, I know why Stephen Bergwijn's been sold. Because he doesn't have the right attitude. If you watch the game against West Ham in the Carabao Cup, now, I know people went off their nut about him. Oh, he's had such a great game, da-da-da-da-da. But if you watch it carefully, okay, there's a moment down the line. I don't know which West Ham player it is, but either him or Son loses the ball. And the West Ham guy is racing down the line. And Bergwijn is jogging back, not making an effort to get to him. And Son comes flying out past him, catches up with the West Ham guy to stop him.
Yeah.
And that there is the mentality. So that's why he's been ran out of this club, because Conte doesn't want these players. And when people ask the question, why is Conte getting rid of Bergwijn? He's getting rid of him because he's not putting in the work rate, guys. Yeah. That's why he's getting rid of him.
Great point, William. But further, remember that win that we had, that first win at home we had under Antonio Conte, where Antonio was celebrating with all the players on the bench? Stephen Bergwijn almost shouldered past him, like almost like the New York kind of shoulder that you give someone on the sidewalk, as you're walking by them. He actually almost bumped into.
And he hasn't. Exactly, Jack. And he hasn't played that many matches since that point, since that West Ham game. And people were saying, "Oh, but why isn't he playing? Because he done so well." To be honest with you, his goal was a bit of a fluke, and that bit of a dribble he did, it bounced off everyone. Let's be honest. So he got very lucky.
I even thought his first touch that whole match was actually.
His first touch is diabolical. It really is. And for that level, the question that I have to ask is, and I know Sean won't like this, because this is directed at, and not just Levy. The biggest problem, and I've always alluded to this, is Joe Lewis.
Yeah, yeah.
He
No,
doesn't
I
back,
agree,
he doesn't put the money into this club. He never has. Okay.
Yeah.
The stadium was built not for football, guys. That stadium was built to make money for ENIC, for NFL football, and for big boxing matches and concerts. That's all that was built for.
Mm-hmm.
Because to be quite honest with you, there was nothing wrong with White Hart Lane.
Yeah, but
It was
ENIC don't take profits out of the. There's a myth that ENIC take profits out of the club. Some of the staff, some of the
But
directors.
do you know that though, Sean? Do you know that?
Yeah. There's no dividends being taken out of the club, right? At all. There hasn't been for 5 years. Brian Dagel made a point on a different channel that I was on. I think it was Tottenham Tantrum Gold, that Daniel Levy got like a £3 million bonus for delivering the stadium a year ahead of schedule. But that comes in under compensation, not under dividends. There's no profit being taken out of the club yet. I agree with you that the stadium is not just built for football purposes. It's built for a million different variety of reasons. But I think the strategy that Joe Lewis and Daniel Levy has is to build up the ecosystem, whatever that is, whether it's properties around the ground, or whether it's to sell it to an NFL team, whatever all those things are. And I agree with all of the frustrations around that, but the profit will come for those people when they sell the club. It's not, and maybe Daniel Levy's getting paid a shit ton of money as a director of the football. A director is getting paid more than most other chairmen. I agree with all that stuff, but the profit isn't coming out of the club at the moment. So when people say profit before, or whatever the phrase that the ENIC Out Brigade are saying, it's not real. It's not true. It's false. Like, there's no profit that's getting taken out of the club outside of wages or salaries or bonuses, but no dividends are getting paid, and they haven't been for 5 or 6 years.
Okay, that's fine. But all the other things, though, Sean.
I agree with a lot of them.
And I love listening to you because you've got a good mind. You know, you've got good knowledge on that whole thing. But the thing for me is, though, that these owners have been shocking to this club. On a football level, they have been shocking. And people need to realise that we need to get rid of these people.
Who would you like to have in?
I don't care, anyone. At this moment in time, to be quite honest with you, Ennick, Lewis and Levy are worse than Alan Sugar. Worse. We are 20 years in without a trophy. We are the laughing stock of the Premiership and Europe. We're the laughing stock. Everyone laughs at us. Oh, it's just Spursy.
Do you think we're that disappointing?
Yes, I do, Sean. I genuinely do. I think we are looked upon like that. And it's terrible. I mean, I'm growing up in the 90s when Man United were the main team.
Yeah.
And comments like what Alex Ferguson used to bring out, that used to break my heart.
It's only Tottenham. Yeah.
It's only Tottenham, man. Get in there. Get stuck into them. They'll fold like a deck of cards, which is true. And we are still that way. And even under Conte, there's still certain situations, like look at the Chelsea match. They folded like a deck of cards, man.
I think
we cannot trust. And it's down to these signings that have come in. They've been diabolical, and it's because you're penny pinching. That's exactly the reason why we're in this situation.
Well, I'll counter that. And this, I agree with what you're saying, and I agree with a lot of the. I'm not, like I say, I'm not the extreme Iniking. I'm somewhere.
No, I know you're not, Sean.
I'm happy to acknowledge a lot of the shit show that goes on, but I would counter and say, when people say we got to the Champions League final, we would have won it had Daniel Levy opened the purse strings, or we would have won the cup last year had Levy not been such a tight git. There's always, I'm not just going to use Leeds United as the example, but you could look at Everton right now. Everton are in breach of financial fair play as it stands. The reason why they have to sign Digne is because they're £40 million over their financial fair play boundary, right? They have to raise money, and they're not going to do it through any kind of European qualification because they're 15th in the league. They've spent a fortune, and it's all on players. They haven't upgraded their stadium. They've done nothing to the infrastructure of the club, and that stadium is falling down and has been for 25 years. Everton have thrown the absolute cart and horse at trying to do what a lot of people would say we would have done had we spent money, and they have failed, and they failed miserably, and they're in a lot of problems. They're in a lot of problems, right? So when people say all of the things that we could do if Tottenham had just spent money, doesn't always mean spend money. Success,
nobody's saying that to either, though, Sean. You know, like at the end of the day, I'll give you some scenarios, okay? So we go and sign Gedson Fernandes. Yeah. When we should have went and got Bruno Fernandes. Like, let's be honest.
I know.
All right?
Yeah, I know,
it's things like that. Like we signed Vinicius. Don't get me wrong. I actually didn't mind Vinicius. I didn't think he got enough chances. But it's just things like that. Like, this whole, and I've said this to Jack before, this whole scenario of that someone can't play up front with Kane, I think that's just bollocks, Mm-hmm. Excuse me language, but I think it is, It's, we would remember the days when we had 4 strikers, for Christ's sake, in our team.
Yeah. Peter Crouch, Jermaine Defoe, Robbie Keane, Berbatov, amazing.
Robbie Keane, Berbatov, Sheringham, Nicky Barmby, remember those days, that's proper bloody team where you could rely on. Like the situation that we're in now, Son's injured. I think it's a good thing that Son got injured. I know it's a terrible thing to say, but I think he needs a rest. He hasn't been playing well lately.
Yeah, he hasn't. He's
been very poor. But I think the whole... I think the training and the method of training that they do probably has dragged some of those players down a little bit, because it takes a lot out of you. It does take a lot out of you, And Pochettino, if you actually remember, he when he started training as well, he started getting a lot of injuries too. Mm-hmm. So it takes time for the players to build up that strength. That core strength.
It's not just Sonny as well, William, right? Like Reguilon keeps going down with little. Yes. He needs 45 minutes. He needs a break. There's a lot of these little, everyone's just. I think a lot of people are just exhausted from the Conte training.
Yeah, and that's it. But it will pay dividends in the long run. But the problem lies though is every time that happens, Conte has to rely on these other players.
Yeah, wow. Take your point.
And that's where we keep seeing these bad shows every time. And what I would do with back to the Ndombele, what I would do with him is I would honestly, if it's something to do with mental health, I would contact his agent and I would have a sit down with the player and I would say to him, look, I think you need to go home and you need to take time away from this club. Evaluate where you're at, and then we'll go from there. And if we'll try get you another club if that's what you want. It's not going to be easy because people are not going to buy what they can't see. But I think that's what needs to be done with him, to be honest with you.
I like that idea. A sabbatical kind of thing, yeah?
Yes, exactly. Everybody will go, at the end of the day, he's only a human being,
Yeah.
And we all make mistakes, guys. If there's anyone out there that hasn't made a mistake in their life, I'm going to call you Jesus Christ, okay? Because we all make mistakes, and we've all made huge mistakes.
Oh, yeah.
Costly mistakes. Yeah, and we'll all be the first to put our hand up and go, So he's only human at the end of the day. So I'd like to know what's going on in his head. But I think they've tried, and they're not getting much response. Yeah. Regards to Lo Celso. I know Chris keeps alluding to sick note, but can I just point out to Chris that Darren Anderton is my favourite player and always has been. Yes, he did, go down with a lot of injuries, but I can tell you one thing, when he played for Tottenham, he played with heart and soul. And I do honestly believe that guy was that talented. If he didn't have those injuries, he would have been as big or if even bigger than David Beckham.
William, wow. I remember when he was played out on the left for England, and he was a right-footed player who was purely right-footed. And I remember going, "Why is Anderton playing left wing? He can't hit the ball with almost like with what we're seeing now with Matt Doherty, but on a different level." And Darren Anderton used to cross the ball in from the left with the outside of his right foot. He used to bend it with the outside of his right foot.
Unbelievable.
He would land it on whoever's head it was, Teddy
Alan
Sheringham's head.
Shearer, Alan Shearer and Teddy Sheringham.
Yeah. It was insane. Like his outside of the boot cross was better than someone else's left foot in swinger. It was brilliant.
Well, if you remember Euro '96, Sean,
I do.
When he got through and he hit the post. If that had bounced off the post and went in, Darren Anderton would have been the biggest thing in England.
Could have been a hero. Could have been Sir Darren Anderton.
Yeah, since sliced bread.
Yeah.
But that's how close it was for him. But he performed unbelievably in that Euro '96.
Yeah.
And like you said, he played a lot on the left.
He did, yeah.
You know, so that just shows you, like, that's how good he was. He was that good. Honestly, he was. And
Lo Celso's nowhere near that good, is he?
No. And that's why you shouldn't compare Darren Anderton to Lo Celso. Maybe on the injury front, fine, but honestly, he's nowhere compares to Darren Anderton.
In terms of
that man could put a ball in from anywhere on the field, right on top of your head.
Yeah.
Right on top of your head.
David Beckham.
And I remember a game actually that we were playing against Aston Villa, and I think we were 2-0 down, and we had missed 2 penalties in the game. And I think Darren Anderton got the equaliser in the end. It was a cracking match, and we missed 2 penalties. Would you believe?
Wow.
But you know,
nostalgia, William.
Yeah, that's it. Like, and that's why I put that post in earlier on about Jason Dozell, because Dozell reminds me. Yeah, Jason Dozell was our record signing at that time, and he came so highly recommended from Ipswich Town.
Did nothing.
He did score quite a few goals for us. And important goals too, if I can remember correctly. And he did play up front one season because Sheringham was injured. But yeah, he was poor. He was poor. Very like what Ndombele is.
Yeah.
Just couldn't hold on to the ball properly. Just always got knocked off the ball really easy. It's like he used to fret or something. He just got nervous.
It seems like they have a lot in common, actually, William Kelly.
Yeah, they have a lot in common. That's why I allude to it, Jack, because they do.
Record signings, it's all very funny, actually.
I mean, being an Irishman, I just want to say Matt Doherty, that guy's a flat-faced knacker. Seriously, get him out of the club. He's useless.
I think he is actually, one of the nicknames over here that I think has always stayed true with him. He is Mr. Hollywood or Mr. Oscar for me, William Kelly, because he puts on these expressions like he's trying hard or thinking hard. He puts on these expressions like he's a footballer and things like that. I mean, he's honestly, I will say, in terms of acting, I mean, he's almost doing method acting as a footballer because he's just impersonating one. It feels like at this rate. I actually have no idea how on earth he somehow faked everyone out as being, a quality footballer, because he had a great season as that right wing back at Wolves, and I think when he played against us at the new stadium, he was fantastic on that day. And sometimes I remember a report on a Crystal Palace player. He was a winger or something. Mm-hmm. And apparently Levy really liked him. So he put in a few good performances. And now where is that guy? He's non-existent. He's gone out of the Premiership. I don't even know where he plays now. You know what? Yeah. Is it Bolsa or something like that?
What's his name? I'll think of it. Carry on and I'll get it.
Yeah, Daniel Levy was going to sign him. He was trying to sign him for Spurs.
Yeah.
Like, this is what I'm talking about. Like, Daniel Levy should be kept away from the signings and all that sort of stuff that football related. He hasn't a clue, man.
I hope that he's not involved. Like, I'd just be amazed if you have directors of football and he wants to play the role as well. We don't know, William Kelly. This is the thing, right? There's a lot of
this is it, Sean. Yeah, I agree with you 100%. We don't know. We're all guessing. We're all guessing. But isn't this another way of looking at this too? Like, they are the most deceitful owners. They're the most lying owners. They put out the most PR stunt and shit that we have to listen to. Like, they get one more.
I personally think that, I know, Jack, you want to get to the super chat. So the last thing I'll say quickly before we pause is I would like to, I'd like Daniel Levy to do more communication to let people
Yeah,
know where
he
we're at.
won't, though, Sean. He doesn't know how to communicate with people.
He doesn't want to be.
Like the problem for us is that we've got Lewis as well. He's another one. He wants to hide away out in the Caribbean.
Yeah.
Like he doesn't even do interviews or anything. He didn't even come to the Champions League final. This is a guy that says he's a Tottenham fan. Like, come on, let's get real here.
I hear you, man. I hear you. Will.
Yeah. Like these guys are no good for this club. I'm sorry. 20 years I've watched this shit. I watched us win an FA Cup in 91. I've watched us win 2 League Cups. And now for 20 odd years, we've won nothing.
Yeah.
2008.
Now, the only reason why we got so close with Pochettino was because he was a good manager. And because he built something special there.
Yeah,
I agree.
And Levy was offering him players that he didn't want. Like, what the hell?
Press pause on that, Will. Let Jack get to this super chat, and then I'm going to answer what you just said. And then, sorry, Jack, go.
I think, William and I can actually take this together to a degree. Rob Coyne says, big up, lads. How about the days when we actually had 4 quality strikers to choose from? We had Kane on his own for 6 to 7 years. Come on, Conte knows we got a mountain to climb. Bergwijn is no good. I mean, Kelly, Pavlyuchenko, Defoe, Sheringham, Berbatov, all these players back in the day that we had to choose from.
I mean, we used to have like Nicky Barmby, we had Sheringham, Defoe, we had Chris Armstrong.
Yeah.
We had a lot of good strikers, and we had a lot of them in the team. Like, I don't know how. Are we the only team in the Premiership to have one fucking recognised striker? Like, what the hell?
Yeah.
What is wrong with this
club? It is
club?
a struggle to find. It is actually quite hilarious that it almost is every other team in the Premier League does actually have an identifiable number 9, like as a backup or as an alternative. You're absolutely right.
Honestly, I genuinely think, and I was listening to you earlier on talking about Adama Traore, and that's fine getting Adama Traore. I mean, if that's all we're going to get, we might as well get something. But I mean, I don't even know why we're talking about him, because he hasn't even signed for us yet.
Yeah.
This is the thing. Like, I actually don't like. I genuinely don't, though, Sean and Jack. I don't like talking about signings until they're holding up that jersey.
Yeah.
And they've signed on the dotted line, because what's the point? You're just wasting your energy.
Well, I need something, mate. I need something.
I got
3 weeks, bro. I got 3 weeks.
You're taking a shot at me. I mean, a girl can dream. A girl can dream, William. That's all I can tell you. A boy can dream.
Sean, in the words of this Irishman, you are continentally fucked.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. But the debate's not going to be just about now. It's going to be about the 20 years.
No, I know it's the larger picture. But
and to the super chat, when you say, how about the days we had 4 strikers, when we had Berbatov, when we had Keane, when we had Defoe and Peter Crouch,
as well,
that was under Daniel Levy's tenure, right? So
I'm not saying that wasn't.
Yeah.
And but then my point to that, though, Sean, would be, wouldn't you think he would look back to that and think we're a bit light up front?
No, I know. But my defense of Daniel Levy is not that he is a great chairman for all things football. It's not. It's just that I remember the days before him, and I remember the days with him, and I see us doing that. And also, I look at other clubs like Everton,
for perspective,
who do and for comparison and perspective, exactly, Jack, and relativity. And I look at other clubs and I think it's not as bad as it could be. It's not as good as it could be. You look at Leicester. We were having a conversation earlier about scouting and who do you blame. I think it was with you, William. We were saying how do you figure out whether or not Ndombele's attitude? How does a scout pick that? Can they figure that out?
Yeah.
Leicester have, whoever the scouts are at Leicester, they do have an amazing gift of figuring out players that will fit into their ecosystem and will gel well. And Leicester break the mold.
Of course they do. Of course they do. And you look across at them with envy eyes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But we did have a good scout. We had Paul
Yeah.
What happened there? I'd like to ask that question. What happened there?
Up with Levy. Yeah. You're
Yeah,
right. You got
That's
fed up
exactly
with
what
leaving.
happened. So, and like I'm going to allude you to another thing, all right? And I know people have a really bad opinion of Sol Campbell, the way he left us for Arsenal and blah 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 blah. I was watching on Optus the other day. Him and Gary Neville were sitting on the couch and they were watching an old Tottenham game against Man United at White Hart Lane, and Spurs went 2-0 down, and Gary Neville got sent off for taking down David Ginola. And Sol Campbell scored twice in that game. And it was the season when we won the League Cup. I think it was 2008. Was it 2008? I think it was.
Yeah, that was the last time.
yeah.
Yeah, we won a trophy.
And
So, yeah.
I think we won the League Cup. And Gary Neville said to him, he said, Spurs were a funny team, aren't they? Like, you won the League Cup that year and you finished 11th in the league. And Sol Campbell sort of sniggered a little bit, not at Tottenham, but his response was, and if you listen carefully to his words, was, yeah, we were funny like that. He said, we would get in a couple of players and improve a little bit on the squad, and then that was it. We never pushed on like you guys at Man United did. We never invested properly.
Interesting.
And that is the story of Tottenham Hotspur Football Club with Ennick.
I hear you, man.
And like, I get that Daniel Levy is a good businessman. Okay, I understand all that, and that's fine. That's all well and good, but we're not a business. We're a football team.
Yeah,
and you've got fans that through generations that have now passed away and have probably never seen this club win a trophy. And I think that's a crying shame. And it's a crying shame on everybody that buys these jerseys, that buys all the merchandise, that gets up at all hours to watch football matches, that pays their week's wages to go and watch these football matches. What are you saying to those people? You're basically spitting in their face.
It's very powerful, William.
But it's the truth, though, Jack. It's the God's honest truth. And this shit show has to stop. And I think, like the whole situation at the moment with Levy out in the Bahamas, that's another PR stunt. Bullshit.
I actually think he's just going to the Bahamas because it's the best time of the year to go to the Bahamas.
He's gone out there to sun his bald head. That's what he's gone out there to do.
I can't blame him for it. It's a good time. It's a good time to head on over. But William, I mean, you've just dropped bar after bar after bar. You're just absolutely just speaking the truth. I completely agree. You said a lot of very powerful things. I know everybody's agreed with. I think, in fact, a lot of people have said, in the comments, you've just been blown up. People have really loved what you've had to say. But William, we do have, at least a couple more guests to get to. So I do have to
no problem.
On. But I just want to say, William, any maybe final words, any sort of final thoughts, any final.
Yeah, I just want to say, I remember that night when we beat Chelsea 5-1. And I was supposed to go to work the next day, but I got so drunk. I didn't go to work.
So way to do it.
And the foreman at the job, he was a huge Tottenham fan and he used to live in Tottenham and he hated Chelsea. And I rocked up the next morning and he just looked at me and he went and just nodded, and that was it. Never said a thing. Yeah, it was all good, man. He let me go.
William, I just want to say, mate, it's the first time I've spoken to you personally, mate, and it's a very easy conversation. I take your point that we're on different kind of angles. Well, we're not. I think we're on the same angle. I think we just.
Sean, like I said, I've watched you and I've listened to you, and I agree with a lot of points. And I think Brian Dagel agrees with a lot of points that you say as well. Yeah. And we get that. We understand it, but from a footballing point of view, and it's what fans look at. They don't look at it. Yeah, it needs to be a lot more, and it's not going to happen. Like a leopard doesn't change its spot, guys, and it's not happening under this ownership. My thoughts for the future is that we get rid of these guys, or they sell it. They're in talks out in the Bahamas. I'm hoping sell the club to someone else. Yeah, exactly. Someone that's going to take us forward as a club.
Yeah,
because I agree. Hopefully.
I'm telling you now, Conte will walk.
I know
he will not put up with this shit. If you don't sign players,
we're in a whole world of problem. If he does, then we're fucked.
We're straight back to the 80s or to the 90s.
Yeah,
that's where we're back to. under Alan Sugar. That's where we are. We'll be straight back there.
Dropping quickly, I'll tell you that, William Kelly. But honestly,
great to talk to you,
well
Will. Great
done,
to talk to you, mate.
All
Well
right, guys.
done,
Thank you for having me on.
Pleasure,
same
buddy.
time next week.
Come
same
on,
time
you
next
Spurs.
week, Mr. Kelly. Hopefully, same time next week, because we do have the match with the Scum that we're going to have to talk about as well. And I'm looking forward to what
I
you have
just
to
hope
say.
we don't. I hope we don't perform like we did the last time.
Jesus, yeah. I mean, talk about.
I actually nearly put my head through the television. That's the God's honest truth.
I mean,
I was that upset.
I was thankfully for my computer screen, I was on camera, so I actually was going to do the same thing, but Kelly, I mean, absolutely class. I mean, not kidding. A lot of people in the comments have really loved what you've had to say.
Yeah.
I think you should take a look at it. You should take a look at it, William.
I will do, Jack, and I appreciate that. Thank you to everybody. Everybody is so good and so easy to get on with. It's a brilliant channel, and support the channel, guys. That's something that I've always done from the start, and the reason why I've done it is because you're Spurs fans.
Appreciate you.
That's why I'll always support fellow Spurs people. Definitely.
You're a legend, William, mate. It's great, mate. It's honestly great to catch up, mate. I really enjoyed that chat.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you,
See you,
William.
boys.
Pleasure.
Bye.
Good to see you. Same time next week. Good to have you. Good to see you.
Great.
Well done, Mr. Kelly, honestly. And Rob Coyne, really do appreciate the super chat as well. Great talking point. I really do miss the days of when we had all those guys to pick from. I mean, the list just goes on and on and on. I mean, we had I think we ratted off 9 strikers that, at one stage that, we were practically picking from. And some of it was during the Levy era, which Sean made a good point about as well. But Tim Falco is absolutely going off, and he's throwing in another huge one as well. So Tim, just want to say, I mean, Antonio Conte pizza night was last night, Tim. So maybe, you got yourself, a bit something cheaper, and just want to say, my man, really do appreciate you. Really do appreciate you. This really does really help David and I. It's just also extremely, extremely generous, my man. And just want to say, my man, really do appreciate you. And just want to say you've also thrown in some great comments just in the chat, alone as well. So Tim, it's happy to have you here at the Irish Hotspur. I will say again, I'll continue to say this, probably one of the best names in the Harris Army. I will say again, Tim Falco. It just sounds glorious to say. Really does sounds like an action figure. He says, we have now the best stadium in the world. We have world-class training facilities. The money and value of the club will continue to rise. We have built on rock, while others have built on sand. We now have a world-class manager, soon a world-class team. Tim,
Love that.
Not only are you extremely generous, but I'm loving this extreme positivity and optimism as well.
Yeah.
I think even somebody has said this on Talk Sports, Sean. I mean, and maybe you can talk to Tim about this. They have said, and I think I brought this up before, is to a degree, when you do think about it like Tim is, world-class training facility, one of the best in the league, world-class stadium, the best in the league, world-class manager, one of the best managers in the league. All we're missing is just a good squad. But once you have all those, I mean, that's like an all-star sort of kind of combination that, could actually go quite well. So all we need is just to improve the squad, and we could have a perfect, recipe, a perfect formula.
Yeah. Yeah. First of all, big up, Tim. Love the positivity, mate. And obviously the generosity to the channel is sublime, and I'm sure very much appreciated by the boys. What I wanted to build on that is I saw a graph the other day. I'd love it if I could bring it up, but I don't have it to hand. Infrastructure spending from the Premier League. Tottenham Hotspur have spent £1.5 billion in total on infrastructure spending over the last 12 years, I think it is, or the last 10 years. And that dwarfs every other club put together. All 19 other clubs, and the clubs that are no longer in the Premiership, that are now in the Championship, that have been up in the Premiership during that time, put them all together on what they spend on their infrastructure, and Tottenham dwarf all of that. I think one of the roles of a chairman is to create sustainability, to create a club that will be around and should hopefully be successful, not just for our immediacy, but for our generation and for our children's generation and going forth. And I know that it's frustrating to always have to think, it's at some point, when's it going to come now? When is it our turn? But you cannot argue. I can't imagine anyone, even Brian, would argue with the fact that Daniel Levy has created an ecosystem within Tottenham where we are set up for not just tomorrow, but 10 years down the line, 20, 50 years down the line, Tottenham are going to be okay. Tottenham are going to be fine for our entire lives. And you're right. Like, all we do need is a world-class team. And unfortunately, unless the team starts to become improved, then unfortunately, maybe one of those things that we already have is going to be chalked off with a world-class manager. And I'm terrified of that scenario as much as Jack is, and William Kelly is, and Brian Dagel and everybody else in the chat. I know that if Daniel Levy doesn't figure out how to get Joe Lewis to sell a slice of the club or get some investment or dip into his pockets or figure out some way of doing it, I know what's going to happen, and I'm terrified of it happening as much as everybody else. It is the final piece of the jigsaw, but it's a big, big fucking piece of the jigsaw. But it starts with a couple of players, right? It starts with a couple of great players. But I don't just want to spend money for the sake of it. I don't want to do an Everton, and I don't want to do an Ndombele. Like, I don't want to spend aggressively and not get it right this time, because we have spent money and we've done it. We picked the wrong players. People mentioned Fernandes, Gedson versus Bruno. I take the point. I do think that's the exception to the rule. Bruno Fernandes, people were playing a little bit of Monday morning quarterback and saying, we could have had him, we should have had him, and look how great he is to a degree. But I just feel like and I don't know who the right peg is for this particular hole, but we need someone in the scouts, someone, whether it's Pertici, whoever it is, or Conte, needs to get together. And once Daniel Levy says, okay, you've got it, do it. Get it right, because if you get it wrong again, if you buy another Ndombele, if you buy another Lo Celso, if you buy another Sanchez, then it's game over. And I don't want to, and it's going to be very frustrating.
Sean, that's a really good point. I must say, a bit of a mic drop there. I will actually say, but Tim, I like this optimism. I like this, positivity. I think even at one stage, I think it was a few months ago, I kind of said, something similar to this. Nowhere near as efficient as you just said it here, Tim, but I did kind of more or less say, and on, in Levy's defense, which I've never ever said in my words in my life before, when you do kind of consider all these infrastructural things that we have in place, as well as a world-class manager, all we need is that world-class squad, or at least a competent squad, to be able to compete for top four. And then you do think about it, we are actually in better position and better pole position than the rest of the Premier League, actually, so to speak. So, it is kind of all big what ifs. It is kind of big hypotheticals, but you do think about it in this sort of way, like you are, Tim. It is actually something to be positive about, something to be optimistic about. I personally think, there needs to be more investment on the footballing side of things. But to be fair to Levy, when you do consider all these things that he has invested in that have to do with the infrastructure, that have to do with keeping the club, so to speak, sustainable, it is actually, when you do give a world-class squad on top of this sort of model that he's building, it actually would be a huge recipe for success. It's a huge formula for success. But Tim, just want to say, honestly, go off, my man. I really, really appreciate the generosity.
Unbelievable
really
generosity.
Do appreciate the love and support for the channel. And also really do appreciate these comments, because I will say it's good to have a new voice in the house when it comes to the Harris Army, Tim. And like I said, one of the best names of the Harris Army as well, Tim. So just want to say, really appreciate you, brother, and really appreciate the big one as well. A lot of the big ones. So big yourself up, my man. Really, really, really big yourself up. Really love these comments. And Brian C. Socrates, haven't seen Socrates in a while. Good to see you, my man. He says, lads, just a yellow funds transfer for you and honors Sky's transfer deadline day. Any more good news from the Bahamas, Sean? You need to back Conte. Now is the time. Come on, you Spurs. Come on, your Harris Army. Come on, your Flat Cap Army. I will say, Socrates, I have missed your chats. I really have, because you are also one of the most efficient and also most kind of positive outlook sort of people in the Harris Army as well. And I will say, I think the Bahamas trip, Brian, before I let Sean into it, the Bahamas trip, I think, is to potentially discuss, not really, I think it's like a kind of a tactic or like a ploy to say it's for like transfer funds. I think it actually has to do with discussing this potential investor, Forrest Lee, who I believe is a Singaporean investor of some sort that might be taking a huge share of that ENIC, percentage of the actual Tottenham sort of company or Tottenham investment, whatever they call it. They're basically trying to take a huge share, I think, away from ENIC. And I think that's basically what probably Daniel Levy is heading on over to the Bahamas to discuss Lewis with. But also, I think as well, like I said, there's no better time of the year to be in the Bahamas. I'll tell you that right now. It just sounds absolutely glorious. Almost Succession-like. I bet there's honestly like Succession vibes over there happening on that yacht. But Socrates, really big yourself up. But John, I mean, what do you feel like, this Bahamas sort of meeting is about?
Yeah, well, listen, Jack, when we did a show on this channel a few nights back, Jack and I, and we spoke about it. I dug around, and I think that there's more to Forrest Lee. He's from Singapore, but my brother looked around and knows people, and because he lives in Singapore, and apparently Forrest Lee was in the Bahamas at the same time as Daniel Levy, and obviously there's the history there, and it never made any sense to me for Daniel Levy to leave in January and go over to the Bahamas. As much as I'm sure it is a lovely time of year, I think Daniel Levy only pulled the trigger on Conte because of the pressure on him, and I think he's not an idiot, right? He might not read the room very well all the time, or he might be a certain type of person that most people don't want to shake hands with, but he's still a very smart man. I think he wouldn't just go there. He wouldn't get on a plane and disappear for the last. He's been away. He's missed the last 5 home games or 5 games. I can only imagine that would be, as I said at the time, it doesn't make sense for him to have to go there to go cap in hand to, or to get permission to buy Adama Traore or any of those sorts of things. They could all be done over Zoom calls. So for me, the only logical reason, the only thing that made sense for him to be over there was to discuss some sort of investment from somebody. And then there was the option, was it the LA Dodgers guy? Was it Forrest Lee? I looked in and found that Forrest Lee's company, C Limited, they are partly owned by a company called Tencent Holdings, who have rights to the Chinese company who have rights to the Premier League. And there's bandwidth, there's like ownership models that you can't have ownership of Premier League rights and also be an owner in. It's the same thing as what happened with the Newcastle United chairman. They had to sort out their $1 billion fine for the piracy with beIN Sports in Saudi Arabia. Similar, not the same, but similar things. But Tencent Holdings had to sell down their holding in this C Limited in order to so all these things were happening at the same time. And I put a case forward, a hypothesis on the show where there were certain ducks aligning that made it more than just speculation in my mind that Forrest Lee was in the Bahamas to discuss a deal. The market value of his company went from 15 billion, or his share of it was $150 billion company, but his stake in it went from 15 billion down to 10 billion as a result of Tencent Holdings having to sell their stake down. Yet they're best mates, and there's all these things happening. So, like I say, I was putting two and two together, and I might have been getting the right number, might have been getting the wrong number, but to me, it was worthy of talking and discussing this on your channel earlier this week or last week. Late last week. I think there's something to it, but could be wrong. So sorry to go off on that rant, mate. But Brian C. Socrates, I don't know if there's any more news. I haven't heard anything more, but I know that Daniel Levy's not home yet. So let's hope that something's going to materialize.
All I say is hopefully he brought a tanning lotion, because it seems like he's been there for quite a long time. Feels like Socrates, maybe for the bald head, a bit of tanning lotion, because I will say it would look quite good, because like I said, again, no better time to be in the Bahamas, Socrates. But we just have to back Conte. I mean, it's just imperative. He's not going to be here for a long time. I don't think he's a project manager by any means. And so we need to back him. Absolutely. And really do appreciate the support as well, Socrates. And it's good to see you again, my man. Honestly, it's been a while. So hopefully you're keeping well. Hopefully everything's all good with you. It's good to have you back, though, brother. It's really good to have you back. Good to see you as well. Tottenham Tantrum Gold, who we'll be speaking with very soon, says Levy and co. are as bad as the mafia. Don't trust Levy as far as I can't trust Levy as far as I can kick him. I don't trust them at all. Pick up Jack and Sean. Be on next week. Tottenham till I die. Come on, you Spurs. I think we'll be hopefully speaking to Dermot, unless he just wants to talk in the back end, in the background. But regardless, Dermot, we will be speaking to you, my man. Pick yourself up, brother. And also, absolutely. I mean, as much as I probably was given, a good little defense, on Tim Falco's, behalf for Levy, it's not really exactly how I feel about it. But I do kind of like to, sometimes see what maybe the other side is, kind of arguing with, because I think that's the best way to kind of form your own opinions, is to kind of see where the other side is coming from sometimes. But Dermot, just want to say, completely agree, my man. And also absolutely just can't trust them, especially if nothing happens by the 31st. I mean, I think that will just be the end all be all. But we will be speaking to Dermot, just confirm he will be on later. So Dermot, looking forward to seeing what you have to say on all this. But we do have before him Izhan. And Izhan, if you're ready, my man, sorry for making you wait. And also really do appreciate you, Izhan, for giving up your time as well. And also letting people go ahead of you and whatnot. Honestly, Izhan, very, very generous of you, very classy of you. But Izhan, it's good to see you again. I mean, what would you like to talk about, my man?
Yeah, good to see you guys again. It's been a while, actually. What would I like?
How was
to
your
talk
time in
about?
London? I know you were in London for a bit. How was it?
Yeah, it was good. I got to see the Palace game, which
Nice.
I'm glad they turned up for that one, performed there. But yeah, my dad
Did you almost
had
not go to
work.
the game because of that, supposed journalist rumor?
The what?
I know that journalist from Crystal Palace, made that rumor where supposedly,
Oh.
they didn't want to play. I mean, did you almost not go to the game? Did you almost get tricked?
No, I was dead set. We at
Nice.
the time, we left hours before the game would start because the traffic is usually pretty bad, and we do live pretty far from the stadium actually. So yeah, we already left pretty early.
Nice.
So yeah.
I mean, it's good that you were able to make it, my man, just because I would say if I saw those rumors, I would have been quite terrified. I really would have been. So I'm glad that you just I'm glad you made the trip. But, probably you and I's kind of, favorite time of year. We're kind of, talking about transfers, incomings and outgoings. What are your thoughts on ADAMA Traore? Maybe not your favorite signing, but what are your thoughts? I mean, do you feel like he is, potentially worth that 20 million fee, or do you feel like it's a bit too much?
I actually like ADAMA Traore. I'm not gonna lie. I think I like him more than a lot of other people do. Look, 20 million, I would say it's a steal, to be honest, for ADAMA Traore, because the one thing that we do lack in our squad is obviously creativity. And if you have a guy that doesn't care who's in front of him, will just run through everyone, he can put a decent cross in. I mean, you have an option off the bench as well. He can play another thing that people don't mention is that he can play a bunch of positions. He can play on the left wing, he can play on the right wing, he can play a right wing back. So let's say Son is injured, you can play him on the left wing, and Lucas is injured, you can play him on the right as well. So he's a really versatile player, and for 20 million, he has the most completed dribbles in the league, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, in all of Europe's top 5 leagues, in fact.
So
more men than anybody in Europe.
Yeah, he definitely has the ability. And another thing is that I know he has 0 assists, but if you look at his expected assists number, it's actually pretty decent. And I know that Sean was mentioning this, where ADAMA Traore, he's just so fast. He always gets in the final third before any of his teammates can get there, and then there's just no one in the box. I think if you put a competent striker or two like Son and Kane, and he's feeding them balls, you can probably get those assist numbers up. So yeah, and
you're actually right. He has 1.7 expected assists and 2 goal creating actions so far this season. So you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
And the other Wolves players aren't as. I don't think there's anybody else on the Wolves team. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys. I don't think there's anybody else on the Wolves team that's as fast as Sonny, as fast as Moura. I think they're all. So.
Yeah,
I think it's probably a curse. You imagine you're so fast. You're like when Forrest Gump kept running back and forth, getting people out of Vietnam, and then eventually he's run so far that he's left everybody else behind. He has to go back and get them all. I think that's kind of with ADAMA Traore. He's
you could be right, actually, and I think it's actually a theory I haven't heard actually before, Sean. So I will say, I'm gonna credit you for that, because it's a good theory maybe as to why potentially. I kind of agree that he doesn't have a lot of end product, especially when it comes to the finishing department, but maybe why he doesn't have so many assists or, kind of goals created is just because he's just sometimes just way
By
ahead
himself.
of these players. Yeah, just by himself, just waiting for the support because he's gone so far. So I think it's actually a solid theory, to a degree. But Ihsan, seems like you're kind of convinced by maybe Traore coming in. What are your thoughts maybe on then Bergwijn potentially then leaving? Are you kind of sad to see the back of Bergwijn? Are you happy to see the back of him? How do you feel like with the Bergwijn situation?
With Bergwijn, like you can tell that he does have playing ability. Like he has, at the very least, he has pace. He can sometimes skin a guy, but I just don't think. I think the Premier League maybe just too physical for him, to be honest. Yeah, like my patience with him isn't completely done. But if Conte and Paratici think that we're better off selling him, then like I'm not too disappointed. Is what I would
Good
say.
answer. I think that's a very level-headed answer there, my man. Sean, I mean, I love talking with Ihsan, but Sean, I'm going to let you come in here. Do you have any questions maybe for Ihsan? It could be about transfers. I mean, the guy, honestly, he has a good European mind. I'll tell you that.
Well, I'd like to pick your brains more. I know it's fun talking about attack, right? It's fun talking about what we can do, where the goals are going to come from. Is ADAMA going to be able to solve a problem? I'd like to know what your thoughts are with the centre backs that we've got. So I'm gonna ask you like a 3 or 4 question thing, and I'll let you just run with it. Okay. And it's going to include ADAMA. So first of all, are you concerned if we do sign ADAMA and he plays right wing back? Are you concerned that, or what do you think that our first choice centre backs, and I'd suggest, just for argument's sake, Romero, Dyer, Davies, right? Are they good enough to be able to cover the defensive responsibilities of a right wing back? If ADAMA's caught upfield and we lose the ball for whatever reason and they break, can they handle it? Second question is, within the centre backs, what would your plan be if we don't sign a centre back with regards to the centre back options that we have on the bench that are not first choice, like with Roden, Tanganga? Are you willing to let them go on loan even though we haven't got a backup for what we already have? Do you want to keep one? If so, which one would you rather keep? Talk to me just generally about what you feel about our centre back specifically, how they can cope for the rest of the season if there's no new centre backs in with the aforementioned questions, Tanganga and Roden. What do we do with those guys?
Okay, so personally, I do not think our defense is good enough for if Adama Traore is making overlapping runs, underlapping runs, and he's caught out of position. I think if Romero is on the right side, it'll help a bit. But honestly, our defense, I will say this, it's useless because there's 2 aspects for judging a defender. One is their defensive ability, and 2 is their ball playing ability. Our defenders have nothing, like none of those at all. So I don't think Adama Traore, I know a lot of people have been saying play him as a right wing back, but I'm not really a fan of that. Not for me, because I don't think he's really played in that position that much. He doesn't really, he's not much of a defender. Emerson has had to defend quite a bit for us. That's one thing people are missing out on when they criticize Emerson. Oh, he's not going forward. He's not giving us much assists, but you have to look. He's constantly defending. He's constantly sitting back and defending for us. So there's like 2 sides of the coin, so to speak. But yeah, our defense is useless. I'll say this again. And
just generally,
it's useless. No, I'm serious. Useless.
That's quite the statement.
Okay. Look.
Shit, that's
quite. He's made a good argument. Yeah, listen to him. He's made a good argument about this before, especially when it comes to the 3 in the back. Go on.
Aside from Romero, who is world class, like these guys, you can't even rely on them to not make a defensive mistake. And then if you want to play possession-based attacking football, your defenders have to know how to play out from the back. They need the technical ability on the ball, and they can't do that either. So, what the hell can you do?
So you have no faith in Ben Davies moving out with the ball?
I mean, Ben Davies, not really. I just don't think he's good enough. And with Ben Davies, he's not good enough defensively. Even if he is good enough like good on the ball, I still don't think either of his skill set is good enough on the ball or defensive.
So if
yeah.
reading between the lines, then if you think that little of our first choice back three, I can only imagine what you think of Tanganga and Roden. So then let me ask you. Let me take it a step forward. If you have this, I asked a few people tonight. If you have £70 million right now for transfers, do you pick? I asked Brad and Phil at the start. Do you pick a striker to give Kane some support? Do you pick a De Ligt or someone at the back? And Jack came in and said actually he wouldn't do either. He'd spend the money on a world-class centre midfielder. What do you do with the 70 million? One player. What do you do with it? Who do you buy and
where would you spend it? Great question.
Well, De Ligt is never happening. I'll just say that right now. Never happening. Okay. So I actually do have some names written down here.
Love it.
Some good free transfers like defenders we could sign. Nicholas Sewell, who's just better than Dyer in every single conceivable way.
Where does he play?
He plays for Bayern Munich. That huge, that big German kind of tank guy.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah.
He's
okay. I like him. Yeah, he's good. Handy.
Just quickly, he's good because he could basically do Eric Dyer's role in the center of the back three, where he is like that ball playing center back, but doesn't need to like venture out, and he can just do Eric Dyer's role of being kind of a slow, sort of like, big center back in the middle. And then he has Romero and Sanchez maybe to the side of him, to help him out. But yeah, go on Zula, not a bad choice.
Yeah, Sula, free transfer. These are all free transfers, by the way.
So as in their contract's up in June or whatever.
Contract is expiring in summer. Yes. Okay. So Levy should be rejoicing. Luis Felipe, another right-sided center back, very aggressive, plays for Lazio.
Yep.
Yes.
One of the best defenders in Serie A, I will say. I
agree.
There's also Dan Axel Zagadou from Borussia Dortmund. He's a good left-sided center back. Yeah, he has fallen off, injury issues. It's just a name I would put in there. I don't think we should go for him.
Still has potential.
How old is he?
Very young.
I think he's like 23, 24.
20.
Okay.
20.
He might still be really young, actually. Might still be ridiculously young.
He's younger than that, I'm fairly certain. 22. Yeah. 22. He's 22. And then and the last name I have for defenders on free transfers, Nusayr Mazraoui as a right wing back.
Yeah, I love him. The Ajax right wing back. Yeah, I've been calling for him for a while.
He's available on a free transfer. Yeah, he's available on a free transfer. I really think that we should go for him. I also just wanted to quickly
great competition
answer
for Emerson.
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly answer for Roden and Tanganga. Roden, I actually do somewhat rate. I would rate him higher than Sanchez and Tanganga. I think Tanganga should be loaned out to maybe like a team like Fulham in the Championship or something for his development. But I think Roden as this backup / squad player is okay for us, I would say.
But you would loan out Tanganga even if we didn't sign any other centre backs. You still let him go out on loan right now, would you?
Yeah, probably. If Romero's coming back, which seems to be like the end of this month, then probably a loan move would probably be best for us and Tanganga long term.
Yeah.
What do you make of the fact that maybe Rodon apparently has a pretty like kind of shitty attitude actually outside of, maybe the footballing, kind of.
I don't know how true it is because it's speculation. If it is true, then get him out, obviously. Then just loan him out or sell him.
Only rumor, I guess.
Yeah. So I've written down some left-sided center backs as well. But these ones, probably gonna have to sign them in the summer.
Should we get you a scouting?
No, he's a king of the flat cap army, my man. He's a flat cap scout. He's an honorary, general flat cap scout. I'll tell you that. He's got the general logo next to him.
Nice.
Go on, Hassan.
Yeah. So my first choice, Pau Torres, world class.
Love it.
No need, nothing to be said. I don't think we can get him. I would pay 50 million for him, 50 million pounds, 60 million pounds. I rate him that highly. Pau Torres. He's just superb on the ball, defensively, world-class player.
Is he a left back or a left centre back?
He's a left-sided center back,
Left-sided
for Villarreal.
Okay. I've seen his
He's
name.
great. He's actually one of the best ball-playing center backs, I would say, in the world.
He's easily top 3 on the ball in the world, in my opinion.
Is he tall?
Yes.
Very tall.
Like
6'4".
6'5".
I need some height, man. I want a couple of extra inches.
He'll satisfy that.
But Sean, I will say, despite his height, he is actually poor in the air.
Yeah,
that's his one weakness. So you can't have it all.
Fair enough.
I love it, son.
Yeah,
Go on, my man. Who else? Left-sided center backs.
Another left-sided center back, Roger Ibanez from Roba. That guy is a beast. That guy's a baller.
Really good passer.
I will say, yeah, he's a good passer. He's also aggressive. Pau Torres plays sort of the Dyer role, like like cover sweeper. Ibanez plays more similar to Romero, very aggressive, but he also has very good on-the-ball skills. He is actually right-footed, but he always plays on the left side of the defense, even in the back 3. So I do think he could play either in this. I think he could play all across the back line. Ibanez, he is good, very good with his left foot as well. Yeah. So there's also these guys are like much younger. These guys that have like a high ceiling. So Benoit Badiashile from Monaco. His ceiling is just,
I think he's class.
Like super high. He's already really class, but pretty young, I would say. Maybe a bit raw, but I think that guy is going places.
Is it the right time to be buying more potential, or do we need to buy, if we've got money, do we need to buy the real deal right now?
You probably want the real deal, but he is kind of like, if you heard of that Sven Botman rumor at one time, Sean, he would be kind of like exactly like Sven Botman. In my opinion, weirdly, I actually think he's better than Sven Botman personally.
He has a higher ceiling.
I think he has a higher ceiling than Sven Botman does, but he would be like a Sven Botman signing if it's related to that. Yeah. So he'd be, for the future, but also I think good enough for the here and now. Personally, I think.
I don't want to buy any more people that we're gonna,
It's a fair point.
I don't want any more. I love Brian. I like Brian Hill. I think every time I see him now, I feel like he's proving his worth to give him a start. But I don't want to buy any more tomorrow players. I want to buy some today players. We need some.
Yeah, I think these guys are kind of the example though of like playing for really good sides at the moment, like consistently, and in fact are some of these teams' best players. So like he is one of Monaco's best players.
Come in and start, yeah.
So he would actually come in and start, in my opinion. Okay. But I completely agree with what you're saying. But Ishan, keep going. Keep going, buddy. Keep going, my man.
Next, the next name I have written down, Pascal Struijk from Leeds.
Pascal Struijk, the Leeds guy, the former Leeds guy. Yeah.
Isn't he still at Leeds?
I thought he got loaned maybe, but maybe he is still at Leeds. You might be right.
Yeah.
I think he got some bad injury or something maybe.
Yeah. He's very talented and really good on the ball as well. But I'm not sure if Leeds would be willing to sell. Maybe price is too high as well. Mohamed Salisu, I know he got sent off when he played us. I know Sean was saying that he was like really clumsy and whatnot.
He's clumsy. Come on.
Trust me. If you watch him play throughout the whole season, he is oftentimes Southampton's best defender, and he also has the on-the-ball skills. Yeah, he's
certainly a physical specimen. He's an absolute beast of a player.
Very aggressive too, which is he is very aggressive.
Yeah, I know he didn't play well against Tottenham, but if you watch most of his games, he is really good. And the last name I have on here, who's also a really good left-sided center back, Goncalo Inácio, from Sporting Lisbon.
Yeah.
I saw him play against Dortmund in the Champions League. He was actually playing on the right-hand side of a back 3, and he usually plays on the left. And he had a really good game. I think Sporting actually won 3-0. I'm pretty sure that game, or 3-1. They smacked Dortmund, and he had a really good game. He has a really good ping pass as well, long pass, good on the ball, solid defensively, And Sporting, their academy is known to produce so many top talents, and I think he's
Especially now.
really one of them. So yeah, those are the names. I would
Love it.
prefer Pau Torres first choice, Ibanez second choice, and those other ones I'm sort of throwing around.
Love it.
Yeah.
Honestly, Isan, I mean, absolutely killing it, my man. Maybe last little time for you here is to maybe break down the super chat with me, my man. Luis
Sure.
Diaz, Porto star, dubbed Colombian Cristiano Ronaldo, 50 million pounds. He says, buy now. What are your thoughts on Luis Diaz? I mean, I've seen plenty of him. I think he is very class, but some of the reported fees for him, I'm not so sure. What are your thoughts on Luis Diaz? I mean, I definitely want to see what you have to say.
I mean, what a player. I don't think anyone can question his quality, Luis Diaz. But him coming to Spurs with links to Liverpool, Real
Yeah.
Madrid, price tag, I think it's even more than 50 million pounds.
Yeah.
I
saw
think they want
70 million euros.
Yeah,
wasn't it, or something?
7. Yeah, I think they want more. It'd be nice to get a player like that in, but I just don't see it happening. I
Yeah.
think that price tag is low. I don't think we're linked with him. I think this is like his agents or something putting it out there to force a move or something like that.
Do you think he
I
is
think
worth
that's more
maybe
likely.
that 50 million pounds or 70 million pounds?
50 million pounds, yes. 70 million pounds, probably not. I would say.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Let me ask you
But
this, Izan, just quickly about Dusan Vlahovic. Do you think if there's any truth to the rumours that Arsenal are going to pay £300,000 a week for the guy, do you think that that Daniel Levy should compete at that price range, or should just let him go?
With Vlahovic, right, I rate him super, super, super highly. And with Arsenal paying 300, I don't see it, to be honest, because look, with Arsenal, they do have a striker problem. Lacazette he's on an expiring contract. Aubameyang, his career at Arsenal is basically finished. So to them to just spend 70 million and then a 300,000 euro per week salary on a 21-year-old from Fiorentina, it just makes very, very little sense.
Yeah.
I don't think Arsenal will pay that much for a 21-year-old.
Well, they've got 270 million pounds to play with within the financial fair play before they would be in breach. And that, like I always say, right, it's not just the contract. So it's not just the signing fee, it's the agent fees and the salaries and all those things. They all come out of FFP. So as it stands, if you were to sign the guy, let's say on a 5-year deal, 300 grand a week is 15 million pound a year. On a 6-year contract, right, that's another 100 million plus the 107. So more than half, 65% of their entire FFP budget over the next 3 years would be spent on this one guy. It's a big gamble for them, and it's obscene money. So I don't buy it either, but let's hope it doesn't happen.
300 grand, that's just insane. That's more than Kane. I mean, you're talking about that'd be like one of the highest paid players in the league for it's in the world. He's not Mbappe. Yeah, in the world. He's not Mbappe. Like, I just don't see any club doing that. Maybe if you're like a Man City or like a PSG, like one of those guys, maybe, but I don't know. And with Man City, the reason I heard that the reason they didn't really pursue Messi that hard was because his wage demands were like gigantic, and they don't want like imbalance.
900,000 pounds a week.
Yeah, they don't want like that level of imbalance in the dressing room where one player just out earns everyone by like an obscene amount. So that's why Man City weren't that interested in Messi. So the only club I could see him giving a salary like that is PSG, and I don't think they need any more attackers. So yeah, that's what I would say. I don't buy the rumors. I don't buy the rumors. 300K a week.
I agree.
That's
Good
good. That's
insight,
very
mate.
relieving to hear. Actually, it's very relieving to hear. As well as they were rumored with my favorite player, Bruno Guimaraes, who I'm also absolutely terrified if they do sign as well. But Ishan, I mean, absolutely smashed it, my man. And also, I am looking forward to, because hopefully sometime this week we can nail down a time maybe where you and I and Darius just nerd out over maybe, trying to fix Tottenham Hotspur with, potential signings. So looking forward to it. Everybody, if you liked what Ishan had to say, I am planning on doing a show with him, with Darius from Paxton Road, where we're just going to be talking signings, talking European football and potential players that could come to Spurs, probably never will. But, it's always fun to, at least speculate. It's always fun to dream. I'll tell you that. But Ishan absolutely smashed it, my man. And it's always a pleasure to speak with you and to nerd out with you, my man.
It's great to meet you, Ishan. Really appreciate you coming on, buddy.
You too, Sean.
See you soon, man.
Another thing I just wanted to say real quick. Danny from the bun. The goat himself.
Just one word, bun.
He messaged me asking me to come on Tottenham on tour for a future show that they're planning. So I'll be on there sometime soon. Yeah, you guys can see me there. That's all I wanted to say.
Awesome, man. Congratulations.
You're going to become the Ishan Romano. Ishan Romano, you'll be the new expert. Honestly, I'm loving this, Ishan. It's beautiful to see, my man. But looking forward to speaking with you a bit more, my man. Absolutely smashed it. Just like Ben Kaufman, every single time you come on, man, you've absolutely done 10 out of 10. It's always a pleasure to speak with you. I also like kind of, closing things out with you as well, because it is kind of nice for me. Kind of, keep me excited. You keep me optimistic. It's a pleasure to speak with you, my man. And it seems like, not only can you find him on, the second channel, you also find him on Tottenham on Tour, giving his expert advice over there. So Ishan, looking forward to seeing more of you, my man. Well done.
Yeah, for sure. All right. Thanks for having me on. Great to talk to you guys.
Got you, brother. Well done, my man. Really well done. All right, everybody. That was Ishan. Absolutely smashed, we'll say, as he usually does. The man is an encyclopedia of knowledge, I'll tell you that. But Tim Falco, Luis Diaz, according to Ishan, worth 50 million pounds. So there you are. I think that's an expert answer that he's given you as well, Tim. And really do appreciate the continued support, my man. Really love having you around for this show, because you've really honestly opened up the discussion lots, and you've really been very, very generous as well. So just want to say, really do appreciate you, my man. But we are going to go on to the final guest of the evening, probably one of the best closers around, someone that you just want to close out of, we'll say maybe not a good reference here, but, close out a baseball game, ninth inning. You got Dermot, Tottenham Tantrum Gold. Dermot, good to have you, man. How we keeping?
I'm doing all right. How are you two lads?
Fresh haircut, Dermot.
I was going to say.
Yeah. You have to look good going on to Dave and Jack's show. You have to look smart.
Very sharp, my friend. Very sharp. How you feeling, buddy?
Yeah, all right. Doing all right.
Good man.
Good. I'm not happy about yesterday. Win's a win, but not happy. But what can you do with crap players? Not a lot you can do.
Should have done more than that, though, against Morecambe, though, right?
Well, you could have put me, Dave, Jack, Coover, Phil, yourself, Brian Dagel, and we would beat them 10-0.
Well, I don't know about that, mate. I'm not a good player. I'm not. Include me in that 10. I'm terrible.
I'm a ADAMA Traore light on the wings. I'll tell you that. I'll just pace up and down the wings. Dermot will be in the number 10 creative mold. Actually, I would say Dermot's probably like a Højbjerg, kind of player, just running through players like Steve Perryman, and just knocking players out of the stadium. I think honestly, I'd back our chances. But I remember Dermot. It might have been you last night.
As my defensive partner.
Love it.
Who can do the bouncing for me?
Kuba for you, yeah. You and Kuba in the midfield sounds like just two absolute brick houses in the midfield. I'll tell you that. That sounds great. But Dermot, I think it was you, might have been someone else, in the chat, yesterday for the Morecambe game, saying that you would practically only keep, it was something like 2 or 3 of those starting 11 players. I mean, of all the players that started yesterday, which ones do you feel like you would keep, or which ones do you feel like still maybe have a bit of a soft spot in your heart?
Luis, Gill, Moore, and Kane.
Who was the first name?
Lloris.
Oh, Lloris. You wouldn't keep Sessegnon?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm
got a soft spot for Sessegnon.
I like Cess. I'm a big
But-
fan of Cess
but the
recently. I
rest of
think
them
he's...
the rest of them can just walk out now. I think
Yeah.
Ndombele, for what he did yesterday, needs his contract ripped up. Ripped up, chucked out, kicked out. Don't ever come back to the club again.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Well, I mean, I don't agree with ripping up the contract. I feel like there's no point in ripping up the contract. You might as well just keep him there and then do your best to try and find someone who wants to take him. I don't think you want to just write off 40 million for the sake of it, but do whatever you can to get him out of the club, but do whatever you can to try and get some money back.
Nobody would buy him.
I know, it's going to be tough. It's going to be really tough, Derm.
How are you going to sell them? The only way you're going to sell some of these players is cancelling their contracts.
Well,
I know Luis didn't start yesterday. I know Galini was in goal, but I'll get rid of Galini. I would actually, the players that will keep in the whole squad. I think the rest of them just need either to go out on loan or go.
I certainly wouldn't sign Galini. He's on loan at the moment. I wouldn't sign him permanently at the end of the season. I think he's been very, very poor, to be honest.
I think somebody sent Paratici a dodgy video, a fake video, just stuck Galini's head on their body sort of thing, and he's doing all these wonder saves, right? then Galini rocks up. You know, Paratici's thinking,
I feel like in Galini's case too, Dermot, like, I feel like I would give him more of a chance, you know, at potentially coming good if he wasn't, you know, it seems like as much of a kind of a, I would say, a poor influence, you know, in the dressing room. He seems like somebody that is kind of, you know, likes to party a little bit. Seems like someone that seems to enjoy himself, you know, outside of, you know, the dressing room and whatnot, which is perfectly fine. I'm never going to slam players too much for that sort of thing. But it is sometimes like, considering we already have dressing room sort of issues, we have personality problems at this club. It seems like that's my other reason why I'm not convinced with Galini, is just because he doesn't really seem to be a, you know, football first kind of person, is maybe how I put it.
no, you can slag the players off all you want. It's going to get us nowhere.
Hey, Derm, is there any chance you can turn your microphone up a little bit?
No, I've turned it up as high as it can go.
Oh, okay.
Can you hear me all right?
Oh, that's better. Yeah, that's better.
Yeah.
Sorry, it was just a bit quiet then. That's all.
I am, because it is one here and the people asleep in the house, so I'm just trying to keep my voice down, because my voice
makes sense.
Sort of goes around very loud.
Tell me about it. My neighbours complain about me pretty much every time I come on the stream.
Yeah, right. That's for another show. That's ready for another show. Too much information, Sean.
No, it's just from this show, just from me laughing and shouting.
Yeah,
and,
it's from his commentary. Yeah.
Okay, Grant. Right, we'll call it that in future, Sean Grant.
That's all it is. Nothing more.
You can criticise these players all you want, but you have to go to the root of the problem. The root of the problem is Levy for 20 years not backing managers, not picking the right managers, not picking the right director of footballs. I mean, I can remember us winning stuff back in the early 80s. I can remember me as a kid seeing us picking up FA Cups, UEFA Cups, seeing the great Ozzy and Perriman and Glenn Hoddle and Chrissy Waddle and Gaza, all them players playing for us. Yeah, we were lucky to get to the Champions League final. When Leicester won the league, we should have won that. With a bit more investment, that could have been our league. So
Absolutely.
you have to go to the root of the problem. The root of the problem is Levy in it. Now Sean's side of the argument is we're self-sufficient now for the rest of our lives. We don't have to worry about the finances. Yeah, I understand that. That's your point of view, and I respect your point of view, Sean. I really do. I understand what you're saying. But you've got to say, I've been a fan for 41 years, so I've seen this down to the depths of despair to the heights of success. This is not good enough. Nowhere near good enough. Levy can do say what he wants, and Leopard never changes his spots. We're 700 million in debt, the club, but it just doesn't make any sense. Why would you not back a world-class manager? Why do you have to go twaddling off to the Bahamas? For two reasons. Either one, there's no money there to spend, or two, they're selling the club. And I think it's two, they're selling the club.
Interesting.
So good news then, right? You're happy with that, right?
Yeah, but it's who buys the club.
Well,
we don't really, but I think we don't exactly know.
You either want him out or you don't. You know what do you?
No, for Sean, you got two options. You either got Chinese ownership, which is no good to nobody.
Yeah, I know.
Or you
Yeah,
got
this is it.
American ownership.
I'm scared of the Chinese ownership as well, and that's what you get with if Forrest Lee buys the club. I don't think he'll buy the club. I think he'll buy a stake of the club. Personally, if he does, I think he'll invest in a slice.
Well, I've heard from a source tonight of mine that there is a takeover happening around the regions of 3.8 billion.
The matched price that they've sort of call. Yeah.
Now,
but it's Forrest Lee, is it?
Pardon?
Would it be the Forrest Lee with the Chinese?
That's all I know. I'm trying to do more digging in it myself, but that's all I'm hearing. Now, he could be buying a chunk of the club with a future takeover, or it could be an American investor. If an American bought Tottenham, it's a gold mine for them because of the NFL, the concerts and everything.
It's true.
Now, I would prefer Amazon to take us over. I think we all would. Chinese do scare me, but at least they will invest in the club, invest in the football side. Levy's never invested in the football side. I don't go to Tottenham to see their spreadsheets or their accountants or that. I go to see Tottenham play football.
Yeah.
I went to the old White Hart Lane when it was all standing years ago in the 80s.
But Dermot, do you not accept that if we signed a £40 million player in Lo Celso, if Lo Celso was the £40 million player that we hoped he would be, and he was playing alongside the £60 million player that Ndombele was supposed to be, then we wouldn't be in the predicament we are. It's not that we haven't spent money. It's that the players that we spent money on have turned out to be shit shows.
They're Levy signings.
No, but I know. But that's not the question I'm asking. The question I'm asking is like, the players didn't turn out to be what they were supposed to be. But when you say that he hasn't invested, there has been investment. It's just that the investment's gone poorly. You know, and the players haven't worked out.
I agree with you. Yeah, it could be. You could flip it over and say, yeah, grand. If them players were brilliant, then hey ho, we're a fantastic club. But they didn't, because they were Levy signings. There was no director of football. It was just, I buy the players. He was involved in something he doesn't know. That's why we're in this mess. His job was to get finance for the club, sustain it that it won't get into debt again, and give money to the manager to buy his players.
Pochettino was pushing for Ndombele. You know, the best manager we've had in recent years. Pochettino was the guy who was pushing for it.
I heard more it was Levy. I heard it was more Levy wanted him. Poch never got what he wanted. I mean, I feel really sorry for Poch because he done fantastic with us, and you know, he got us to a Champions League final. Do you think if say 100 million or 150 million, where we have been that next season?
Again, I'll throw the Everton scenario at anyone who says that. Like, you just don't know what throwing money doesn't equal success. It might help. It would certainly help the conversation, but you wouldn't want to be an Everton fan right now. I'd love to go. I haven't. I'd love to be a fly on the wall on some Everton fan shows like this that would be saying something similar, but the opposite. In like, we've thrown money, that we've wasted money, and Everton are financially in a lot of problems right now. Like, they're fucked. They're getting rid of that Dignier. I don't know how you say his last name.
Yeah.
Because they have to balance the books, because they've thrown a fortune, Dermot, at players, and they've gone backwards. They're 15th. They might go down. I don't think they will, but they're in a world of shit, and that's down to overinvestment. Right?
Everton never been relegated in the First Division or the Premier League.
No, I know, but they're 15th in the league. They're 15th in the league. They're 3 points off relegation. Okay, maybe, but they're still financially fucked. Their chairman has thrown 700, 800 million pound at players over the last 7 years, and they have gone backwards. They're down, and they won't. The only way they could climb out of that financial situation that they've got themselves in is either by qualifying for the Champions League or qualifying for Europe to get some more not match day revenue, or a little bit of that, but also from what's the word?
Being in those TV revenue.
TV revenue, winning games, whatever I can't think of I'm tired now, but the fact they haven't done that, they're screwed. Like, they have to sell players to balance the books, and you wouldn't want to be an Everton fan right now.
No, I mean, I remember when Sugar was in charge, we were finishing 10th every season, or 9th or 10th or 11th.
Or lower,
Apart from the success we had on the Poch, nothing really was changing on Levy or Enoch.
I disagree with that, mate. I feel like under Martin Yole it started. We finished 5th under Martin Yole. Under Harry Redknapp, we had Lasagna Gate.
Yeah,
we qualified for the Champions League 6 times in 8 seasons.
We didn't win a trophy though, did we?
But we had more success.
The idea is we're a big club. We should have success. Qualifying for the Champions League, yippee!
It meant a lot. It meant a lot to Tottenham fans at the time.
Yeah, it meant a lot at the time, but it didn't give us a cop, though, did it? Since 1949-50, when we won the Second Division Championship, we won a trophy in the end of the 40s, the 50s, the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, the 90s. We've won one trophy this century.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
And every other club, Arsenal have won more than us this century.
Yeah.
Man United have won more than us this century.
Newcastle haven't. Aston Villa haven't. Everton haven't. West Brom haven't.
I'm
Wolves
not on
haven't.
about them. I'm on about us as a club. I don't care about Everton or Chelsea or them. I'm about the team I support, which is Tottenham Hotspur.
Yeah, but you just mentioned 4 clubs that have outperformed. I'm just giving you 4 big clubs that haven't.
Sean, that they've won more than us.
Yeah.
We as fans. Yeah, it's okay looking at top 4 or top 3 or top 2. We're getting in the Champions League. We get a season going into the top division of football. Brilliant. I'm all up for that. Let's go. But I want to win an FA Cup. I want to win the League Cup. I want to win the league. We haven't won the league championship since 1960-61.
Yeah.
We haven't won the FA Cup for 30 years.
Yeah.
We haven't won the League Cup since 2008.
Mm-hmm.
We get top 4, yippee. It doesn't satisfy me as a Spurs fan. That saw us win something.
Doesn't satisfy me either, Dom.
That saw us that we were the top team in London.
I know, mate. It doesn't satisfy me either. I know we're capable of more. I know.
And I think all Levy cares about is top 4 and finances. And I'm sick of it. I'm sick of watching other teams picking up trophies.
I would make the argument that every chairman in the Premiership, I'd make the argument, that every chairman in the Premiership only gives a shit about money.
Yeah, but I don't care about the spreadsheets or the things. You do. That's your world. So
I don't care about it. I don't care about them either. I just throw them out as perspective. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but I want my club to win trophies, to win cups. I don't care if we finish 4th and that's getting us another 40 million or 50 million. We haven't done well in the transfer market. There was 2 seasons we didn't buy anyone. What sense is that? We didn't build. And now's the time to build. Now the time is to put his money for the first time where his mouth is. Give Conte whatever he needs. Buy the best players. Get them now. Get them on pre-contracts now.
Interesting. This is a good debate so far.
I am sick and tired of hearing people saying, but Levy's maintained us for many years. We've got a great new stadium. I didn't ask for the new stadium. Though it's great for season ticket holders, it's great for revenue, it's great for doing NFL concerts, whatever you like.
But Dermot, you can't like if we stayed in the 36,000 seater stadium, you can't compete. Like at the end of the day, money talks. I know you with respect like to sweep the money argument under the
No, I'm not sweeping
the
under
carpet.
the carpet, Sean. I'm just sick to death of hearing it.
Well, but it's relevant, mate. Like if you don't build a new stadium, you can't pay Harry Kane £300,000 a week.
I didn't ask for a new stadium.
But if you don't, I'm not saying you did. But 85,000 season ticket holders wanted a stadium. There's still 85,000 people that will want a season ticket now.
Let me ask you a question, Sean. Right? Build a new stadium. Is that good for us, the fans, or is it good for Levy and Enoch?
It's good for both, mate, in the long run.
How's it good for us?
Because if you have a 36,000-seater stadium,
We
right?
pay the highest prices in London, I think.
Yeah, but how do you expect to pay the salaries of Harry Kane with a 30,000-seater stadium? There's a reason why Wolverhampton Wanderers can't afford Harry Kane. There's a reason why Southampton can't afford Ndombele. There's a reason why Hugo Lloris plays for Tottenham and not for, West Brom. There's like you have to have the infrastructure, mate. It's just like I know it's a
We're hearing
frustrating
this,
argument
Sean,
to
we've been
keep banging
hearing
on, but
this
it's
for-
just reality, buddy.
We've been hearing this for 20 odd years now, and it's getting tiring, and it's getting fed up. We've been hearing it for 20 years, Sean. and there's
I know
people-
you're fed up hearing it, man. But
I respect your opinion.
it's not an opinion, mate. It's just facts. You won't be able to. But if you want Harry Kane to play
Yeah,
for
but
Tottenham
if-
Hotspur,
Sean, if
it
there
doesn't
was
happen
money
unless you
there-
have a new stadium.
Right, if there was money there, Sean, right, why not put it into the team so we can be successful? That breeds more revenue. That breeds more money.
What money? Like, what do you like? If you don't build a new stadium, you can't sustain. You can't sustain the salaries of the top teams, mate. The reason why
Yeah, but
Manchester United can do what they do is because they've got an 80,000-seater stadium and they've got a global brand. Arsenal had to move stadium and they spent 8 years waiting for a new trophy ever since they launched their stadium. Man City are a different scenario, right? Chelsea are a different scenario, but the teams that live within their means, you have to do it if you want to progress. I know it's a frustrating argument, mate, but it's just the fact. Harry Kane would not be at Tottenham anymore if Tottenham still played at White Hart Lane. He spent $1.5 billion. Yeah, it's not an opinion.
I
mate.
don't believe that. I actually don't agree with that. But
It's not an opinion, mate.
everyone's
We
entitled
couldn't
to their
have.
opinion. I've been supporting Tottenham for 41 years, Sean. I have a fair knowledge of what I'm talking about.
Dermot,
I don't know
tell me
much about-
someone.
hang
Okay, go on.
Let me think. Maybe I don't know much about finances, but I know much about my football club. And I've been standing on the terraces as a young boy, on the terraces with them, seeing the likes of Glenn Hoddle, Clive Allen, Gaza, Lineker, Paul Stewart, even going back to Stevie Perryman,
Yeah.
Tony Galvin. When we were getting 50, 60,000 at White Hart Lane in matches, and we were successful.
Yeah, but Dermot,
We won things.
It's a different financial system. Let me just ask you a question. Name me a player who plays for a team that have a 30,000-seater stadium who earns £350,000 a week.
How do you know Kane's not on that? How do you know
He's on 300 grand a week.
Well, I
Right,
heard he was on 250 grand a week.
Okay, well, name me a player who plays for a 30,000-seater stadium club who earns that. And Tottenham have 4 or 5 of those types of players. We have Ndombele, we have Hugo Lloris, we have Deli Alli. They're all overpaid. I'm not suggesting that they should be paid what they are, but they are paid what they're paid, and that is because of the fact that we have money coming in. Find me a team that plays in a stadium that's 30,000 seats that pays their players that much. If you can't, then surely you can understand what I'm trying to say to you, mate. It's
I
reality.
do understand I'm not saying I don't understand, Sean. But I'm sick of hearing Levy saying this all the time. That's the point I'm making. I'm fed up to the back teeth. We haven't won anything for over 20 years.
Yeah.
For a size of Tottenham, that is not good enough. Yeah, we've got a world-beaten stadium. Brilliant. We can play NFL there. We can have shows there. We can do this. We can boxing. But where does that money go? Does that money go back into the football team? No. We may be worth 3.8 billion. That's great for the stock. That's great for Levy and selling the club. But we haven't seen a trophy in 20 years. For the size of my club and your club and Jack's club, that's not good enough.
It's a good, I will say, guys, I just want to, great debate so far. We're going to continue it in just a second, but Brian Socrates is,
Can I just
kind
say,
of,
Jack, I love debating with Sean. He's such a great guy.
I was going to say, I'm liking this. This is like a very quiet debate in comparison to the one that Sean had with David at one stage. It's kind of funny. It's like a library debate. Brian C. Socrates saying, but the big one as well, though. Brian C. Socrates with an absolute huge one. I mean, talk about investment. I'll tell you that right there from Socrates. And he says, lads, great stream. Time for a transfer investment, representing ambitious but smart recruitment under Conte's direction. Time to redefine Spursy to meaning trophy hunting with a winning mentality. In Conte we trust. Back Conte, back the flat cap army. Socrates, he's just giving you the powerful philosophy right there. And I honestly love it. He gives you honestly kind of chills sometimes when he kind of does these sort of chats, because to me, it's just, I don't know, it's always very motivational from him. He's always kind of thinking about, how do we actually fix the current situation? Sometimes it's not always like kind of lamenting about something. He likes to really think about fixing it. And he's just basically saying, Dermot, Socrates, he just wants everybody, or he wants the club to invest in what Conte wants. He wants them to invest in, maybe a scouting department that Conte is looking for. Basically, he's trying to invest in picking the right sort of players. And I think Sean could agree with this as well, investing in the scouting department so that the players we go after aren't another Ndombele, aren't another Lo Celso, aren't another Jack Clark or whatever it may be, where it's just a waste of money. We want to go after somebody where even if we pay the big bucks, there is more of a guarantee that this player will actually come good for Spurs. And I think, it's Socrates, that's all he's basically saying here. But Dermot, I mean, is this what you want to see? Do you want to see, maybe more ambitious but smart recruitment, with the caveat, has to be smart recruitment. It can't just be sometimes 80 million thrown down the drain at a player. It needs to be smart recruitment at the same time.
It does. It needs to be left to Paratici. Let him organise the scouting network for himself. Do you know what? I feel sorry for these young fans that haven't seen us win anything. Just think top 4 is a great successful season. I actually do feel sorry for them, because it's not fair on them. They don't deserve that. And fans like myself, who've seen us buy great players in the past, Jurgen Klinsmann, we have players like that. Jurgen Klinsmann coming to our club. We had Jerry Francis and Ozzy Adilas as manager. Not great managers. Let's, to be fair, and everyone loved Ozzy's famous 5. It was brilliant to watch. Nightmare to watch, but it was good fun. But not great managers. But we were able to attract big players. Jurgen Klinsmann come off that World Cup in '94. Fantastic, well renowned. We can't get that class of player at the moment.
We certainly couldn't if we still had a 36,000 seater stadium, don't we?
Yeah, well, we might disagree on that, Sean. I'm sorry, I'm sticking to my point. I'm not going from that one.
Steadfast, we both are. Steadfast.
I've got a comment here from Kuva who put in, and it's actually a very good point. If you don't mind me reading it out, Jack.
Sure.
He says Southampton, Millwall, West Ham, Cardiff, Portsmouth, Stoke, Hull, Palace and Watford have all been in the FA Cup final this century. We haven't. They certainly didn't need top 4 to reach that final. And I think it's a very good point there. We don't need top 4 to have a successful season.
I guess they had probably great managers and a lot of squad unity, probably to a degree. Good squad unity, good managers, good tactics, yeah.
Harry Redknapp took Portsmouth to a cup final and won in the FA Cup.
Yeah.
The FA Cup used to be Tottenham's Cup. We haven't won that in 30 years. We haven't won the league since 60-61.
Yeah.
You know, yeah, I understand you need to build a new stadium to progress. I know that. To get more finances in. But there's no point having a brilliant stadium, Sean, with all the finances in the world, right? Would not win a trophy in the cabinet.
Sean,
there's no point. You might as well go out in the middle of the field, find the wind, and go the other way, politely.
Fair point there, Dermot. Sean, do you feel like you agree with Socrates here? You know, he's basically saying, like, you know, maybe to your point at a certain extent where, yes, you know, we should be maybe spending more and spending bigger, but it also needs to be done with, you know, actually a bit more kind of, you know, I don't know, kind of tactics or a bit more kind of, you know, nous for actually knowing that these players are actually quality, you know, not just splashing the cash on a player that sounds good on paper, but actually digging into really the quality of the player, you know, smarter investment, you know, to a degree. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, and I think it starts with changing the scouting network, right? I can't remember the last time we bought a worldie who no one else had heard of, or who would everyone else had unearthed. Exactly, right. I can't remember that. You know, Sonny was obviously became a worldie and was value for money. Deli Alli was value for money at the time. Like, you could look at those sorts of players, but in general, like, you can there's lots of players that other clubs find that have emerged, and Tottenham haven't done it for a while. Like, listen, I hear everything you're saying, Dermot. There's definitely two sides to every story, but I think that the biggest problem, if you are going to critique the spending habits of Tottenham Hotspur, I don't agree with you, Dermot, that Tanguy Ndombele was Daniel Levy's project. I don't think that was the case. But I think that to Brian C. Socrates' point, I think that it is time. It definitely is time. It has to be time. Like wherever the money comes from, whether it comes from under Daniel Levy's mattress, from Joe Lewis's mattress, whether it's from Forest Lee, whether it's from Chinese, and I agree with Dermot. There's definitely problems that are with regards to Chinese ownership. I don't particularly like the sound of that, but better the devil you know than devil you don't, you could argue. But I do think that we do need to invest.
Deli Alli.
Yeah, I think we do need to invest, but I do think that we need before we start spending money, or whilst we're spending money, I think we also need to start to hire some better scouts. Where you find them, I don't know. Like, this is well outside of my knowledge. I don't know how Leicester City find the skills that how they find the players that they do. This is going back to the conversation we had with Brad and with Philip right at the very start. Like, and Chris as well. I forget who it was now. How do you identify Tanguy Ndombele's bad attitude before you spend 60 million on him? Right? Yeah. How do you identify?
You do your digital.
But who does that, right? You'd hope it's the scouts, right? And so we
need
their
responsibility. The scouts,
you ask the players.
Yeah, you ask the other players. You ask around, see what his family's like. So the scouting system that Tottenham has been disappointing, and that's the easiest word to use.
Agreed.
Not the strongest word you could use, but it's been very disappointing for a long time now. So it's one thing to spend money, but in order to spend it correctly, I think we need a better scouting system.
I agree, actually, Sean. I really do agree.
I agree with Sean as well on that. I really do. I do agree with him on that. It's been a disgrace, our scout system, over the last 20 years. But it comes back to my point. Do the younger generation want top four, and like yourself, Sean, do you want top four, and you, Jack, do you want top four and Champions League football every season, or do you want trophies?
It's the age-old debate, but I think to maybe find a middle ground for you two, I think even if we weren't to move into the big stadium, what actually we could all agree on is if we wanted to still be a very relevant football club and actually still challenge for things, having a smart scouting department and a very talented scouting department would be our way, actually, of kind of growing the club. And also because then we could sell on, kind of like Dortmund, kind of like Ajax, you sell on players for huge sums of money, and then you just know that you're just going to be replacing them the next season with the next, the next great, the next phenom, the next talent. And so actually having, a lot of money invested in quality, smart scouting system is actually, I think, the best middle ground for these two arguments, because then maybe you don't need to move into a huge stadium. Theoretically, you don't need to, because you would actually have, quality players, like we were saying earlier, that you're unearthing that no one's ever heard of, that will eventually be sold on for 50 million pounds, 40 million pounds. And that could be a good way to build the club. So Socrates, I completely agree with you, my man. I think we need the right recruitment under Conte's guidance, under his direction, and then I think we'll absolutely be going in the right direction. And I really do want Spursy. I want Spursy to be redefined to trophy hunting, like Dermot, as I think is saying as well. Dermot wants Spursy to be, the meaning of trophy hunting. So it is the right winning mentality. I love it, Socrates. Back Conte, back the Black Cap Army. And also really do appreciate the big one as well, Socrates. Honestly, I mean, really, you've been supporting the channel for a very long time. Absolute GOAT of the Harris Army and the Irish Hotspur. Brian Socrates is, and he's always kind of keeping things in a lighter mood, like trying to kind of think about how we can actually best maybe fix the club. He's always thinking in that sort of mind. That's why we call him Socrates, because he's always trying to go to the root problem of things. But Brian, just want to say, really appreciate you, brother, really from the bottom of my heart, and it's good to have you back, my man. It's good to have you back, and thanks for sticking with us for this one. And I'm glad that you've been enjoying all the guests. I'm glad you've been enjoying the stream. Just want to say, pick yourself up, my man. It's good to have you back. And really, really, really thank you for the big one. Really do appreciate it, my man. But I'm going to move on. Kuva99, he's saying, me in the midfield, if the goal needs a fat infusion, then I'm your man. Tanguy and I can sit and eat KFC, bounce off shots, and distribute on rivers of grease. Well, there you are,
Can I
Kuba.
just
I
say,
mean,
me and Kuba had a laugh yesterday, Jack. We were watching the match, the first half, right, and we noticed him see Winks just fall over his own feet. And then we're sitting there, Kuba said, that was a great tackle by the grass in the first. Honestly, it was.
By the
I tell you
wind.
what, you could have Stevie Nicks, Dolly Parton, and God knows, the leasing of Blondie, right, in the recruitment office, right. They would do a better job than Steve Hitchen did. Seriously.
Yeah.
Steve Hitchen has done awful. But I want to big up Sean. He's done a fantastic job tonight. He really has doing this.
Done a good job.
I tip my hat off to him. I know we have a disagreement, Sean, but I do respect you.
No, it's all good, man. I love you to pieces. Yeah, it's just I get it, man. It's all passion. It's
I actually liked this one. Like I said, it was like a library.
It's very
thing.
calm, yeah, library.
Yeah.
And another thing.
Believe me, I can get a bit more. If it was 8 o'clock at night, I'll be gone.
But Kuba, I would say you seem like a defensive midfield kind of side. You seem like kind of a destroyer. You seem like a midfield destroyer. Maybe I've got you wrong. Maybe you're more of a wing back, but you seem like a midfield destroyer to me. So you and Tanguy in the middle, honestly, sounds like a great combination. Kind of like, Højbjerg and Tanguy last season. It actually worked for a little while until it didn't. So maybe that's where your role is, Kuba, but do appreciate it. My man. And Tim Falco yet again with another one saying Spurs in 2018 were worth 1.5 billion. In 2021 their value was 2.3 billion, and now their expected value by 2025 is 3.4 billion. I mean, Sean, does this sound kind of accurate to you? Maybe that's why the 3.8 billion maybe fee is supposedly in that ballpark, because apparently by 2025 we would be worth that, which isn't too far away when you think about it. 2025. I'd
be surprised if it's in pounds. I would have thought that's Tim. Maybe it's dollars. I mean, I don't know. I don't know this. Certainly it's a multi-billion pound company, right? And then you can put inflation on everything. The fact that the pound's getting, or the dollar's getting deflated or inflated, and the fact that it's a property company, so it's inflation proof. You can absolutely expect it to go through the roof in valuation. This is what I've been saying. The efforts of Daniel Levy and Joe Lewis, when people say profit before glory, that big banner that's stuck outside Tottenham Stadium, I know it's Brian's mates that are all part of that protest, but just the reality is that there is no profit that they're taking before they sell the club, or at least they haven't in the last 6 years. There's no dividends, right? There's no profit. This profit gets reworked into investments that will go on the balance sheet that will eventually be recognized. Like Daniel Levy and Joe Lewis, they're businessmen, and I get it that people think that the rules are different for a football club, and that business owners should just forever, or at least temporarily, just support with their own money. I get the argument. I understand all that stuff, but these guys don't do it that way. I personally don't believe they should have to do it that way. But there is no profit that's being ripped out of the club. And so when it comes to them selling, the reason why they do all this stuff is that they can make a big profit. And they obviously will make a big profit, because I don't know what Daniel Levy invested, like £30 million, whatever it was, in 2001, right? So he'll make 100 times his money, or 150 times his money, whatever it will be, something insane when he comes to sell it in 20 years, which is an amazing return. It's like a cryptocurrency kind of return on investment at the end of the day, right? It's insane. But that's what he's there to do. That's his prerogative. And I know people like Dermot and Brian and everyone else don't agree with that stuff. I don't particularly have a problem with it, because I think that Tottenham is sustained for the rest of our lives, at least. Yes, mate.
I just want to ask you a question. He was when he built the stadium, he gave himself, I think, what was it, a 3 or 4 million bonus?
£3 million bonus for completing the stadium a year early. Yeah.
He lied about when it was going to be opened, because it never did. Do you know? If he's given himself a bonus, surely he should have put that bonus back into the footballing side instead of taking it for himself.
He does pay himself the most out of most Germans as well.
Yeah, but
guys,
we can go through this. This is something to wait for the debate. Though. But all I'll say to you, mate, is like, if you think that because he's chairman of Tottenham Hotspur that the rules are different, and that you're so annoyed with his behaviour. But he's still, if he wasn't chairman of Tottenham Hotspur, he could go and be the chairman of any number of clubs, or any number of companies around the world, and get paid 10 times what he gets paid at Tottenham Hotspur, right? So he like it's just reality. He's a smart man. He wants to make money, mate. It's just the reality.
That.
Yeah. So, and I'm not being funny, but if he didn't deliver the stadium on the year ahead of what he would have done, it would have cost Tottenham another £300 million. So I'd rather him get 3 million than Tottenham be another £300 million in debt, because there was a commodities boom happening in 2018. This is the reason why companies like football clubs like Chelsea have had to put their plans on ice to rebuild their stadium.
It's more expensive to build a stadium now.
Twice as expensive now, right? So there's just realities, and Dermot, like, I understand your passion, mate, but I feel like you lead your opinion with your heart, and I'm coming at it from a pragmatic approach.
I lead my passion from there and there.
Love it.
Yeah, but
it's from both. I've seen my.
It's too late. It's too late to get into this now. I'm
41 years I've been supporting Tottenham.
I know. I'm just telling you, man. But when you bring up the £3 million, bonus like it's a problem, I can give you 10 reasons why I'd rather him get that than the opposite happen. You know,
Levy has never shown me in 20 years. His recruitment of managers was bad. How he got rid of Martin Joe was disgraceful. How he's picking of managers has been awful.
He picked Pochettino, right?
He was lucky. He got lucky with Pochettino.
You can't do that, man. You can't say every bad decision was his skill and every good decision was his luck. You can't make that. Come on, man.
Are you guaranteed that manager's going to win you a trophy? No, seriously.
Huh? Say that again.
It took Ferguson 6 years, but I think from 86 to 1990 before he won his first trophy.
Right.
Okay, and then he won on that run with Man United. But he was nearly being sacked. If he didn't win the FA Cup, he was going to be sacked that season.
Right.
Okay. You've got with Poch, it could have gone either way. Yeah. We sacked a manager before a League Cup final in Mourinho.
We don't know why. You don't know why, mate.
I think it's about the European Super League and other things as well.
Yeah.
But we don't know why. But we sacked a manager before we could win a trophy.
Yeah.
And I think Mourinho was in charge. I think we would have won that final.
Well, that's speculative, isn't it?
But
I think it is speculative. But
I never trust Levy as far as you can throw me. You do, I don't. But I respect you, and I think you're a great man. And I could talk to you all night, but you look tired.
I'm exhausted, man.
We'll find.
I gotta be up at 7 a.m.
Yeah, I was going to say for Sean's sake, who's put an absolute shift in. I'm gonna give him the benefit. Just saying, Sean's absolutely killed it and staying up all night for this one. But Tim, if that's the case, my man, I mean that could make sense. Maybe why the 3.8 billion. I thought that fee was intentionally unmatchable, but maybe it isn't. Considering that evaluation. So Tim Falco, just want to say, as well as Brian Socrates, really do appreciate the huge support and huge generosity that you've shown the channel. It really does, it really does go a very long way. It does help David and I just keep kind of pushing, keep kind of putting out the content as much as possible. And it also just is extremely generous, my man. So really do thank you, my man, as well as Brian C. Socrates for the big ones. And Kuva99 is saying, Dermot, I disagree. We should disrespect Shawnee to the max. That cap belongs to Bugsy Malone. Good boy attack. Take Levy's Jr.'s precious cap and maul it. Just give it to the dog, I guess, again. Because I guess the dog has taken it away a few times.
It's a girl, Kuva. How many times? She's a girl.
How is Bugsy Malone tonight? She's very quiet.
She's on my mum's bed.
Yeah, she's probably fast asleep. Like maybe Sean should be.
I need to go, guys. I need to wrap this up soon.
But Kuva, really want to say, do appreciate it, my man. And Dermot, honestly, it's been a class debate. Do really appreciate.
Love you, Dermot.
I'll be talking to you in the back end if you like Dermot. But I am going to wrap things up with Sean here, so I'm gonna just take you off here. But Dermot, where can people find you quickly? Because I know you have a channel that's absolutely flying at the moment.
Yeah, they can find us on Tottenham Tantra Gold. We're there every morning, every evening. Do look at old classic games from the 60s, 70s, 80s, early 90s. We've got a lot of good things coming up. We've got the Steve Perryman video on our channel, so people please get over and look at that and press like on it. It was a great show having them on. We've got things coming up. We've got debates. We've got. I'm putting together a Bill Nicholson special. That's coming in the works. Me and Kuva are thinking about doing a few watch-along for the Winter Olympics for the skiing and a bit of fun during the night if people are up all night. So we're looking to do a bit of fun in that. And we're back on Wednesday doing the Chelsea watch-along, and we're doing our very own Arsenal watch-along as well for Sunday. So
Love it.
Tottenham Tantrum Gold, and we see you all there.
And if you want to see a special interview with Steve Perryman, everybody head on over to Tottenham Tantrum Gold as well. He's absolutely smashing it over there, along with Kuba, Ben Kaufman, the whole works over there. Basically, some of your favorite Irish Hotspur, Harris Army regulars. Head on over to Tottenham Tantrum Gold, please, and thank you. Please give them that subscribe, because they're absolutely flying at the moment. And you want to, I say, like a lot of things, you want to say, I was there first, and that be your channel, Tottenham Tantrum Gold. But Dermot, absolute pleasure as always, and I'll be speaking to you later.
And God bless you.
Thanks, Dermot.
Thank you very much.
Speak to you later, brother. Good to have you. Well done, my man. Well done. Cheers to Dermot. Absolutely killed it. Tim Falco in with another one saying, Dermot, we cannot live in the past, only the now. Now is the time for Levy to back a world-class manager. We will see. I think that to a degree, though, to Dermot's defense, you got to live in the past to a degree, because it has been, it's certainly a long road, it feels like, under Levy. And so they have 20 years of evidence, it feels like, on their side. So I do kind of see where they're coming from. And also Sean, though, has raised some fantastic points as well, that Tim Falco. And honestly, those, estimates of the value of the club are quite interesting, my man, quite interesting. So I'll take that into consideration in the future. But Tim, just want to say, really do appreciate all the support that you've shown to the channel today. It really is absolutely ridiculous. It's so generous. And hopefully you'll enjoy maybe some of the future shows that we'll be doing this week. We pretty much stream almost every day, apart from usually Fridays. And so you can usually, find everything from huge debates to tactical analysis to stats shows. So hopefully you find a bit of a home. Hopefully you find a liking in the Harris Army and the Irish Hotspur. But Tim Falco, one of the best names in the business. Really do appreciate you, my man. Just quickly, everybody, I do want to give a very quick plug to Manscaped, because they are the ones that are sponsoring this episode of the fan show. Basically, I know everybody, like, you probably have, already kind of spent all your Christmas money. You probably spent all that, kind of coin, maybe over the winter break on maybe something for, the missus, for something on, a friend of yours. But if you have a bit of something left over, I would encourage you to head on over to Manscaped and use the code FLATCAP and get 20% off plus free shipping. You can get everything from, the Manscaped kind of lawnmower, which is, everybody knows, is for the down under, to keep everything, nice and clean, as well as nice and fresh. And also you can get everything from like a bit of a ball toner to a bit of also like a crop mop ball wipe, which I will say is actually something quite fantastic. It's just a nice, easy way to keep everything smelling nice and fresh. But please, everybody, do head on over to Manscaped. They are very, very generous enough to sponsor this episode of the fan show. It really does go a long way. Use that code FLATCAP, like it says in the banner down below, and it would really help David and I as well on our journey. And they are actually very, very generous sponsors to us, so really do appreciate it. Everybody, do head on over to Manscaped. Get everything from the full performance package, crop mop ball wipes. You can even get like cologne as well, which I do use. I'm not even a big cologne person, but I do really like their cologne. You can get everything as well, the shampoo and conditioner, the whole works. Doesn't need to be just for the down under. It can be for the up top as well. But everybody, head on over to Manscaped, get 20% off plus free shipping. And that will be the end of the show, everybody. So Sean, he's put in an absolute shift, I will say, tonight. Really well done, I would say, Sean. But, maybe just quickly, where can people find more of you, my man?
Yeah, guys. So you can find me at Spurs Talk Show. All one word, Spurs Talk Show. It's there under my name. And at Twitter, at Spurs Talk Show on Twitter. I'm exhausted now. At Spurs Talk Show on Twitter, Spurs Talk Show, all one word, on YouTube. But I'm not always on this channel, and I'm also on Tottenham Tantrum Gold sometimes in the morning. But I also just do, when no one else is on, I just set up a live stream and just talk through whatever's happening in the news of the day, and do some live streams. I do a little bit of commentary stuff, but although I think in future I'm going to be doing most of the commentary on here with Jackie and Dave. Send me I'm so exhausted now. Send me a follow or subscribe on YouTube. I'd be most appreciative. I love you all. It's been an awesome show. And I don't care whether you'll leave it in or leave it out. You are all part of the Spurs community, and I only have love. I can't even do it, Jack. I'm so tired.
He's running out of energy. But everybody, I would just say, hit that link. Please just hit that link, for the fact that Sean has literally put in a ridiculous shift. He has put in. He's not used to it as well. He probably didn't know what he was getting into when it comes to the fan show. And he's put in a ridiculous shift, and he hasn't complained at all about it. And I would say, honestly,
I've loved it.
To him.
It's been an awesome
I know
show.
He's loved it, but I will say, you've been an absolute trooper. I will say, you've been an absolute trooper. And so everybody, just for that alone, you should head on over there, give him that subscribe because he absolutely deserves it. That'll be the end of the show, everybody. Really do thank Tim Falco. Really do appreciate Brian Socrates. Really appreciate Kuva. Really appreciate Dermot. Really appreciate everyone else. I know I'm missing a few others as well that did give to the channel today, that did help support the channel. Also really appreciate everybody that's kind of been in the house tonight in terms of the chat. A lot of new faces that I've seen. So everybody, please hit that big red button, down below. Give it a nice Zidane forehead on it. Give it, maybe a nice, Tanganga lift up Zaha kind of moment. Just absolutely obliterate that subscribe button. Hit that notification bell to never miss another Irish Hotspur stream, because we basically are trying to go as much as possible. And feel free as well to put a comment down below so that David and I can respond to maybe what you thought of maybe certain guests, opinions, as well as just maybe what you think of the show in general. But that'll be all for now. Everybody, as always, in Conte we trust, and come on, you Spurs.
Bye.